year.
Amazing.
So quite an achievement for him. And he was applauded onto centre court, not just by the royalty that Gigi has mentioned, but by some great champions here. Stefan Edberg, the two-time champion, is here. Neil Fraser, Jan Kodesh, Stan Smith and Michael Stich, all men's singles champions, have taken their place in the royal box. Billie Jean King and Chris Evert are here too. And very shortly, the doors will open and we will see Novak Djokovic, the world number 2 for at least the afternoon, and Carlos Alcaraz, the world number 1, walk out onto centre court for the 2023 men's singles final at Wimbledon. Djokovic looks to his right and his left and now raises his left arm in acknowledgement of the applause. And Alcaraz raises his right arm as they walk towards the chairs. Djokovic will take the first one he finds. Alcaraz walking around the umpire's chair to put his bags down. And within about 5 minutes, we'll be underway. And we'll start to have the first few clues as to which direction this match is going to take, Gigi. Will it be a first Wimbledon title for Alcaraz or an 8th for Djokovic?
There is a special feeling about this final, and you're going to hear every ball here on 5 Live. That's following the news at 2:01 with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. Italy's health minister has warned that temperatures are now so high in Rome that people should stay indoors during the worst 7 hours of the day. There are fears that temperatures in southern Europe are about to get even higher, while fires are continuing to burn out of control on La Palma in the Canaries and in California. Ukraine's deputy defence minister has described fierce fighting in Kupiansk, east of Kharkiv, where Russian troops have been pushing back the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Further south, she said slow advances were being made towards Bakhmut. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has refused to commit to spending more money on public services if he wins the next general election. Some on the left, including Labour's biggest union backer, Unite, have called for the party to be more ambitious, but Sir Keir insisted his plans were bold. And marine rescuers are dealing with a mass stranding of more than 50 pilot whales on the Isle of Lewis. They were discovered this morning. It's thought more than 40 of the whales have already died.
Wimbledon 2023 on 5 Live
with Gigi Salmon.
The final match of the 2023 championships to be crowned men's champion. It's the world number 1 against the world number 2. Carlos Alcaraz against Novak Djokovic in the company of Pat Cash, Marion Bartley and Russell Fuller.
Fergus Murphy is our chair umpire. You're hearing the voice of the 52-year-old Dubliner as the coin toss is being performed on centre court. Fergus nearly tossed the coin himself before remembering that 8-year-old Muiz Anwar has been brought out for this very special occasion. Coin toss completed. Alcaraz receiving, I think, was the verdict there. And they pose for photographs now ahead of this Wimbledon final, as we wonder whether Carlos Alcaraz will follow in the footsteps of Spaniards Manolo Santana and Rafael Nadal and become Wimbledon champions, or whether it will be Wimbledon title number 8, Grand Slam singles title number 24 for Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic has arguably become the greatest of all time.
If he wins, it will be 8 Wimbledon titles. That will equal Federer's all-time male record.
If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. To do it against Novak would be super special.
Carlos has got everything. He's the best 20-year-old I've ever seen in my life.
He's young, he's hungry. I'm hungry too, so let's have a feast.
Novak Djokovic is into the Wimbledon final yet again, because that's what he does. He wins anyway.
It's no time to be afraid. It's no time to be tired. I will go for it and let's see what happens.
In steps Djokovic. He's trying to win it here. And he has! And Novak Djokovic raises his arms in victory at a 7th Wimbledon title.
Here comes Alcaraz! Gets it! Game, set and match for the world number 1, and what a way to finish.
Djokovic roaring in the direction of whoever wound him up, and he's getting booed.
Yeah, he's getting booed right now. I mean, honestly, I don't think he cares that much.
He's shown to be rubbing his eyes as if to say, cry your tears, because I'm going to win anyway.
Yeah. We're both in good form, we're both playing well, we both want to take this title. Greatest challenge probably that I could have at the moment.
And he moves ahead of Roger Federer in the all-time Grand Slam title race.
Onto the baseline from Carlos Alcaraz. as centre court rises to the world number 1.
After losing against Novak, I learned a lot from that moment.
Djokovic beats a man 16 years his junior to reach a 7th French Open final.
I know that they want to get a scalp, they want to win, but it ain't happening.
Sounds a bit Schwarzenegger there, doesn't he? It ain't happening.
I'm back.
He keeps coming back, that Novak Djokovic. Unbeaten on centre court since Andy Murray beat him in the final of 2013. Only 2 defeats in that time on number 1 court, most recently against Thomas Berdych by retirement because of a right elbow injury in the quarter-final of 2017. And his last defeat on a grass court was against Marin Cilic in the Queen's Club final of 2018. He is the man to beat if you look at his path to the final. He renewed acquaintances with his great friend and rival Stan Wawrinka in the 3rd round, beat Hubert Hurkacz in 4 sets in round 4, Andrei Rublev in 4 sets in the quarter-final, and then Jannik Sinner in straight sets in the semi-finals. Whereas Carlos Alcaraz has dropped also 2 sets against Nicolas Jarry in the 3rd round, Matteo Berrettini in the 4th round, then beat Holger Rune in straight sets in the quarter-finals, and Daniil Medvedev in straight sets in the semi-finals. So, Pat Cash and Marion Bartoli are 2 Wimbledon champions in the box.
Yes.
That would suggest there is very little to separate them. If you look at the time they've spent on court, Djokovic has been on court for 9 minutes less than Alcaraz. They've performed brilliantly to get this far, and it's hard to separate them, isn't it?
Absolutely, Ross. I mean, the level of play has been extremely similar towards this championship. I think they have re-established themselves as, on both sides of the draw, the 2 best players. And very much what Gigi said, I think, is really accurate. They are the 2 best tennis players on the planet on any surface right now. And it's quite, I think, a trend now in the locker room to say that whether you're playing Novak or Carlos, you can almost book your flight ticket for the next day because they're really having this upper hand, especially in Grand Slams, on the rest of the field. Let's not forget that Carlos Alcaraz couldn't participate at the Australian Open earlier this year because of an injury, so he has been missing that one, but otherwise they're really dominating the rest of the field, and today they're going toe-to-toe. I think once again the beginning of the match will be crucial. And
Pat, one thing we can take for granted is that Alcaraz will very much believe he can beat Djokovic here this afternoon.
Absolutely, and I think he's got all the. If you're on paper, he is, and on the last match performance, I think Alcaraz has got the little bit of the advantage, but it's minor margins. It's a point in the tiebreaker. A lucky thing here or a spectacular shot there, which is going to separate these 2 and. Let's look out for the serving and the returning. Of course, is so dominant in the men's. If they one of them serves better than the other, maybe somebody serves some double faults or the second serve returns. That's second serve return for me is where the match will be won and lost.
Are you surprised he decided to return first?
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, that's very common.
Usually you want to serve first, especially
absolutely
on the grass, right?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah.
I was always taught. Always serve first. Think about it maybe 20% of the time and still serve first. So always serving first if you're an attacking player. But on the ladies' side, it's slightly different. I think they like to get their eye in. And but
on the men's, especially on grass, if you serve first, you're leading on the scoreboard all the time.
Well,
so here we go.
Let's see.
It's ready. Finally, the final. The talking stops here. The final about to begin. The Empire State Building in New York was lit up in Wimbledon colours last night. The Hill in New York has been in operation for the last 3 days. They'll be sipping G&T and eating fish and chips in the Brooklyn Bridge Park at just after 9 o'clock in the morning. And here on centre court, Novak Djokovic will serve first in front of the Royal Box. And it's a very good start, and the forehand is long by Alcaraz.
And have you noticed, Ross, the kinesio tape Novak is wearing on his left adductors?
Adductor, yeah. It was a bit like the Australian Open final, wasn't it? The Australian Open, he was sort
of...
The
whole Australian Open, actually.
Hamstring and something. So he isn't superhuman.
Just poking out from beneath those white shorts. We'll keep an eye on his movement, but often it is there very much as a precaution, just to keep the muscles where they need to be. Just long with the forehand from Djokovic. That was an excellent return by Alcaraz, and that's his first point of a Wimbledon final.
15-all.
So good backhand down the line. That's going to be a great shot to open up the court for Alcaraz to go down the line, get Novak on the run.
A packed centre court. 15,000 people inside the stadium. The court in remarkable condition at the end of the fortnight. A lack of very dry and very hot weather has certainly helped. There are the usual biscuit-coloured patches behind and in front of the baseline, but it's been playing very true, and it looks incredible given that this is day 14 of match action on the centre court. Djokovic, after a first serve into the net, and many bounces of the ball, sends his second serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, and as Djokovic slips, Alcaraz hammers the forehand cross-court winner past him.
What a return that was. I mean, Novak just literally finished his motion.
And I remember what Pat said.
The ball was already there.
After the semi-final, that is one area you think where Alcaraz can really get on top of Djokovic.
That's absolutely. This is where he'll be targeting, and that's a great first blow for Alcaraz to make Novak a little nervous on the second serve. Put a little more pressure on his first serve to make it. If they're going to come back like that. It wasn't a great second serve, but you're not expecting a great second serve first game of the nervous Wimbledon final. He's got another one here.
Let's see what the response is from Alcaraz this time and how deep the second serve is from Djokovic. 15-30 down. And this is second serve in the opening game of the men's final on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. A deeper return.
Wow.
Serve rather, and the forehand wide.
120 miles per hour second serve.
Is that right? Could that be right?
Yes, it was 121 miles. He just went for it.
Goodness gracious.
Well, he just went for it completely. Well, that was sort of Nikkei's second serve.
Yeah, I was expecting a nervous sort of second serve that Alcaraz could attack again, but that's one way of putting him back in his box.
I wonder how much we'll see of that. He lands a first serve here, Djokovic. His backhand is into the net, though, with the point nearly won. It was just a case of converting that backhand down the line. Instead, Carlos Alcaraz, in his very first Wimbledon final, has a break point in the opening game.
That's about as easy a shot as you're going to see all day. Guy running the opposite direction, court slow, mid-court ball. All he had to do was get over the net, didn't he?
Yeah.
Djokovic, break point down, serves to the backhand of Alcaraz, which is long.
I'm not sure that even Novak can be nervous, because I don't think he would miss the same kind of backhand if he was leading easily. That's just really purely nerves, and he knows he wants to hold that first service game, get on top of his opponent straight away, and that creates tensions.
King Felipe VI of Spain is also in the royal box today, along with Aleksandar Joksimovic, the Serbian ambassador. Short return by Alcaraz, forehand down the line Djokovic, lob Alcaraz. Djokovic has to be a little bit careful here to make sure he makes contact with that forehand volley on his side of the net, but it's an easy put-away winner.
So the rule is you can start a movement on your side, but you can contact the ball and finish with your racket on the other side. So you have to contact on your side, but you can finish the racket on the other side as long as you don't touch the net, of course, with any part of your body.
Marion Bartoli, a champion in 2013. Pat Cash, champion in 1987. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Djokovic with the game point. Hits his forehand with a bit of air. Backhand down the line, Djokovic. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand. Gorgeous angle. And Djokovic puts a forehand into the base of the net.
That was crazy angle there from Alcaraz.
And taking the ball so early as well, really staying on the top of his baseline and just making sure he's not pushed back too far behind it from the shots of Novak, but just taking the ball as early as he can to create the angles.
The game has already lasted 5 minutes. Juice once more. And Djokovic's first serve catches the tape, but bounces over. So 2 serves to come. He was given a warning for slow play after taking too long to serve. 25 seconds allowed to complete the first serve in his semi-final victory over Yannick Sinner. The same game in which he was called for hindrance by the umpire Richard Haig for an elongated grunt, which sounded almost like a celebration of a point he thought he was about to win.
Yeah, I think it was, but still it's pretty harsh.
I'm never going to change you players' minds, am I, on that one? Deuce, good deep return by Alcaraz. Cross-court with the backhand, Djokovic. Djokovic carefully hits the backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic, backhand long from Alcaraz.
Advantage, Djokovic.
I know Carlos is going for it, but I think on that one that was maybe a little bit too much and overpressing almost slightly. I mean, he was right into that rally that really didn't require to go for so much and missing from almost 2 meters at last backhand.
Djokovic with the advantage. Excellent serve onto the sideline and the return into the net from Alcaraz. So pressure from the young pretender in that opening game. But Djokovic holds after saving a break point, and the opening game of the final, which lasted 7 minutes, has gone the way of the champion, who's trying to win this title for a 5th year in a row. We're forgetting the fact that the championships weren't staged in 2020 when I say that, but that's something that Bjorn Borg has done. It's something that Roger Federer has done, and something that Novak Djokovic is also hoping to do by winning this final on centre court, where he's not lost for 10 years. 103rd Wimbledon match for Djokovic. Roger Federer's played 119. 402nd Grand Slam match. Roger Federer played 429. So it's nice the man still got some targets at the age of 36.
Well, you don't want to give too much targets to Novak because he keeps on chasing all of them as he wants to be on the #1 spot in every single department of all those lists.
I'll tell you the record he might not break is Jimmy Connor's 109 titles. He's on 94 at the moment. That's going to take some overhauling, isn't it? As Alcaraz serves from the raw box end. Forehand cross-court, he's missed Alcaraz.
A little too much too soon as well. Once again, I think another record is going to be the 14th Roland Garros title of Rafa as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think that one is pretty safe.
That ain't going anywhere.
I think that one is pretty safe.
You don't see him winning 14 Wimbledons? No.
Well, he's 10 Australian Open.
That's his best chance, isn't it? Forehand return here from Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand cross-court. Alcaraz with the forehand cross-court. Djokovic with more power on the forehand.
Yes.
Cross-court. Very acute angle. Spectacular winner from the champion.
It's almost the same that Carlos in the previous game from the same side of the court. Just almost saying, well, you can do it, I can do it too then.
Slap, wasn't it? Just a sort of, yeah.
He's going around the ball, sort of Rafa's like. You know, with the hands wrapping that ball around.
And from that far back on the court too, that's where these guys can hit winners. Is just incredible.
Love 30. Bit of pressure here on the Alcaraz serve. He says this will most probably be the best moment of his life, playing in a Wimbledon final with Novak Djokovic on the other side of the net. Love 30, missing a first serve.
Well, it was better that the serve was missed because the return was not missed.
Yeah, that would have been 3 break points to Djokovic. Second serve Alcaraz. Breezy day here on centre court. Deep return by Djokovic. Backhand cross-court from the Serbian world #2. Slice backhand Djokovic. Alcaraz with the forehand long. 3 break points down in his opening service game.
And just mixing up the pace from Novak, just giving a different look with that slice, staying low and deep towards the forehand of Carlos.
Yeah, clever play, wasn't it? That down the line backhand slice is so
efficient on grass.
Yeah, cross court, the players tend to go cross court, but if you can get it down the line, it skids low with the grips that the players have. It's really hard to get underneath that ball.
3 break points then for Djokovic. A windy day, not nearly as windy as it was yesterday, although the roof was closed for the women's final. And I'm told there are 1 or 2 possible showers on the Wimbledon radar over the next hour or 2. So it's not impossible this match at some point, as Djokovic goes long with the forehand, may be interrupted. and may even require the roof to be closed once more. But for the moment, it's dry overhead, albeit predominantly cloudy.
That's one break point save from Carlos Alcaraz. It's very important for him to try to hold his service game. He decided to return first, not to serve first. Maybe to give him a little 5-10 minutes extra to get himself ready for that final.
Break point number 2, backhand return Djokovic, forehand winner Alcaraz.
30-40.
Unleashed into this one, didn't he? That's his first really short ball that he put away. Good serve, set that up. He was a couple of feet inside the baseline on his favourite forehand. He really does launch into that forehand, doesn't explode whenever he gets half a chance to, with a bit of time.
Can he save a third break point? Not with an ace, Alcaraz. Rafa Nadal, the last player under the age of 21 to reach the Wimbledon final. That was back in 2006. A return to Alcaraz's feet by Djokovic. He's trying to take his third break point opportunity, and he's got it because Alcaraz has gone long with the forehand, and Djokovic breaks early. 2 games to love first set.
But it's so interesting, Russ, because we talked in the build-up about the forehand of Carlos Alcaraz. It could be, of course, a weapon when he has the time, but it can also a little bit let him down when he's in the defense side because he wants to go for so much. And the problem is he's more out of position because he's running to those balls. And on 2 occasions, actually, in that game, it's just that forehand side couldn't control it.
And he's been broken early on. There's the wind on our effects microphones on centre court. Suddenly a lot stronger, and part of the umpire's chair has collapsed. One of the wooden panels with the sponsor's logo on it has fallen onto a ball boy who was just crouching by the side of that chair. He's pushed it back into place and hopes it's going to stay there for the rest of the afternoon. Alcaraz attacking now, coming forward. Forehand volley pushed over the baseline by the Spaniard.
It's a good play, but I just feel he was coming from so far behind the baseline. I mean, that's such a long run before you actually get to the net, and Novak, you know, can really find your feet when you're coming from so far, especially if you attack his backhand. He can use his 2 hands. Oh, James Bond is here.
He is. Daniel Craig is here.
Sorry, I thought you were looking at me then. My phone number ends in 007.
Well, you did start the programme doing Sean Connery impressions.
Yes, I did.
James Norton, also from the acting profession, is here. And Rachel Blackmore, the winner of the Grand National in 2021, first female winner of that race, and then the Cheltenham Gold Cup last year, also in attendance, along with royalty and those great Wimbledon champions. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. A slice backhand now from Djokovic to the Alcaraz forehand. Djokovic slices his backhand. Alcaraz takes 1 step back behind the baseline and wins the point as Djokovic nets with a forehand.
They're still sort of feeling each other out, aren't they, on these rallies? Novak's quite happy to just slice, float it slow. It's hard to generate the pace. Particularly if it's windy around here, you've got to get your footing right. The ball's going to not always be exactly where you wanted it. Might gust of wind, might move it around.
Djokovic using virtually all of his 25 seconds there before serving. That is something that Fergus Murphy, our chair umpire, will be keeping a keen eye on, I'm sure. 3rd Grand Slam final for the Dubliner overall. But first, men's singles final at Wimbledon in his 28th championships. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz cross-court. Slice backhand from Djokovic. Alcaraz makes room for the forehand. This time he'll hit a double-handed backhand to the forehand of Djokovic. That's been miscued. And there's pressure on the server once again here.
Again, the wind just stopping a little bit that ball, and Novak just caught off slightly by surprise. You can see both of their T-shirts just been really moving with the wind, and sometimes, especially on grass, when the ball is just changing direction at the last second, it's really difficult to keep that ball inside the court.
(15:30). Djokovic into the net with his first serve. third meeting between these two. Cramp struck Alcaraz at the beginning of the third set in a 4-set French Open semi-final victory for Djokovic last month. Alcaraz hitting a backhand service return. Forehand Alcaraz down the line. Slice backhand Djokovic right to the back of the court. Backhand hit harder and flatter by Djokovic. His forehand is hit cross-court to the Alcaraz forehand. Djokovic backhand, Alcaraz backhand. Djokovic with the backhand cross-court. Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz cross-court. Djokovic cross-court with a forehand. Alcaraz down the line. He's now 3/4 of the way back, almost in no man's land. Djokovic down the line with the backhand. The lob from Alcaraz. Djokovic is running back and it's landed just over the baseline.
What a point. I mean, even during the rallies, the crowd is reacting to all those shots and we're getting flatter and flatter and lower to the net and lower to the net. Just incredible exchange from both players. Half of the camp of Novak Djokovic in his box were on their feet after that point. Just Novak is playing, from what I'm seeing, with the wind behind his back, so it's actually pushing for him to get slightly more power, and sometimes he gets a little bit caught by surprise because the ball of Carlos Alcaraz is stopping slightly. So a game to convert here to lead 3-love. Once again, when you have the wind for you, you really want to take advantage of that. You have that extra power that just helps you to win the point with more ease.
A strenuous start, 30-all on the Djokovic serve, a drop shot from him. He leads by 2-love. The lob volley from Djokovic. Alcaraz is so fast. This is going to be the tweener. The crowd love it. They knew what was coming, and it's just over the baseline. But Djokovic wasn't sure there for a minute. He was running back. He stopped. He was pretty sure it was long.
It was, and the wind, of course, just held it at the last second.
Exactly.
As it was about to land, he went, oh my goodness, it's going in. But I think it just got out. Alcaraz is challenging this.
Far end from us. Carlos Alcaraz would not have had a particularly good view.
And again, he's starting to have a small conversation with someone on the side of the court next to the line judge who called that ball in, and he was like, no, I think it's out.
Feeling very relaxed, perhaps, Novak Djokovic. And why not? Because after 3 close games, this is game point for a 3-love lead in this first set of the final.
On the
down
line
the
again.
tee. Ace. What a spectacular start, Gigi. Djokovic leads by 3-love.
Oh, it's been a cracker, hasn't it? 18 minutes on the clock. It's 2:27 in the afternoon. Already spectators on their feet applauding the players. Every ball here on 5 Live. You can sync up our commentary with the TV pictures. That's via iPlayer. Over on Sports Extra, we have the cricket, courtesy of the Test Match special team. And keeping an eye on things for us, Melissa Story.
Well, Australia have set England a target of 283 to win this ODI and keep their Ashes dreams alive. Fantastic striking in the final over from Georgia Wareham, who hit 26 to propel Australia to 282 for 7. It's going to be a big ask for England, their highest successful ODI chase yet, if they manage to chase it down. So 283 for England to win.
Melissa, thank you very much. The cricket for you on Sports Extra. Over on Court 1, we have the boys' singles final. British interest, Naomi Cavaday, in the form of Henry Searle.
Well, he is closing in, Gigi. He is a set and a break up now on Yaroslav Demin. It is 6-4 and 4-3. He's serving at 40-15. Hasn't been broken in this match. He's barely been broken in this tournament. So things looking good. And he is closing in on that Wimbledon title.
Naomi, thank you very much. Back to centre court. And I'm finding it quite different, Russell. I have to crane my head forward to see the Djokovic box. I'm not used to seeing them on the right-hand side, because in the players' boxes, you look at it on television, the higher-ranked players, friends and family, sit on the left, the lower-ranked on the right, and it's quite unusual to see his on the right-hand side.
It's an unfamiliar feeling, isn't it, for Novak Djokovic? If he wins the title, of course, he becomes world #1, so maybe they could ask to switch seats for the presentation.
I like your thinking.
Love 3, Alcaraz, fine deep return by Djokovic, and he's won the first point against the Spaniard's serve here too.
Well, do you think if he won 3 Grand Slam in a row, I think it quite have deserved to be #1 in the world.
Yes, it would be a little ludicrous, would it not, if he were not world #1 after winning the first 3 Grand Slams of the year, which, if he does so, will be the second time he's managed that in 3 years. Only Daniil Medvedev, in his 28th and final Grand Slam match of 2021 in the US Open final, was able to beat Novak Djokovic. Deep serve Alcaraz, backhand into the net Djokovic.
15-all.
Yeah, good body serve then. He's used that pretty well throughout the tournament. Well, both players have actually, but Alcaraz in particular.
15 all. Backhand return from Djokovic, right to the back of the court again. Now he's got a mid-court ball, hits the backhand down the line and very close to that sideline. Drop shot Djokovic. Alcaraz just stumbles as he makes a bit of a mess of that forehand cross-court drop shot return effort.
It's just that constant pressure, I think, from Novak Djokovic that start to really play in the head of their opponents, because once again, it was a great first serve, 120 miles per hour, pretty well targeted, and it just keeps on coming back and with interest as well. I mean, that return was very deep. There is nothing that Carlos Alcaraz could have done better in that rally. Still lost it.
And 15-30 down. Forehand return Djokovic, a fine serve, because fine return given the quality of the serve. Backhand Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic, hit down the line, and Alcaraz nets with a forehand cross-court. And these are 2 more break points. Djokovic eyeing a 4-love first set lead.
But it's so interesting, Ross, because Novak is playing against the wind, so he has to play with harder pace if he wants to find more depth. And he realized as the rally was starting to go that he was playing too short. And on the last backhand, he really went for more, find more depth towards the forehand of Carlos Alcaraz and get the enforced errors from the Spaniard.
First of 2 more break points to Djokovic. Alcaraz puts a first serve into the net. Queen's Club champion this year, trying to join a relatively elite group of people to have done the double in the same year. Backhand Djokovic, long, first break point saved.
Well, you feel it's almost set points. I mean, those double break points that he has to defend now, because if Novak Djokovic gets up to a 4-love lead, I just don't see him losing that first set.
Crucial point here. One more break point for Djokovic.
Djokovic still eyeing a 4-love lead, but what a serve by Alcaraz, which Djokovic is going to challenge.
Maybe just touch, but again, going to the body, trying to jam Novak up. Didn't hit exactly the right spot, but it was deep. And I think it just clipped at the service line, and as we know, once it hits the line, it does sort of have a bit of a funny bounce, which fooled Novak.
Novak Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Well, why not enjoy yourselves if you spent nearly £300 on a ticket?
Is that all?
Yeah, I think it's a lot more. The debenture holder tickets were reselling their tickets.
That's a different matter. That's a different world.
£13,000 for a pair.
Wow, if you're in the ballot and you get tickets, I'll have to check the exact amount, but I think it's around about £280 for a ticket. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court Djokovic right onto the baseline. It's deuce. Backhand Alcaraz. Djokovic leading by 3 games to love first set. Alcaraz backhand. Djokovic with the forehand down the line. Alcaraz into the net.
Too good.
Just too good. He's on the top of that baseline, taking the ball early, being so aggressive with his footwork, I think, as well. He's just trying to really get on the top of each ball, getting it as early as he can, just to take some time away, so much time away, and rushing really Carlos Alcaraz.
Yes, isn't he? Yeah. He's hitting it hard, and he's up there on the baseline. So it's getting back quickly and skidding through a couple of times on Alcaraz.
Break point again. £255 for a ticket for both the ladies' singles final and the men's singles final at Wimbledon.
Wow, that's good. That's good value.
Very good value.
And if you're in the back 6 rows, you get 25 quid off. Backhand cross-court from Djokovic into the net, Alcaraz, as he goes down the line, and Djokovic has broken again. What a statement he's making to the 20-year-old in the early stages of this Wimbledon singles final.
Well, when that first game started 23 minutes ago, and Carlos Alcaraz hit that amazing return cross-court when Novak Djokovic just fell on his knees. If he would have told us later, 25 minutes after that he would be down actually 0-4. I don't think a lot of us could have believed that scoreline, but it's just once again this constant pressure that Novak Djokovic puts on, and just almost not missing anything.
4-love. Djokovic finds another good first serve, and Alcaraz swings the forehand cross-court, but over the baseline.
15-love.
He has already achieved another record by making it to the final of this Wimbledon. Is the first player in the history to reach 35 Grand Slam singles final, just beating Chris Evert at 34.
Cheapest.
Yeah.
Records just tumbling.
Backhand return Alcaraz forces Djokovic behind the baseline, and Alcaraz has gone for a wild forehand there, and he's missed by a country mile.
He's trying to shake off these nerves, isn't he? Just thought, a couple of big winners and I'll start feeling better.
We have a championship point on court 1. Could be a bit of British history here for Naomi Cavaday.
It could. We are looking for the first British winner of the boys singles since 1962. Henry Searle from Wolverhampton is now serving for a straight sets victory over the 5th seed. Serve is long, so it will be a second serve to look at for Demin. It has been outstanding from Searle. He has not flinched, he has not been broken, and the return, it's just going to fall long! And Henry Searle is the champion, the boys Wimbledon champion in 2023. He punches the air. He will have to wait just a few moments until this is confirmed by Hawkeye. But it is confirmed. A millimetre long. And he's done it. His box, they can't believe it. They are leaping about. What a victory for young Henry Searle at 17 years old. He is tall, he's a lefty, and Henry's Barmy Army, well, they're going to party tonight. 32 of them out in the crowd. And delight for the British youngster. What a story, what an amazing week for Henry Searle. He comes through and he wins the boys singles here at Wimbledon, 6-4, 6-4.
Congratulations to the 17-year-old Henry Searle, boys champion at Wimbledon. And it has been a long, long wait, as Naomi was saying, all the way since 1962, as Novak Djokovic here wins another game on centre court, and in front of Pat Cash and Marion Bartoli, establishes a 5-love first set lead.
There was a swing volley, like on the women's tour. You know, just serve and having that ball sit up in the air and boom, just swing volley right onto the line. And you know, you just feel once again with Novak Djokovic, it's a small door you open, he will just make it wide open and take those breaks. And I don't think Carlos Alcaraz had played really that bad. It's just small margins, small moments, small shot decision that maybe could have been done in a better way. But I don't think it deserved a love 5 score either.
No.
You know, maybe one break, but just, I mean, love 5 looks heavy for me on the scoreboard.
Yeah, as you said, that after the first game, you would have thought, oh, this is a really interesting. Novak nervous, hit a easy ball into the net to give Alcaraz break point. Obviously, Novak got out of that with a great serve, and Alcaraz smacking a second serve winner. I thought, okay, this is the game plan, and it's working straight from the first game. But since then, Novak's just not enabled him to do the tactics. That's great play from Novak.
Russ, did we ever had a men's Wimbledon final with a 5-0 start?
Ready. That is a stat that my brain is not able to confirm or deny.
I can't recall.
I wonder. You'd have to go back a long, long way as Alcaraz gets a net-called winner and does at least win the first point on serve here.
Maybe on the women's side, but I can't recall on the men's side a 5-love start. Or love 5, which is the way you want to see it.
But were you around in the 1870s?
Kvitova, did she...
Yeah, on the women's, yes, but not on the men's. What I'm saying is on the men's.
Okay, yeah.
Do you know, they keep so many stats, but they may not keep that one. Long with the return, Djokovic. So it may not be a 6-love set, but in all the discussions we were having about how this match would unfold, a 6-love first set was not one of the scenarios that anybody remotely raised. Alcaraz looks pretty unfazed by it, I have to say. Still got that smile on his face, that bounce as he made his way out from the change of ends. Life is just one great experience, one great adventure for him at the moment. Mind you, it's not gone to plan, that is for sure. 30-love, trying to win his first game of the final, missing a forehand, Alcaraz.
It's just that forehand that once again I talked about in the preview of that match, when you play fast to it, it's just struggle a little bit more than the backhand. The backhand, I think he has a shortened preparation. He can just, with the left hand as well, absorb the pace and redirect the ball. On the forehand, it just almost get off his racket too quickly.
It's a bigger swing, isn't it?
Yeah. And the grip as well is slightly more extreme.
Alcaraz serving into the net. Windy old centre court at the moment. The players' towels being blown.
Double fault.
Double fault.
Well, going for a lot on the second serve as well, and serving in volley too. Just
trying to throw something at Novak, isn't he?
Exactly. Trying to find a small opening, and that sponsor just doesn't want to stay in.
No, that umpire's chair's fallen apart. I know when the ball boy pushed the panel back in place, he didn't push it back in place correctly. It was never going to last. But he had other things on his mind, understandably. That's a great return by Djokovic onto the baseline, trying to set up set point here. Oh. Backhand cross-court Djokovic, ball bouncing, Alcaraz rather. Ball bouncing very low for Djokovic. This is a smash from Alcaraz.
The court combination is just insane. One leg goal as well from Carlos Alcaraz, just with his backhand finding every part of the court.
40-30.
Still had to play so many extra shots to win the point. I mean, look at that. He has to hit one line completely on one side of the court, one line completely on the other side, and still the ball comes back.
Alcaraz has a game point to get on the board in this Wimbledon final. Forehand return Djokovic, backhand half volley pick up by Alcaraz, and now he goes down the line with a forehand winner. Well, that's some way to win your first ever game in a Wimbledon final, and he'll be mightily relieved as well after the first 5 games all went to the defending champion.
Well, his box is not relieved at all, I can tell you that. I mean, there is just so many questions asked by Novak Djokovic so far, and on that game Carlos Alcaraz was able to answer to them, but he had to just come up with an incredible passing shot down the line to win his first game.
That was a shortened swing there, wasn't it? Just
the take back was shorter.
Beautiful approach shot from Djokovic down the line. When I talked about, it gives a lot of trouble to the players. Just could have walked across there, Alcaraz, and just whipped it down the line.
So, Djokovic now serving to win the first set with a 5-1 advantage. Forehand cross-court from Djokovic. Forehand cross-court 2 from Alcaraz. Down the line, Alcaraz. Right onto the sideline. Backhand into the net, Alcaraz. Some in the crowd thought the rally was over just a couple of shots earlier, but it ended up going the same way. It went to Serbia. It went to Novak Djokovic.
Oh, there's a little bit of anger coming out of
the players, please do not
the discussion from Carlos Alcaraz towards his camp. Just not happy about something. Maybe it's a tactic, or I don't know.
No, just not things not going his way at the moment. Just the ball's just coming through too fast for him from Djokovic's side.
5-1, 15 love. Djokovic long with the first serve. We are still able to see the inner workings of the base of the umpire's chair. Somebody's going to come and fix the panel, I'm sure, at the end of the set.
Sponsor won't be happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely not. They'll be asking for a refund.
Well.
Backhand into the net, Alcaraz, as Djokovic fires a forehand back at him.
You read my mind. But like, hold on one second. I'm playing few millions to get my name in there. I might actually have it for the men's final when there is a bigger audience.
We've calculated that you therefore owe us a refund of £42,000. Backhand reply into the net from Alcaraz. Djokovic coasting towards this first set. What an impressive performance. 3 set points. And after 3 long games at the start of the set, he's threatening to wrap this one up in just 34 minutes. Set point number 1 for Djokovic. Backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand onto the baseline and the smash to win the set. What a start to Novak Djokovic's 9th Wimbledon final, his 35th Grand Slam final. He's taken the first set by 6 games to 1 against the 20-year-old, the world number 1, Carlos Alcaraz.
My word, what a set of tennis from Novak Djokovic. The movement from the 36-year-old, quite incredible. You are with 5 Live Sport. We're at Wimbledon. It's the final day. 35 minutes on the match clock here. You've heard Henry Searle confirmed as the boys' champion. Sadly, Alfie Hewitt lost in the final of the wheelchair singles final. And the first set completed in the men's final. So the time now at 2:45. Let's get your news headlines with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Ukraine's Deputy Defence Minister says the situation in the east has worsened. She's reported that Ukrainian forces have been on the defensive for 2 days now in the face of Russian attacks in the Kupiansk sector east of Kharkiv. Or further south, Kiev says there are slow advances towards Bakhmut from the southern flank. The Russians are attacking from the north. Here, the Business Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, has hailed the trade deal she signed with 11 countries in Asia and the Pacific as momentous. Japan, Australia and New Zealand are among the countries already in the pact. And the Italian Health Minister has warned people to stay indoors with the country, among several in the Northern Hemisphere suffering through dangerous and sustained heat. Parts of the US are expected to see record temperatures today.
BBC Sounds.
It's 30 years since the birth of the scene that put the best of Britain on the world stage.
Britpop.
Join us to chart its rise and fall.
I'm not in it to be cool, I'm in it to get to the top of those charts.
I've always wanted to do pop music because I love tunes and stuff like that.
Come on, come on, come on, get through it.
And celebrate one of the biggest bands of the 90s, Blur.
Search for Britpop.
Listen only on BBC Sounds.
Wimbledon 2023 on 5 Live.
With Gigi Salmon.
Back to the action on centre court very shortly, where Novak Djokovic thundered through the first set against Carlos Alcaraz, winning it by 6-1. But to the golf, and Ian Carter, a winner at the Scottish Open.
Yes, Rory McIlroy in sensational style has won his first ever tournament in Scotland, and he has done it with a closing round of 68, finishing birdie to just pip Bob McIntyre of Scotland, who put together a 64, one of the most extraordinary rounds of the year in howling winds, came up with a brilliant birdie at the last of his own. That set the target at 14 under par. McIlroy on the 17th tee was a shot behind, hit a wonderful tee shot into the par 3 there, knocked in the birdie putt, and then at the 18th into the wind, 200 yards out, hit a 2-iron to around about 12 feet, and then calmly holed the putt for the birdie that has given him the title. And Gigi really has lit the blue touch paper with the Open Championship here at Hoylake coming up next week.
I was going to say, Ian, what a good sign, what a positive for Rory McIlroy ahead of the Open.
Well, it is. He will come here with boundless confidence. Of course, his one and only Open Championship victory came here in 2014 at Royal Liverpool, so he could not come in with more confidence. But we've been down this road with McIlroy many times before, and it is difficult to win back-to-back. Although Phil Mickelson did that 10 years ago, Rory McIlroy did it when he won his last major. He won the week before the US PGA in 2014. That was the year he also won the Open and went on to win that PGA Championship. So lots of good vibes for McIlroy, no doubt about it, with the Open looming.
Ian, thank you very much. And Ian will be leading the team full coverage for you of the Open from next Thursday. Now, among the centre court crowd is Andy Murray. Andy Murray is sitting alongside the men's doubles champion Neil Skupski. And on social media, David Law, there's a caption competition. And basically, everyone's come up with Andy Murray looking at Neil Skupski saying, I can tell you how to beat Novak Djokovic in a Wimbledon final.
Yep, he's the last man to do it on this court. It was 10 years ago. We will never forget it. But Andy Murray did exactly that. I mean, I think you'd probably have to say this is a different Novak Djokovic these days. 10 years older, countless more Grand Slam titles to his name, and just so experienced. And, of course, in that semi-final of that tournament, Juan Martín del Potro had extended Djokovic to 5 sets in nearly 5 hours, and I realise that probably sounds like I'm taking something away from Andy Murray. It's not intentional, because he was incredible that day and he won in straight sets. But I do think it's an indicator of just what Alcaraz is up against right here. But he started the second set well, has Carlos Alcaraz, the 20-year-old world #1 from Spain. He's won the opening game to 15. It included an excellent half volley on the forehand when he was put in a little bit of trouble by Djokovic at the net, and he handled it, and then he served well, and now Djokovic is just apologising because he's thrown the ball up into the air and the wind has just taken it ever so slightly and he's let it drop, and Djokovic is going to do it all over again. That's a terrible serve. Pat catch. What happened there?
The wind.
I don't know, yeah. Maybe the ball toss, but that was 4 feet wide.
He's just suddenly a little bit annoyed or a little bit irritated and discombobulated by something that's just happened with the wind, and it is just a little blustery today. It's nothing like the 40 miles an hour we had yesterday, but the roof was closed yesterday, so it wasn't affecting play. Here it's open, we can see white and grey clouds up above in amongst the blue sky and the sun that is bathing centre court now. Carlos Alcaraz of Spain just trying to settle down here. Lost the first set 6-1 in 34 minutes. He's on the baseline here, hitting a big backhand on the line, pushing Djokovic around, stepping in Alcaraz, hitting forehand down the centre. Long goes Djokovic with the backhand. Love 30.
Being aggressive, being on the top of the ball, inside the baseline, creating some danger.
Love 30.
Rushing Novak as well, and not missing. One of the few rallies he hasn't missed since the beginning of this match.
The wind is just buffeting the shoulder of the T-shirt of Novak Djokovic down the far end of the court. 7 Wimbledon titles already to his name. Trying to draw level with Roger Federer on 8. Backhand chip cross court from him. Alcaraz reaches it, goes cross court with his own backhand. Now he's going to try and chase down the little volley from Djokovic, but he can't. Ball just clips the top of the net, and what a touch from Djokovic. He apologises, but that was delicious, Pat Cash.
Well, it was, and you know, this is the thing about when you're playing Alcaraz, is that you know you have to hit a really good drop shot, almost cut it too fine at the top of the net and dribbled over, but you know, 1 more feet deeper, and Alcaraz would have got that. That's the pressure that the speed of Alcaraz puts on you. It's still got a chance in this game. Good chance. 15-30.
Really is taking his time here, is Djokovic, the men's singles final. And he's not happy with that serve. Something is just irritating him right now.
It's usually the ball toss. You know, Goran's always signalling, throw the ball up, get the ball up.
It's almost like he's waiting to serve in order for the wind to die down. That really is going to push the time clock. Forehand return is blasted back down the centre. Here comes Alcaraz with a huge forehand, and he's got Djokovic scrambling now. He gets it back, though, onto the baseline. What a backhand retrieval from Djokovic. He turns the tables now. It's Alcaraz on defence. Forehand cross-court by Djokovic.
Oh,
what a point! If ever you wanted to have a snapshot of the game and the brilliance and the genius of Novak Djokovic, it's that.
That was just insane defensive skills from Novak Djokovic, because Carlos Alcaraz just went absolutely for everything on that last forehand. And as you say, David, just completely turning the table with that backhand down the line of his. And then went back wrong footing again, just going and targeting that forehand as much as he can, Novak Djokovic, when he's on the offense. Very interesting on the tactic.
30-all. And it was love 30 in this game. Marianne Bartoli, the 2013 Wimbledon champion, alongside Pat Cash, the 1987 winner, here on BBC Radio 5 Live on BBC Sounds. 30-all point. Djokovic serves onto the forehand, cracked back at him by Alcaraz, but that's long.
He's mixing the second serve up well, isn't he? He hasn't hit a second serve less than about 90 miles an hour. We've often seen him drop into the low 80s at times, but today he realises he needs to go for it and serve quickly into the, again, as Marianne said, attacking the Alcaraz forehand, which is absolutely brutally hard.
And again, he's aborted the service toss here, and the clock was down to 8 seconds then when he threw it up and dropped it, and now he's being allowed to do it all over again. Here is that serve, Djokovic. It's deep one. The forehand return isn't required because that's too deep, that serve.
Well, he's getting some second serve practice in this game. He missed 4 in a row now.
Just is unsettled here, Djokovic, on serve for the first time in the match. By the wind, I think. Serves this one onto the backhand. It's a little short. Alcaraz is onto it. Can he get it back to juice in this game? First set, Djokovic 6-1. He now hits his forehand cross-court. Alcaraz reaches it and really opens up the court now. Lob lifted by Djokovic. It'll bounce for Alcaraz to smash cross-court.
He went to the forehand of Carlos, but just too short, leaving him enough space to just really attack him on the cross-court, going really hard with that forehand cross-court. And then the tricky part when you play the forehand of Carlos Alcaraz is you have to find the right depth. Because if you play too short, he's going to capitalize on it and just really make you pay the price.
It's a gamble, isn't it, when you go out there? If
exactly.
you get it right, it's going to work. You're going to rush him, but if not, you're in trouble.
Choose point. Djokovic misses again. It's not working right now, the serve. And Alcaraz has a little opening here. 1-love, he leads the second set, having dropped the first. 6-1. Djokovic fantastic in that first set. Here's a forehand return. That was a brilliant serve off the side of the court, but he's missed the forehand, Djokovic. He's just tried to tap it with a little underspin cross-court. A little bit of luck for Alcaraz, who's smiling in front of us here. And listen to the crowd getting behind him.
He's saying, finally a bit of luck.
Advantage. It was a brilliant second serve right onto the sideline. And Carlos Alcaraz somehow got it back with the help of the net as well.
Somebody with 4 little Spanish flags, red and yellow, in her hands, holding them up almost in front of her eyes. She doesn't want to watch. 1-love Alcaraz in the second set. Djokovic again waiting for this wind to just die down. And being given all the chance is all the time he wants here by umpire Fergus Murphy. I wonder if that'll last. Here's a forehand return. That's miscued by Alcaraz on break point. Great serve that time from Djokovic at 118 miles an hour.
Just when he needed it. Yeah, not a good service game for first serves.
And Juan Carlos Ferrero, before that point, was showing to Carlos Alcaraz on that break point, come on, just go for it. This one, just hit that ball. That's why he's going back at him after missing that forehand on the return.
Shot clock now down to 4 seconds. Djokovic serves out one into the forehand, wrapped back at him by Alcaraz, who whips a forehand cross-court, replied in kind by Djokovic, who now hits his two-handed backhand, and now a chip backhand just clips the top of the net by Alcaraz, and Djokovic nets, and Djokovic is throwing his arms out as if to say, how come all the net courts are going against me?
I just can't believe you get 2 net calls in the same game, really.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Even then, Novak probably shouldn't have missed the approach shot.
Yeah.
But it's funny, isn't it? When you get the let courts, it just puts you off somehow.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Even though your eye is these players' eyes are so quick to adjust. So often players miss once the let court hits and goes to their side of the court.
Break point for Alcaraz for a second time in this game. He's lost the first set 6-1, but he leads 1-love in the second. Forehand return is good. Forehand cross-court by Djokovic. Met in kind by Alcaraz, who's really stretched, but he doesn't need to play the forehand. Alcaraz is in this final now. He breaks for 2-love.
It was one of the few games that you could sense that Novak was getting a little uncertain, unsure of what to do, and didn't strike the ball as well.
Leads 2
He was
games
down
to
love 30, then came back 30 all, got a game point, but the first serve was not working. Then he had a net call against him, and then it almost for his level, cheap forehand for serve. So small moments. What a brilliance of Novak Djokovic has been going slightly down.
Yeah, I don't think
Just a fraction.
any human could have sustained the level he was at the first set, but the wind became a factor in that last game. He really did not like being buffeted by the wind, Djokovic, and he was trying to wait for it to drop to serve. Now it's maybe affecting Alcaraz. He's gone long with his serve, double faults.
A lot more double faults in leading up to this final from Alcaraz than Djokovic. I think it was 20, in the high 20s, double faults. Novak, only about 9, I think. But he threw a bad one in the last game, Djokovic.
So 2-love Alcaraz in the second set. Love 15, dropped the first set 6-1 here on 5 Live. The men's singles final of Wimbledon, a day after Marketa Vondrousova won the women's title, beating Ons Jabeur. Here's the second serve by Alcaraz. He now hits his backhand, cracks it down the line and comes in. He has to play a little backhand half volley though, because what a wonderful shot from Djokovic, but it's fended off by Alcaraz, who raises his fist.
That was really something at the net from Carlos Alcaraz, because Novak Djokovic just hit that last passing shot as hard as he could.
15 off.
Just going for everything on that last forehand. And Alcaraz just played that perfect stop volley as it was nothing.
Great feel, isn't it? From
amazing feel.
This young man from Spain who, Juan Carlos Ferrer was telling us, first time he saw him, he was flying into the net, playing every type of shot in every single rally. Here he is hitting his backhand off the rise. 15 all point. Backhand on the line by Djokovic. Well struck. He's so perfectly balanced as the Serbian. He hits his backhand cross court. Alcaraz reaches it and goes cross court as well. What a rally. Here's a forehand whip cross court by Alcaraz. Down the line goes Djokovic. Backhand slice cross court. Alcaraz, who now steps in and smacks the backhand on the line. Scoop back by Djokovic. Forehand down the line by Alcaraz.
It's just an incredible display of tennis. I mean, those rallies on grass, just sliding left and right as you're on clay, just getting all those ball backs, but so flat and so fast as well.
You ever seen anything like this,
play.
Pat? I mean, this is just astonishing.
Yeah, we expected some great court coverage. I mean, Novak's done the majority of the really stretching stuff so far. I mean, the power of Alcaraz is he's starting to get the sight right, isn't he?
He's starting to feel at home. Inside out backhand volley from him. Djokovic reaches it, clips the top of the net, and this time it's Djokovic who gets the good luck as the ball just flips over the outstretched racket of Carlos Alcaraz. It's 30 all.
Well, it's the only way he was going to win the point, really, wasn't it? If the net had flipped over, because Alcaraz was right there. Very good backhand volley, kept it low. Djokovic sort of just slapped at it, and Alcaraz was right there. Popped over his racket after flicking the net.
I asked Pat Cash whether he'd ever seen anything like this before. Takes me back 17 years, and the first meeting at Wimbledon of Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal. And it was a 6-1 head-to-head to Nadal at that time, when they've met for the first time in the final here. And Roger Federer answered by winning the first set 6-love. It ended up being close. Yeah, 2 tie breaks followed, 1 apiece before Federer eventually won, and Alcaraz lets that one go, and he just about gets away with it.
You know who was just spotted in the crowd, David?
40-30.
Andy Murray.
That's right. Yeah, Andy Murray's there, and the Prince and Princess of Wales are, of course, in the raw box. Billie Jean King, Daniel Craig, Brad Pitt, Rachel Weisz.
He's actually in the players area, in a way, in the section where players with accreditation can go and sit down and watch center court.
Here's a forehand whipped off the back foot by Alcaraz. It doesn't really go anywhere. It's like the wind got hold of that one. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, who's 40-30 down, and Alcaraz blasts long for deuce.
That's going back to the first set there, wasn't it? Just half a chance on the forehand, really lays into it, but made the mistake. He was connecting pretty well in the first couple of games here, and he's feeling the confidence, saying, OK, I'm really getting my eye in now, I'll go for that, but still not to where he wants it.
Just to complete the Nadal-Federer story, they played each other 3 successive years between 06 and 08. As Alcaraz serves down the centre, hits a drop shot on the forehand. In comes Djokovic for deuce. Lob lifted by Alcaraz. Where's that going? Wide. Break back point, Djokovic.
It's just that's where Carlos Alcaraz has to be careful, because Novak Djokovic is sensing that this match might turn at the beginning of that second set. He doesn't want to give the edge and the lead to Carlos Alcaraz. He's going to try absolutely everything to break back straight away. Just make sure he keeps the pressure on Carlos Alcaraz, having won the first set, of course.
So break back point for Djokovic immediately. He's 2-love down in the second set. Djokovic having taken the first 61 in a flash of brilliance. And really, I think Alcaraz was blinded by the whole experience as he hits his backhand cross-court right into the corner. Now explodes into the forehand. He's got Djokovic on the move. Forehand on the line by Alcaraz. He's not used to these balls coming back quite the way Djokovic is able to get them back. Forehand cross-court by Alcaraz. Slice cross-court by Djokovic, who has this break-back point and lifts a forehand cross-court, and there's a miss by Alcaraz. Crashes it cross-court, and now Djokovic turns to some people to his right and roars, both fists clenched.
Alcaraz leads 2 games to 1.
Was a statement.
Second set, first set, Djokovic.
He wants to stick it to everybody out here if they're up for his opponent, and he's going to do it.
And I think as well, there is a small amount of relief because there was some tension in the beginning of that second set. He knows way too well that the beginning of those sets are extremely important. When you have won a first set very easily like this, your opponent on the other side have nothing to lose anymore. And those moments are so important to make sure you still focus on the scoreline, you make sure you're staying in the driving seat and leading. So he really wanted that break back, and he just let all the stress going out of his chest.
Djokovic is in roaring mode on centre court. We've got more British interest on the final day of the 2023 Championship. They're on court 3 and being watched by Naomi Cavaday.
Yes, it's the girls' doubles final. Hannah Klugman and Isabel Lacey, both British players. They are a set down to the double Czech team of Kovačkova and Samsonova. And they lost the opening set 6-4, but it is really, really tight. A little bit blustery out here on court 3. It's fairly open, but they're giving a good account of themselves. If they want to get their hands on that trophy, they'll have to win in 3. They trail a set, Gigi.
Naomi, thank you very much. Don't forget, you listen to our commentary here on Centre Court. It's all synced up on the iPlayer and the website. And a couple of ominous stats for the Spaniards. Still early days. Novak Djokovic is 79-1 at Wimbledon when winning the first set. His only defeat 2007, the semi-final, when he retired against Nadal when he was 1-4 down in the third, having taken the first set. And he's won his last 8 Grand Slam finals after taking the opening set. The last loss was against Wawrinka, US Open final 2016, and 6 of those 8, David, have been in straight sets.
Yeah, he is astonishing when he takes the first set. Is Djokovic drop shot from him? Oh, dear me, that one's gone into the net. That one really will bemuse him, I think.
Love 15.
Because that was an absolute sitter that Novak Djokovic just missed.
Yeah, you can't miss those sort of ones, that, particularly the first point of the game. He got broken the last game, played a poor game, and then misses that really easy tap over drop shot.
Wind is really buffeting the shirt of Carlos Alcaraz at the far end now, and the backdrop as well. This is becoming a factor in this men's singles final here on 5 Live, which Novak Djokovic has won the first set 6-1 in. Alcaraz broke for 2-love in the second set, but it's back on serve, 2-1. Djokovic at love 15, good serve from him. Now a backhand cross court, then Alcaraz with the wind behind him hits a backhand. Drop shot by Djokovic using the wind that's into his face. Drop shot in turn by Alcaraz, and he wins the point as Djokovic tries to slide into the ball and miscues the backhand into the bottom of the net. And now he's berating himself or somebody, Djokovic, love 30.
He has to be careful with those drop shots because Carlos Alcaraz is just so quick moving forward as well as having a great hand. I mean, I feel he can play those shots all day long. You really want to hit a drop shot when he's completely out of position and there is no way he can reach it, because otherwise it's just really dangerous.
Yeah, it's 2 bad points again from Djokovic.
Definitely fallen from that exemplary level he found in the opening set. And he's thrown the ball up now just to test where the wind's going.
No, I think he was not a great ball toss in. He stopped that.
Decided to let it go. Yeah. OK, serves out wide, misses. Almost looked like a golfer to me, picking up a bit of grass to see which way it was going to go. But, yeah, he's the ultimate pro, is Djokovic. He'll allow himself to get settled. But that's a great return from Alcaraz, who's in at the net. He missed for the stop volley, but he puts it into the tape of the net. That was a drive and charge.
Yeah.
Well, that's the sort of play that I expected him to do today. He hasn't had too many opportunities to really get hold of the second serve and thump it. He won in the very first game, and that was his second best effort there, coming in at the whole court. Djokovic, as he does, just somehow gets a couple of strings on the rack and drops it down towards the toes. So it wasn't all that easy, but certainly very makeable.
Pat Cash here on 5 Live as a miscued backhand goes cross-court and wide from Alcaraz. And Djokovic just stealing himself in front of us at the moment, shaking the racket as he's just trying to keep his mind completely focused and on the job at 30-all. Since Goran Ivanisevic has come on board, his service appears to have improved leaps and bounds, and it's now a real weapon. He's trying to pick out little spots in those corners of the service box.
He's patchy. He can be patchy, can't he, Novak, on this serve? I mean, first set was very good. Now he's struggling, whether it's the wind. I mean, with these ball tosses, always the weak link there. With the wind, it makes it even trickier.
30-all. That's long. That's First serve clipped the top of the net, so second serve now. You can see above us the clouds really moving at a pace in this wind. (30-all). Serve onto the forehand of Alcaraz, who's really attacking, and Djokovic is slipping, and it's break point again for the young Spaniard.
Yeah, again, seeing that Novak's just faltering on the first serve.
Yeah, he just has to serve better. He just gives way too many looks at second serve for Carlos Alcaraz not to have the opportunity to attack him.
Well, we've had 2 breaks of serve in successive games here. 1 each to the players. And now we could have a third, because Novak Djokovic finds himself break point down. He's really pushing his luck here. 2 seconds on the clock. Serves onto the backhand. Here's a backhand cross court from Djokovic. He looks a little off balance suddenly. The wind is just discombobulating him. He hits his backhand cross court. Alcaraz reaches it. Goes down the centre with his big backhand. That's off the back edge of the baseline by Djokovic. That's why the oohs and the ahs, they thought it was out. It wasn't. Here's a backhand down the line from him now. He's playing that carefully. He now winds up into a forehand. They're playing a very different kind of rally here. No blasting of the ball, just sort of guiding it and finessing it and trying to keep it in the court. Djokovic break point down, backhand cross court from him. Then he goes the other way down the centre. Forehand off the back foot from Alcaraz. The topspin keeps it in. Now backhand short angle from Alcaraz. Well, would he pull the trigger? He doesn't. He's playing a patient game here, is Alcaraz. Now he goes down the line, but he's missed.
And Novak must have a smile on his face after this rally, asking for the crowd to give him the cheer and the support both of them deserve. I mean, what a rally that was. I know, 29 shots that was played. I mean, absolutely incredible.
And the tension in it. The wind was blowing. There's a couple of times where Alcaraz was going to wind up and then the ball just held up in the wind and stopped. I mean, that is what you do on break points. You know, even if you lose it, you ask the question, you say, you know, I'm just going to keep going.
Yeah.
So great play from both players, but Alcaraz ended up just running out of a bit of patience.
1 second on the service clock. Serves down the centre to Djokovic. He hits his backhand off the back foot. Juice, drop shot, Alcaraz. In comes Djokovic, paddles it cross court. That'll be too good.
That was way too good, and that drop shot was a great idea because the return was very deep and Novak was very much on his heels almost, but the problem is as he left the racket of Carlos Alcaraz way too much air. It just went completely up before coming down, so that gave those extra meters to get actually right on time from Novak Djokovic, and had a lot of options to hit that drop shot back or even to sort of smack it cross court.
This for 2 games all now for Novak Djokovic in a game that he was break point down in. Just taking it 1 point at a time. Serves out wide onto the backhand. Brilliant serve from Djokovic.
What a great save.
Little shake of the fist. And he levels this second set, having taken the first 6-1.
And you know, we were actually looking at his camp the other day when he was struggling on his serve as well, and the advice was to keep his chin up and his upper body up, because sometimes when he's missing the first serve, he sort of go down as well with his upper body, almost as you want to crush the ball down, but the ball is going down too fast and therefore it goes in the net. When he missed on the first serve, he missed actually a lot in the net rather than long. So I think, you know, that has been the advice so far from his camp, is just keep yourself straight up. Look at the ball as much as you can. Don't arch forward too quickly.
So Alcaraz at 2 games all with the wind really bothering him now at the far end, and he waits. He apologises to Djokovic for stopping the ball service toss motion, and he serves this one into the body, hits his forehand down the line. They're having to really hold it in a little bit, the power right now, as the wind is playing a factor in this match. Backhand just over the net from Djokovic. What a lovely shot that was. Now the forehand cross court. Big forehand into the net by Alcaraz.
And that's where Novak, on every single point, if he has a play, is just going to make Carlos Alcaraz play as many shots as he can. Just staying really low, those balls, not having any air, and just making Carlos work for every single point. And this game is going to be so difficult to hold if Carlos doesn't come up with some amazing first serves.
Yeah, love 15 now. He's lost the last 2 games. For 2 games all. That's a great serve out wide. My word, 126 miles an hour, flat as a pancake, and right into the corner, and even Djokovic couldn't get to that one.
15 all.
That's exactly what he needs if he wants to hold here. because those rally from the back of the court are really difficult for him to find a small opening.
Alcaraz is not out of this, but opponents who lose the first set against Novak Djokovic usually are. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. Long goes Djokovic, so this is 30-15. And when you look at the stats, one of the most astonishing of the many astonishing stats of Novak Djokovic. His last 104 matches in which he's won the first set at Grand Slams, he has won the match. 104 in a row.
In a row?
In a row. 303 he's won in total. He's lost 5 when he's won the first set. Forehand cross-court from him, paddled back on the forehand side, cross-court by Djokovic, and now Alcaraz smacks his backhand cross-court, comes in, but oh my word, what a backhand down the line, just missed by a whisk by Djokovic. I thought for a second he'd put that over the net post and in.
And that's great play once again from Carlos Alcaraz, being low 15 down and just coming up with 2 great first serves in a row.
Yeah, you called that, Marion.
Yeah,
the first serve
really
is very important, isn't it?
So important.
Marion Bartoli, 2013 Wimbledon champion, a 2013 Wimbledon champion in the crowd, and Andy Murray looking on as well. That's a great return by Djokovic.
How was that?
132 miles per hour. He just finished his swing. The ball is already there. He had to play a backhand.
It was. It literally was.
I doubt if Alcaraz has ever had that happen to him before in his life.
What a return.
132 mile an hour serve into the body, and Djokovic middled it back even faster. Forehand cross-court by Alcaraz. Down the line goes Djokovic. Backhand slice. He thought about coming in then, did Alcaraz. Changed his mind. Remembered he was at the other end of the net, I think. Here's a forehand into the corner by Djokovic. Lob lifted by Alcaraz. Smash by Djokovic. Lifted lob again by Alcaraz. That's not going over. This is juice.
That was one of Djokovic's best smashes. Tap Marion there, go. He's going to miss this. Blowing around the wind. It was coming from an angle. We know that he can be patchy on his smash, but he got that right. It wasn't a brutal hard smash, but it was right in the open corner.
Yeah,
it was good enough. Didn't lose too much speed. What he tends to do is get a bit pushy and nervous. And you can't, when it goes to smashing, you've got to go hard all the time. That was good effort.
Juice point. Forehand return down the middle from Djokovic. Down the line goes Alcaraz and comes in, plays a backhand hot cushion volley cross court, and an immediate round of applause from Novak Djokovic to his opponent, because he knows how good that was.
What a touch on that volley. I mean, honestly, just a passing shot from Novak once again, absolutely out of this world, and just great feel, amazing feel rear the net. Even Novak has to applaud. It was just way too good.
Suddenly both players playing well at the same time. 2 games all, Alcaraz with the advantage. Serves down the centre. Another extraordinary return from Djokovic, who's in charge. And he just whips excessive topspin cross-court and drops it inside the baseline.
Let me paint you the picture. Since love 15 in that game, Alcaraz served only first serves, okay? And it's still a deuce. I mean, honestly, it's just...
Returning has been unbelievable.
It's insane.
It's fair to say that Djokovic has got his eye in.
Yes, I mean, it's understatement of the year.
It is astonishing to watch.
It is, really is.
Coming at him from Alcaraz at full pace, and he's just dealing with them.
This one he doesn't. First serve.
Into the body on the backhand side, Djokovic nets.
Well, the first serve was missed, so Novak sort of stepped in to expect a slow second serve, and Carlos was like, well, you know what?
You're going to have
whatever. I'm just going to serve another first serve and let's see what happens. Let's hope for the best. He got the best. He won the point.
It's crazy. You have to do that to actually stop Novak from returning at 124 mile an hour second serve.
This to edge ahead again for Alcaraz in this set. He lost the first 6-1, but it's 2 games all advantage. Miscued forehand Djokovic. Alcaraz roars down the far end of the court as he finally gets himself to the safety, relatively speaking, of 3-2.
Alcaraz leads 3 games.
And he keeps the scoreboard lead in this second
First
set. 18 minutes past 3, back to centre court and Wimbledon very shortly. But let's check in on the Rugby League. It's Salford against Lee in the Super League, being watched by Dave Woods.
16 minutes played, it's all square. Salford 4, Lee 4. Salford had the lead in the 10th minute. Kenny Sear at the end of a handling move in the right-hand side. Hint of a knock-on in the build-up, but the try was given. Sneed missed the kick, but literally seconds ago, John Asiata with a punching move himself, and then offloading for Ed Chamberlain to scramble over. Ben Reynolds has got a kick here, so it might be 6-4 for Lee in a moment, but at the moment it's 4 points apiece.
Dave, thank you very much. And at the cricket for us, keeping an eye on the one-day international as part of the women's Ashes, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, England are 62 for none in reply to Australia's impressive 283. Beaumont's going along nicely, 49 off 35. Packed out crowd here at the Ageas Bowl, getting behind England in their must-win game to keep the Ashes alive. England need a further 221 off 40 overs.
Emily, thank you very much. And you can keep across the cricket with every ball on Sports Extra with the TMS team. And news from here at Wimbledon. Earlier today, Henry Searle became the first British winner of the boys' singles title at Wimbledon for 61 years. 1962, Stanley Matthews raised the trophy aloft this afternoon. The moment belonged to Henry Searle, who'll be lifting the trophy here on centre court a little bit later. Alcaraz or Djokovic? David Law.
Well, certainly looks at the moment, Gigi, as if it'll be Djokovic, in as much as he's won the first set. And when he wins the first set, good luck to anybody he's up against. But Carlos Alcaraz, I maintain, is something a bit special. And he's managed to get himself to 3-2 here in the second set. It does feel like he's starting to settle now as he hits his backhand down the centre. The wind is unsettling both at times. Lovely forehand cross-court by Alcaraz. Then an inside-out forehand. Djokovic having to do a lot of running here and showing that his 36-year-old limbs are capable of doing it. Forehand on the line again from Alcaraz. Incredible court coverage, this from Djokovic. Forehand on the line from him. Drop shot by Alcaraz. In comes Djokovic. Down the line forehand. Passing shot, Alcaraz!
What a first point of this game. I mean, honestly, just Carlos Alcaraz going for running around forehands, being completely pulled outside of the court, making Novak Djokovic run from left to right to left, coming up with a drop shot, and once again just that left hand use on the backhand, creating that angle. Absolutely extraordinary first point from both players. The intensity has been rising really from Carlos Alcaraz in the beginning of that second set. I mean, the first set, I think it was still on the nerves of playing the Wimbledon final. Now he's really into that match.
And what an absolutely gorgeous backhand passing shot it was, cross-court. It's the sort of shot that really only these two players, I think, can play, where they're hitting full velocity shots, running absolutely full pelt, and then having the touch and the timing and the imagination to just roll the ball without pace, cross-court at an acute angle. It's Alcaraz now smacking a backhand on the centre. Love 15 up on the Djokovic serve, who goes cross-court. Great forehand cross-court by Djokovic. Alcaraz equal to it. Backhand on the centre from him. Then down the line!
Oh, goodness. He went for it, and he got it.
And again, just those short swings, short preparation. Going for changing the direction as well. He just stays so low on those backhands, taking the ball so early as well.
Okay then. Okay. Now we have a match. 3-2. Alcaraz leads in the second set. Love 30 on the Novak Djokovic serve. He's just played those 2 points well, has Djokovic. And he lost them both.
It's the only consolation, really, isn't it? To go, well, I'm forcing him to hit those sort of shots.
Yeah.
At least he comes up with some of them, then that's just too good.
Serve misses by Djokovic, and that is now becoming a bit of a problem for him. He wins so many points easily when that serve's really going well. The wind is a bit of a nightmare for both players right now. 3-2. Alcaraz. Love 30 he has. Forehand is hit too long on the return, and Alcaraz just shaking his racket with frustration down in front of us.
And again, that's on that side that the mistakes and the enforcers will come more often. That backhand is just so solid on grass. And it's interesting because on clay, obviously it goes the other way around because the ball is bouncing so much higher. But on grass, it's with his two-handed backhand that today has been almost saving him in this match, especially at the beginning of that second set.
Another great serve by Djokovic. Hit the centre service line. Alcaraz did well to even get it back. But what a lovely forehand cross-court by Djokovic right onto the sideline. And Alcaraz is motioning almost to his coaches as if to say, calm down. She's a bit rich. Because he's quite an excitable young lad. all for the better. Maybe he's telling himself to calm down. 30-all on the Djokovic serve. What a fantastic response from Love 30 by the 7-time champion here. Winner of 23 Grand Slam singles titles. That's more than Federer, more than Nadal.
And 22 times more than me.
And me as well.
Yeah, but yours were both really special. Here's a backhand cross court, miscued by Alcaraz.
When you have only one, it's definitely a lot more special. Go back to that only time. When you have 23, you're like, oh, which one is actually more special than the other one?
Yeah, exactly. He's spoiled.
Yeah, exactly.
But interesting second serve there. That's the slowest one he's hit today, and it was a kicker, and it jumped up right above Alcaraz's head, and he got the miss hit out of it.
40-30, Djokovic serves at the back end of Alcaraz, who's not got that.
What a game from Djokovic.
Again, what a save. Love 30 down. 2 amazing points from Carlos Alcaraz at the beginning of this game, but Novak is just never out of those games. I mean, he keeps on plugging in and saying, well, it's okay, you hit 2 amazing points, that's fine. I'm just going to keep at my level. I'm not going to go down. I'm going to keep asking you the questions over and over and over again.
We have news from the cricket with Ellie Windsor.
Yes, just the first wicket gone for England. Sophia Dunkley bowled off the bowling of the leg spin Wareham. She's gone for 13. England need 217 to win. Heather Knight joins Tammy Beaumont at the crease.
Emily, sorry. And it's 3 games apiece here in the second set with Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, who had a 2-love lead, and he just had Love 30, so he's making some inroads. But Djokovic staying with him. And he won the first set 6-1. Forehand down the line by Alcaraz, comes in, backhand volley. Djokovic reaches it, lifts a lob, but that's patted over the net by Alcaraz.
What I like about Alcaraz, when he gets into the net, he gets in really quickly. He's actually court position is better than Djokovic. It's really old school approaching to the net, getting right on top. So even if it is a difficult volley, he doesn't have a long way to go to make it an aggressive volley.
Here's Alcaraz at 3 games all, and 15-love, mid-court forehand. He's coming in again, lob lifted again by Djokovic. This one lands right on the baseline. And now Djokovic should take over. Backhand cross-court from him. Little chip cross-court by Alcaraz, finds the line. Now he races in and plays a little drop shot cross-court. Djokovic slides, lifts the ball, and Alcaraz puts it in the open court. And Alcaraz waving his arms now to this crowd, asking for more.
I can't believe the court coverage from those 2 guys. I mean, this is just ridiculous. The sliding even from Novak of that last drop shot played by Carlos to get that ball still in play, to keep that ball in play somehow. I mean, this is just truly extraordinary. It's even beyond extraordinary. Just dying on the court, really. Just throwing everything he has. Get that ball back in play, no matter what it takes.
3 games all, second set. Alcaraz at 30-love at this near end as the sun comes out and bathes centre court. Looking down from the front row of the royal box are the Prince and Princess of Wales and their children. There's a service return inside out, struck by Djokovic. Oh my word, what a forehand down the line by Alcaraz. Just a swing of the racket. And pinpoint perfection into the corner.
40-love.
It's interesting, Novak really is kind of frustrated down there, looking at his team, sort of saying, you know, what do I do? Do I keep attacking, standing in on this? That's second serve. It's a bit of a miss-hit return, but great serving. Another ace.
Coming alive now, the young man, serving and volleying Gigi. It's old school, Pat Cash appreciates, and it's 4 games to 3 for Carlos Alcaraz. But a set to love for Djokovic.
And there's a different feel, isn't there, around centre court? As you said, I think a few games ago, we got a match on our hands now, but this second set's so vital for Carlos Alcaraz to try and take it back to centre court very shortly. In the meantime, we're going to pop over to court number 3, where we find Naomi Cavaday.
Yeah, it's slipping away from the British duo of Klugman Klugman and Lacey. They lost the opening set 6-4. They're up against the Czech pairing of Kovachkova and Samsonova, but they trail 5-1 in the second. Plenty of tight games and a lot for them to get their teeth into, but the Czech pair looking very clinical, nice and tidy, not too many unforced errors. It's being played at a high level and it's pretty blustery out here still, but it's looking tough for Klugman and Lacey. They're going to have to mount a comeback as they trail 5-1 in the second.
Thank you very much, Naomi. To the Rugby League, the Super League, Salford against Lee and Dave Woods.
25 minutes played. It's now Salford 4, Lee 10. Ricky Lutelli with Lee's second try of the afternoon. Ben Reynolds' kick got caught up in the wind, so it went wide. But it's Salford 4, Lee 10.
Dave, thank you very much. We return our attention to centre court. The roof is open, the clouds are above, but they're the white, fluffy kind. And there's just that hubbub, isn't there, David, among the spectators, slightly in awe of what they're seeing being played out between these two.
Yeah, we are in awe
it is.
Of what's being played out.
The movement is just outrageous. We're sort of hoping for that, expecting that.
And it has been 2 times that when Carlos Alcaraz is going to receive the serve of Novak Djokovic, he's stretching his glutes. He has done it at 3-2 for him, and Novak was able to hold even being after he down. He's doing it again at 4-3 this time for him.
Novak might be running a shot clock here. Watch this. He's took a long time. Oh, it looks like he's paused the shot clock for a second.
Is there any chance that could be cramp?
I don't think so.
No,
just tightness, maybe.
You know the reason I'm asking?
Yes, no, we don't have another drama with cramps, please, David.
A month ago,
that's
it was 2 sets in.
That was unbelievable.
Carlos Alcaraz won the second set 7-5, and it was an astonishing set. And then he suddenly started to cramp, and the match was basically over. Forehand hit cross court by Djokovic, clean winner.
15 love.
Just watching the body language of Alcaraz at the far end, trying to understand some of his gestures. It's certainly frustration, maybe the wind. He's just looked down at his left palm.
I saw that as well.
And I'm just remembering that's exactly what he did at the French Open.
Exactly, I was the first one to see that actually he was starting to cramp on his arm, on his hand even. It was the right hand in Roland Garros that started to cramp first. He just couldn't hold his racket anymore.
I mean, obviously, we have no idea, but it's happened before a month ago. Just watching his body language closely here, it's an incredibly high-octane match. It's only an hour and 22 minutes old. Forehand chip return cross court by Alcaraz, who hits his forehand down the line. Now he chips his backhand down the centre. Djokovic is making him move again. Backhand down the middle from Alcaraz, who leads 4-3 in the second set. Forehand cross court Djokovic. Another ageing rally between these two, and it's Alcaraz who wins it as a backhand's netted by Djokovic. 15-all.
And usually at the beginning of this match, it was more Carlos that was struggling on those balls that were just staying so low, and it was him hitting the net. This time, it's Novak who got up a little bit late on that last backhand.
It seemed to die a little bit on the grass, didn't it?
It didn't bounce, that ball.
Djokovic is patiently going through this service routine, which involves about 17 ball bounces every time, and then falls forward. And Marion and Pat have been describing the serves that go into the net, and they do tend to look like that when he's falling forwards. Alcaraz just dancing around on his toes. He's like a ballet dancer at the far end. You bet you wouldn't hear his footsteps at all. Hits his backhand down the centre. Backhand cross court by Djokovic. Alcaraz moving to his right, trying to get to 15-30 on the Serbian serve. Forehands deeply struck by Djokovic. Big forehand cross court by Djokovic, and he wins the point as Alcaraz just slashes his forehand slice into the net. 30-15 to Djokovic.
What an angle created by Novak.
Yeah, from nowhere, right in the middle of the court. How did he create that angle across there? That's something else.
Yeah, you had for almost the first time of this match, just Goran Ivanisevic getting up from his seat, just sensing the moment as well, the importance of that second set.
3-4 Djokovic in the men's singles final at Wimbledon. A title he's won 7 times before. The first one in 2011, a year that he won More than 40 matches in a row at the start of the year before Roger Federer finally beat him in the French Open semi-finals. That's the first loss of the year. It was halfway through it. Here's a backhand down the line by Alcaraz, and he stoops and he nets. 40-15.
Slowing down slightly the pace, but going for more angles. I mean,
did get the angle there, yeah. Novak looking up to his box again and sort of signalling something about the serve.
Yeah, he's not happy about his
serve. Neither of them was. Maybe it's the wind. They're both under 50% in this set on serve.
This for 4 games apiece.
And Novak is only at 46% this set. Alcaraz 68.
Oh, sorry, 68. Right, 68's good.
Yeah.
These conditions.
Djokovic with a point for 4-all. In comes Alcaraz to try and drive and charge, but he's unable to do so successfully. Long he goes, he rehearses that backhand. It's Djokovic who's levelled.
4 games all, second set.
And that, the fact that he's using semi-second, so he yells up to his box again. That's something about the serve. It's frustrating him. But you just got to, sometimes you have these patches. You just got to keep going.
Yeah.
Goran Ivanisevic knows all about it.
It's a lot of pressure, though, isn't it?
Lovely backhand return, struck by Djokovic, and Alcaraz falling over at the far end of the court. Good first serve, but then he was off balance for the forehand, which is netted. He's under a little bit of stress here, I think. That's 3 points in a row he's lost. 4 points in a row. And the high level that he had down this end of the court from 10 minutes ago has just dipped here from Alcaraz. And then Djokovic is sensing his chance. Second serve for him to have a look at love 15. Puts 2 hands on the racket. Hits his forehand return, snaps it back at Alcaraz, who goes down the line with a forehand. Now Alcaraz with a backhand on the line. That's a good shot from him. Off the top of the net, Djokovic. Forehand whipped cross court by Alcaraz in a clenched fist.
And so far, the different story between the first set and the second set is the points won behind his second serve for Carlos Alcaraz. In the first set, it was only at 40%. Now he's at 67% in that second set. Such a big difference. And again, at love 15, Novak had a look at the second serve and didn't go for too much, just played it back carefully.
15-all, 4 games all. Driven serve at the body. Little drop shot cross court by Alcaraz. It was called out and then overruled by Fergus Murphy, so they're going to do it again. And now Djokovic wants to challenge it.
Challenging the call right near his sideline. Ball was called in.
Well, Novak is pretty sure that ball was out.
Fergus Murphy sure it was in.
Let's see.
And it wasn't.
Yeah.
So well done to the umpire. They've played each other twice before,
Novak,
these two.
Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Alcaraz won their first meeting 7-6 in the third in Madrid last year. They had to wait for more than a year. We had to wait for more than a year for them to face each other. As a swinging serve goes out wide for Alcaraz, an ace for 30-15. And when they finally met in
30-15
Roland Garros, we'd had 3 Grand Slam tournaments pass. And they were winning them between them. As the serve goes down the centre from Alcaraz, backhand cross court from him, then down the centre by Djokovic, who's being made to do a lot of running. Oh, he's gone crashing to the ground there as Djokovic. He's missed the shot, and that was a really heavy fall. Sitting down with his elbows on his knees, he's asked the ball kid to put his racket down. I think he's okay, but that was a nasty tumble. He's up.
And all of his team were actually just getting up their seats, just making sure he's okay. That was just really, really nasty.
There's a lot of grass on the bottom of his shoe there. He caught the heel.
40-15.
Probably the most flexible tennis player we've ever seen, and it's a good job, given the way he went down there.
Yeah.
Wimbledon won last year by Djokovic. Alcaraz won the US Open, which Djokovic wasn't playing because he refused to take the COVID-19 vaccine, and that was a requirement at that time. Alcaraz was then injured for the Australian Open. Djokovic won it, and then finally at Roland Garros they met, and it was 1-set all when Alcaraz cramped horribly. But he holds serve here, and that's impressive. Because at 4 games all and 15 all, he looked a little bit tense, Gigi, but he's held to 15.
This is now the business end of set 2. We'll be back on centre court very shortly, but let's pop across to Dave Woods, who's watching Salford against Lee in the Super League. Dave.
34 minutes play, good game this. It's all square again at 10 points apiece. The second Salford try, King Vunayayawa diving for the line, big stretch of the arm, and despite defenders holding on to him, he managed to get over. Sneeds added the goal. It's 10 points apiece.
Dave, thank you very much. And just a reminder that a little bit earlier today, Rory McIlroy won the Scottish Open. Perfect preparation for the Open that you'll be able to listen to on 5 Live from next Thursday. I think coverage gets underway at 10 a.m. Cricket over on Sports Extra. It's the one-day international part of the Women's Ashes, with the series' multi-format series locked at 6 points apiece. We'll bring you updates on that ball by ball over on Sports Extra, but our focus remains here. What an intriguing game we have now, with Novak Djokovic serving to stay in the second set.
Yeah, this is tantalising now. And there are people on their feet just trying to stretch their legs a little bit, because they know they're probably going to be here for a long, long time. There were thousands on Henman Hill earlier on. Here on Grounds Passage, just wanting to watch it on a big screen and feel the atmosphere, because this has been bubbling for 2 days in anticipation of the greatest male tennis player of his generation and perhaps of any other in Novak Djokovic, up against a man who's as exciting as any we've ever seen at the age of 20, already a Grand Slam champion. And here they lock horns on Wimbledon centre court in the men's singles final. 4-5 Djokovic, who won the first set 6-1, but here comes Alcaraz winning the first point of this 10th game as a forehand's hit inside out and wide by Djokovic. That was a loose one.
And Novak was not happy again with his leg, just testing that leg when he took a big tumble on it, really.
Yeah, he's bum. It's new balls. Novak's losing way too many first points of his service games, adding in the pressure. He's able to deal with it, of course, over his career, but geez, don't need that extra pressure.
Forehand return down the inside out by Djokovic. Now paddle cross court. He's got Djokovic in trouble here. He lines up a backhand pass. But he's missed. Open court. Oh my word. That could be expensive.
Hands on hips, middle of the court, staring up at his box, saying, how did I miss that? Great puff, just flick passing shot. Novak did great just to get his racket on it, push it in the middle of the court, and complete open court.
And just to follow on from your point, Pat, I think this is the 4th time in the set that Djokovic has lost the first point on his serve.
Yep.
And Alcaraz really had the chance there to go up. Love 30. Forehand down the line by Djokovic. Backhand netted by Alcaraz.
And Novak, before that last serve, was only winning 60% of his point behind his first serve. 60%. I mean, we can all recall the match against Orkac when both of them were at 90% plus on their first serve. Only 60% now, back at 63, actually querying exactly Carlos Alcaraz. He's at 64% for this set, 63 total for this match.
30-15 Djokovic, forehand return down the middle by Alcaraz, moves to his right, snaps a forehand back, then he runs to his right, really goes after that forehand, it's deeply struck, he's hitting the ball truly here, and that's a netted backhand. Djokovic down the line, and he looks up in frustration. This is 30 all, Alcaraz is 2 points from the set.
30 all.
Well, that's very rare to see him missing from the back of the court like this when he's into the rally and he's not completely stretched outside of the court.
Andy Murray's looking down from the stands on the court on which he beat Novak Djokovic for that Wimbledon title 10 years ago.
Can you imagine, 10 years later, the same player is still playing?
Forehand return down the line by Alcaraz. Chance to set up set point here. Backhand on the centre from him. Long goes Djokovic, does he? Yes, with a forehand.
Yep.
Time has stopped as Fergus Murphy indicates it's out, and Djokovic doesn't believe it.
Novak
Djokovic wants to challenge.
He was out though.
Right baseline.
Set point.
Was called out.
I think it might have been wide rather than long in the end. Excessive topspin, I think, brought it onto the baseline, but I think the right side of the baseline, is it in, is it out? It's in! Wow.
Replay the point.
Replay the point.
That is huge. That would have been set point to Carlos Alcaraz had he won that point, and he's got to do it all over again.
I'm not sure what Carlos Alcaraz is complaining about. I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
So, 5-4 Alcaraz in the second set. First set, Djokovic 6-1. 30-all. Alcaraz returns with a forehand. Forehand cross-court by Djokovic. Met in kind by huge forehand, but long by Alcaraz. And this is game point for Djokovic to level off at 5-all.
40-30.
Going for that.
Yeah, he's showing a little bit more frustration than usual as well.
Time and again, he's seeing that short forehand and going for it, but still just missing a few.
Does look like he's burning some nervous energy here, does Carlos Alcaraz, right in front of us. He's just shaking with emotion and fury at his inability to play the shots he wants all the time. Forehand cross-court from him, replied into the net by Djokovic. This is juice.
Novak going a little bit backwards with his upper body on that last shot. Just he was serving a first serve, but can't really have an easy ball to play after that. You just have to grind from the back of the court, even though it's a first serve. Once again, I'm insisting, but it's so important. First serve point one, only 58%. After his first serve on this set, 68 overall. Just very low for players like him.
This is an hour and 2 minutes old, this set. There are some strong bladders inside centre court. I don't think anybody's left for the loop. Here's a serve out wide onto the forehand by Djokovic. Inside out forehand by Alcaraz, who's now going to turn around quickly and play this backhand cross-court. Backhand chip cross-court by Djokovic. Alcaraz trying to go set point up here. He drives into a backhand cross-court. Djokovic meets it with his own. Now he hits his backhand off the back foot. Drop shot, Alcaraz netted.
And that's one of his best shots. He doesn't quite do it as well on grass, does he? But
well, he has less time.
Yeah.
On play, the ball sits up slightly more, so he really has the time to go underneath with the racket head on that one. You can see on the replay, just get caught a little bit by surprise because that ball went a little bit faster than what he was actually expected to get.
It was pretty much the right shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Djokovic is back and
it was.
Just had to get it over the net. Not easier said than done.
Djokovic seeking to become the oldest champion here at Wimbledon. Seeking to win his 8th Wimbledon title. The same number as Roger Federer, and a 5th in a row if he can win today. Alcaraz playing his first Wimbledon final. Returns with a backhand down the centre, blasts it straight back at Djokovic, then inside out forehand, he's coming in as Alcaraz plays a forehand volley. Djokovic reaches it, goes cross-court, clips the top of the net, little drop shot volley on from Alcaraz, cross-court goes the passing shot from Djokovic, he wins the point. Alcaraz tumbles, and Djokovic is staring at somebody in the crowd, and he's looking at them as if to say, I can't hear you.
Are you kidding me? I mean, those cheers are just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Just that drop shot from Carlos Alcaraz was just extraordinary this time. And just that playback, slice, backhand cross-court from Novak Djokovic. Carlos still trying to go to it, diving to get that ball back in play. And listen to this.
Djokovic almost joking with some people in the crowd.
Was that average, right? Just average shot?
Thank you.
That's what he was showing.
I mean, has anybody ever looked more relaxed in a Wimbledon final than Novak Djokovic does right now? As he levels up at 5 games all in this second set. Having won the first set 6-1, he just went toe-to-toe with a 20-year-old who runs like Roadrunner. And a forehand is hit down the centre by Alcaraz. Off the back foot, he swipes to the forehand and goes long, and that was a panicky forehand.
It just goes for too much too soon, in my humble opinion. I might be wrong, but I just have that feeling.
He wants to use that dominant forehand, of course, to really push Novak around, but it's sometimes it's just not on a grass court. That's pretty much the difference between the two players, isn't it? The back of the court, isn't it? Alcaraz seeing the opportunity, not quite making it.
It was a big shot, that overall, at 30 all on the forehand of Djokovic that was called in on the replay. And that gave him 40-30 rather than set point against. And then that last point of the game, Djokovic, I think, really shocked Alcaraz with what he was able to do. Forehand on the line from him. Alcaraz backhand cross court at love 15 and 5 games all. They trade toe-to-toe down the centre on backhands. Then an inside-out forehand by Alcaraz. He then hits his backhand on the middle. Forehand down the line by Djokovic, who looks really relaxed down the other end. Forehand cross court by Alcaraz. Running to his right and netting is Djokovic. And well played, Carlos Alcaraz, for fending him off.
I mean, those angles both players are able to find. It's just
15 all.
absolutely...
At pace.
Yeah.
At pace. They're hitting it
It's
hard with
insane.
angles.
Insane.
It's like there was a collective hold of breath inside centre court as these balls were going faster and faster, side to side, and people wondering who's going to end up winning the rally. 5 all, 15 all, Alcaraz wins the point. Long goes the forehand from Djokovic, who looks frustrated that he, as the best returner we've ever seen, is missing.
30-15.
Best returner you've ever seen, Pat? Do you think?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some good ones on the men's side. Jimmy Connors, Andre Agassi.
Yeah. Just consistently gets the ball deep on full stretch.
Yes.
What great body serve.
Alcaraz brings down the hammer, 132 miles an hour, and he has a point for a 6-5 lead.
40-15.
All the camera lenses down this near end of the court to Alcaraz, this right, pointing at the young man, who serves down the centre. Another bullet, and that's not coming back. And Alcaraz marches towards his chair, Gigi. He's going to have at least a tie-break in this match now. He leads 6-5 in the second set, trailing by a set to love.
I think we're all going to need a lie-down if this goes to a tie-break at the end of the second set. My word, there's some extraordinary / silly stuff being played out here on centre court. Back here very shortly to see if Novak Djokovic can take it to a second set tie-break. But a few things to check in on, including the cricket taking place in Southampton, being watched by Emily Windsor.
Yeah, England are now 86 for 2. Just lost the big wicket of Heather Knight. It was LBW to Alana King, who was brought into the side. Heather Knight gone for 12. England need a further 197 runs to win.
Thank you very much, Emily. And TMS has ball-by-ball coverage of the cricket over on Sports Extra. To the Rugby League and to Dave Woods.
Well, it's half-time and Salford are leading by 16 points to 10 against Lee. They took the lead just a couple of minutes before the break. Andy Ackers, the hooker, bouncing into Big Ben Nakabuwai, the Lee forward, and then spun away and reached over the line to score. Sneed has kicked the goal, so it's Salford 16, Lee 10 at half-time.
Dave, thank you very much. And back here at Wimbledon, British interest, Naomi Cavaday on court 3.
Well, it almost looked like we were going to have a huge turnaround for the British pair of Klugman and Lacey. They were a set and 5-1 down. They got it all the way back to 5-all. They were 2 points away from losing a couple of times, but now they find themselves championship point down at a set and 6-5. So the Czech pairing of Kovačkova and Samsonova closing in on the girls' title.
Naomi, thank you very much. And back here to centre court, where David Lord, Novak Djokovic looking to serve us into a second set tiebreak.
Thanks, Gigi. And the last time they played each other, these two, Djokovic won the second set 7-5. He's 6-5 up in this one. Can he break? Here he comes for another line. Backhand volley. Played very well by Novak Djokovic. Firm as you like.
Risky play. It wasn't a great drop shot, was it? But he followed it in.
I almost knew exactly where Carlos would play that last forehand. He's just stand there, cover it down the line.
Djokovic continues to just take his time here on centre court. He'll do things in his own time. he just stops for a second and the clock stopped. And now he has another go. And serves down the centre.
Novak Djokovic challenging the call.
Wants to challenge.
Left service line. Ball was called out.
So we got a Hawkeye challenge here.
Second serve.
Just missed.
5-6 Djokovic, 15 love. Fergus Murphy has to have eagle eyes himself, you know, just to see when Djokovic has decided to challenge, because all he does is just sort of move his finger as if to say, I want to challenge, and he has to see that. There's Novak, a double fault from Djokovic.
Remaining.
This is 15-all. Alcaraz dancing on his toes at the far end of the court. His white T-shirt, wristbands, and his fluorescent yellow framed racket. And his dark, thick brown hair. Very similar to Djokovic's hair. I must admit, sometimes they're in the middle of a rally and I forget which one's which. They both move so well, they're similar build. Here's a forehand long by Alcaraz. On the return, that'll frustrate him. Good serve from Djokovic, though.
30-15.
Yeah, it's his go-to, isn't it? That second serve.
And Goran keeps on talking to him. Actually, as he picks up the ball, he just asks for some advice. What should I do? Get that first serve in, please. It's just not going.
5-6 Djokovic, 30-15, trying to get into a tie-break, and he wins all the tie-breaks. Here's a backhand chip down the centre, whips his forehand inside out. Alcaraz slices his backhand, drifts it onto the baseline, then hits his two-hander down the middle. That's wild by Djokovic. This is 30-all. Djokovic lifted that forehand long, and he's talking to himself in front of us.
Yeah, not really keeping the aggression on that last rally, just a little bit playing carefully, trying to roll that forehand back into the court.
(30-all). 5-6 Djokovic. He took the first set 6-1 in just 34 minutes. An hour and 12 minutes later, they're still in the second set. Good serve down the centre. Comes back, but long by Alcaraz. 40-30.
He was at 52%. First serve in when he was 30-15 up. Novak Djokovic, he served 2 first serves in a row. He's now at 55%, but you have the feeling that still making almost 1 out of 2 is just not quite enough if he really wants to get the upper hand in this match. As Alcaraz is just so aggressive of those returns.
Winner of this match will get $2.3 million as the forehand drifts long by Alcaraz. And Djokovic takes it into a tie-break.
Well, not quite really 2.3 because you have to give 48% to the tax in here.
Yeah.
So you're not really...
I think
second set.
48?
Yes, that's what I paid when I won here 10 years ago. 48%. So you don't really walk away with everything.
I'm guessing it hasn't gone down since then.
Or maybe it did, but I don't know.
The state of the economy here at the moment. Tie-break. Will Novak lose one? He's got to lose one at some stage, one of these tiebreakers.
First point of the tiebreak will be going over to court number 3 in just a moment as we have a result there. But here's the first point of this tiebreak. 6 games all. It'll be Alcaraz to start it. Djokovic, who's lost only 4 tiebreaks out of 25 this year. Backhand down the line is missed by Alcaraz. He's gone long. He's going to challenge this, but I don't see it happening for him personally.
Right, baseline.
I think honestly it's slightly long. I didn't see a puff of chalk coming out of that backhand down the line.
Oh, my eyes must have deceived me. I thought I saw it. Nope.
You saw it in?
I thought I saw a puff of chalk.
No, that's long. So, Naomi Kamada on court 3. We have a result.
Miles away. Miles away.
10 centimetre out.
Carlos Alcaraz has 3 challenges remaining.
It's the runners-up plate for Hannah Klugman and Izzy Lacey here on court 3 as the Czech pairing of Elena Kovačkova and Laura Samsonova take the girls' doubles trophy 6-4, 7-5.
And now the 2023 Wimbledon girls doubles champions from the Czech Republic.
Here is a serve down the centre from Djokovic, and there's the return long from Alcaraz. And Djokovic has now won 15 tie-breaks in a row.
Djokovic.
Well, don't look at me like this, David. At least I don't have to play him on a tie-break.
Yeah, I mean, that's an unbelievable record. He's got to lose one at some stage.
I was talking to Jonathan Overend earlier, our commentator on the Andy Murray victory 10 years ago. He said, imagine if Alcaraz actually won a tie-break. That'd stir things up a bit. But it's looking unlikely.
Well, what
Big
is
serve, 3-love.
Very interesting, David and Pat, is throughout that set, Novak Djokovic has really struggled with his first serve getting in, and has been under a lot of pressure. He won the first point, he's 1-love up, and all of a sudden come up with 2 great first serves in a row just to win cheap points back to back.
I think he's hit 5 first serves in a row now, hasn't he?
From the back end of the last service game at 5-6, to serve to get himself into a tie break, and those 2 serves here.
Love 3, Alcaraz at the far end on serve. It's only the 1 mini break, and he's won the first points that he's won on serve, and it's 3-1. Big serve, backhand return, long Djokovic, and he's frustrated Djokovic. Even that he thought he should have made.
He's frustrating because he had a great play at that ball that was right into his racket.
Yep. Normally makes those ones.
Yeah.
So Alcaraz, can he edge his way back into this tie break? Serves out wide and aces. 3-2 now, Djokovic.
That's why he was frustrating on the previous one, because that one he can't touch it, there's nothing you can do, but the previous one,
3-2.
he had for his
Djokovic.
level a good play at it.
First 7 points, of course, in a tie break, and you must be leading by a clear margin of 2. Djokovic has 3. Alcaraz 2. Djokovic just in front of us, broad-shouldered these days. He has put on a bit of muscle in the last couple of years. Serves out one onto the backhand. It comes back. Drop shot Djokovic. Nets. 3-all.
And Goran Ivanisevic can't believe that shot selection, I'm sorry, at that moment of that tie break, just going backwards with his hand towards the sky as if, what are you doing? It's just not the moment to go for that drop shot. It was a great first serve. He could have gone for a really good two-handed backhand. His bread and butter shot, just decided to go for a drop shot, which is, again, so difficult that moment of the match to have the feel to really go for it, and especially with the speed of Alcaraz moving forward as well.
Stefan Edberg shown in the crowd. Twice a champion in 1988 and 1990. Also a final against Boris Becker in 1989. They had 3 in a row against one another. He's lapping this up as well. 3 points all in the second set tiebreak of this Wimbledon men's singles final. First set, Djokovic 6-1. Backhand return down the centre by Alcaraz. Forehand blasted cross court, reached by Alcaraz at the feet of Djokovic. Here comes Alcaraz, reaches it, back nets. What a brilliant touch volley that was from Novak Djokovic, Pat Cash.
That was about as clutch as you could possibly get at any stage in his career. That ball dipping down.
4-3.
And he required a lot of great touch for it to get past Alcaraz. Probably wrong shot selection there. Alcaraz tried to hit a topspin shot or block shot. He really was too low. He needed to slice it.
(3-4) Alcaraz serves out wide and misses. Crowd thought he'd made it, some of them. No challenge. Djokovic stands up tall, 2 hands on the racket. Laser beams for eyes in on this ball as he hits his backhand return. Forehand inside out. Wrong footing Djokovic with a forehand by Alcaraz to level up at 4 games all, and the man on the front row stands and claps.
And that second serve was just so good. I mean, the amount of kick.
Wow.
It was just getting Novak completely off balance. Couldn't recover on that wrong footing.
For Carlos Alcaraz, it feels like the match is right here. Has to find a way to win this tiebreak. 4 points all. Serves down the centre onto the backhand of Djokovic. Cross-court forehand just inside the baseline from the Spaniard. Then a backhand cross-court that Djokovic meets, perfectly balanced at the far end. Down the line he goes. Then cross-court backhand Djokovic. Backhand reply cross-court. Great shot by Alcaraz at an angle. Now a big forehand. He's got Djokovic scrambling here as Alcaraz. Now a drop shot! Winner! On the forehand! Alcaraz is coming!
And 1 point again from Carlos Alcaraz, just so gutsy. I mean, because Novak Djokovic had for a moment a little bit of the upper hand in that rally, but an amazing backhand cross-court once again got him to turn a table and get Novak off balance, and just to play that cute drop shot from the forehand side at that moment of the match. I mean, you just have to say sometimes too good from your opponent. That was just absolutely extraordinary.
Novak Djokovic led this tiebreak by 3 points to love. He's now 4-5 down. He never loses tiebreaks.
Time violation, warning. Novak Djokovic.
Djokovic stands like a statue to take that all in. Fergus Murphy gives him the time violation. It's been coming, all set, but what a time to call it, Pat Cash.
Yeah.
4-5 down in the tie-break.
It's pretty harsh from the crowd too.
But if the clock runs out, what are you meant to do as an
Players
umpire?
are ready, thank you.
And tiebreakers usually tend to give a little bit of a leeway.
The players do tend to take a little bit more time in the tie-break as well. And he did, and he's over. Serves out wide and misses Djokovic. And I tell you what, Fergus Murphy might get it from Novak Djokovic in a couple of minutes if he doesn't win this tie-break, or even if he does. 5-4 Alcaraz. And he's just swaying to and fro right in front of us, just full of adrenaline now as he lines up this serve and hits a forehand return. Djokovic reaches it down the line. Backhand cross-court by Alcaraz. In he comes to the net. Backhand volley, but he's netted. Alcaraz, he lunged and netted.
Slightly too far from the net, right? But to play that volley for the first time, he didn't actually run that quickly or rush to the net as quick as usually he's doing.
I think it was almost a second thought, wasn't it? He hit the backhand and just paused for a second and thought, well, that's not the best backhand I've ever hit. But he thought, oh, I'm going to go for it anyway. And just a bit too far back from the court to try that. I mean, John McEnroe would have hit that, but you know, only the very, very best could have made that.
One way or another, it'll be set point after this one. Back and return down the centre at 5-all on Djokovic's serve. Forehand down the line by Alcaraz. Now he'll move to his left and hits a backhand. Lifts it onto the baseline. Cross-court Djokovic backhand. Now he'll slice a backhand and drift it down the centre. Whipped forehand conservatively by both players this time. And another one from Alcaraz. He thinks about coming forward. Now he does. Goes with a forehand volley. He's going to be passed, but he hits a volley. And now he will be passed by Novak Djokovic with a backhand on the line.
The nerves of steel.
Even my heart is actually pumping out of my chest when I'm looking at those rallies. I feel almost I'm playing those shots with them. I mean, just being able to find the way to still hit those passing shots when you have Carlos Alcaraz just putting so much pressure on you. It's incredible.
And the risky thing is when Alcaraz was there, hit the first volley, he sort of skipped to go back into the middle of the court. But if he'd stood there, that would have been the easiest put-away volley. The gutsy play from Djokovic.
Djokovic with set point. Serve out wide from Alcaraz. Backhand off the back foot, hits the baseline.
Oh,
Djokovic nets.
Hit the net. Pretty standard backhand.
The players change ends.
Can you imagine if Novak didn't miss that drop shot? That last passing shot would have been the set for him. Because that's the only point he lost on this serve. And now he had a pretty routine backhand for him and just couldn't make the shot. He knew he had it in his racket. I mean, he's still human. He can feel some sort of nerves as well.
Shaking his head on the way right through, all the way to the change, to the net, to the chair. He's grabbed a sip of water, but yep, that was Djokovic was way in that rally, just from nowhere. Mistake.
This set has been going on for 1 hour and 23 minutes, and it ain't over yet. 6 points all in the second set tiebreak. Djokovic first set 6-1.
Let first serve.
Top of the net clipped by Alcaraz. He'll have another go. Alcaraz at 6-all serves into the net.
Went for the body serve.
The crowd wondered whether that was a double fault. Maybe they've forgot that the ball clipped the top of the net on the first one. Here's the second serve. Djokovic standing up tall, looking at Alcaraz and hitting his backhand return down the middle. Backhand cross-court by Alcaraz and into the net. Djokovic for a second time, and Djokovic turns around to Goran Ivanisevic and says, "Where's my game gone?" Set point Alcaraz.
Well, on his best shots as well, just missing 2 backhand in the net, which is really unusual for Novak.
Alcaraz.
I think he sensed the importance of the moment. He knows if he gets that tie-break and he's leading 2-love, the match is almost his, and just getting a little too tight.
Novak Djokovic is facing set point in an actual tie-break. 6-7. Serves onto the back and it comes back! Alcaraz stands with his finger to his ear! Everybody's on their feet! The great Novak Djokovic has lost a tiebreak. 15 in a row he'd won. He never loses them when it matters. But he's lost one today, the Wimbledon final. And Carlos Alcaraz has levelled this Wimbledon final at 1-set-all.
My advice would be to lie down in a darkened room for a couple of minutes. Gather yourself, because we are in for the long haul. It's game on, match on, final on, as Alcaraz takes that second set on the tie-break. Gasps and people looking at each other thinking, my word, this is a ticket to have. It certainly is. But you've got a front row seat with us here on Radio 5 Live, and you can sync up our commentary with the television pictures on the website or the iPlayer. But let's take a little bit of a breather from here at SW19, and with the time coming up to 10 minutes past 4, let's get the latest news headlines with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ukraine's Deputy Defence Minister says the situation in the east has worsened. She's reported that Ukrainian forces have been on the defensive for 2 days now in the face of Russian attacks in the Kupiansk sector east of Kharkiv. Italy's health minister has warned people in Rome to stay indoors from 11 in the morning until 6 in the evening due to soaring temperatures. Several countries across the Northern Hemisphere are experiencing dangerous and sustained heat. The Business Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, has defended the UK's decision to join a trade bloc with several countries in the Asia and the Pacific, despite official estimations saying that it would add less than 0.1% to the UK economy over 10 years. Japan, Australia and New Zealand are among the 11 countries already in the trade pact, known as CPTPP. And more than 40 pilot whales have died after a mass stranding on a beach in the Western Isles. About 55 of the mammals were discovered washed up on the Isle of Lewis this morning.
The 151st Open from Royal Liverpool.
Oh, Phil Mickelson! Wow, what a round! Who will write their name in history and claim the claret jug?
Oh, yes! What a way to do it! Henrik Stenson! Rory McIlroy is an Open champion. Wowee, what a way to do it.
Live from Royal Liverpool with Mark Chapman, myself, Ian Carter and the team.
Colin Morikawa, golf's newest superstar. What a finish.
Starts Thursday at 1.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Wimbledon 2023 on 5 Live.
With Gigi Salmon.
And we'll be back to the final very shortly, as Djokovic's backhand has not returned for the start of the third set as he nets off the first point, starting serving at the beginning of the third. They have split the first 2 sets. Let's check in with the cricket at Southampton, the Women's Ashes. There for us, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, England have just lost the big wicket of Tammy Beaumont off the leg spin bowling of Alana King. She went for 60. The score's now 126 for 3, needing a further 157 to win. Nat Sciver-Brunt and Alice Capsey at the crease, who have just been caught. She's dismissed, so it's now 123 for 4, England.
Emily, thank you very much. The TMS team have every ball of that match over on Sports Extra. To the Rugby League and Dave Woods.
29 minutes left to play. Salford 22, Lee 14. Salford extending their lead when Ben Helliwell dived over a moment or two ago, but then seconds ago Lachlan Lamb has just grabbed a try back for Lee with a dodging effort. It's 22-14 going into the last 29 minutes.
Thank you, Dave. Now, just to mark your card, and we'll be live in Australia next week with the start of the Women's World Cup. Every England match is live from Australia on 5 Live. And we kick things off on Monday night with Gabby Logan presenting our World Cup preview show. That's alongside Lionesses Ellen White and Steph Houghton. That's from 7 on Monday night's 5 Live Sport. The live action, that gets underway on Thursday with Australia against Ireland. That's part of a massive day of sport that also includes the 4th Ashes Test and the first day of the Open from Hoylake. But back to centre court, there's not that many spaces, despite the fact people, Russell Fuller, had to sit in their seats for 85 minutes for that second set, but no one wants to miss a second of this engrossing final.
Centre court still looking very, very full indeed. After 2 hours and 4 minutes of this men's singles final of 2023. Forehand from Djokovic, who is serving first in this third set and hitting an air shot. missing his forehand and finding himself at 30 all, having lost the second set on a tiebreak. And as David was saying, after a run of 15 consecutive tiebreaks won in Grand Slams, Djokovic has lost one to Carlos Alcaraz for the first time since the Australian Open second round, where he lost one to the world number 191 at the time, Enzo Quaco of France. Quite a run, brought to an end. And what a significant moment in the match it could prove to be. This is Djokovic hitting a backhand down the line to the forehand cross-court of Alcaraz. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand. Djokovic cross-court with a forehand. Alcaraz down the line, approaching the net. The lob from Djokovic is long.
And Novak hesitating during that rally to come in. Decided to stay back, and again it's Carlos Alcaraz who is winning now those rallies from the back of the court, just hitting harder than Novak Djokovic and not missing. In the first set he was trying to hit hard, but he was missing more, and now it's just almost every single time finding some incredible shots.
Are things turning around? Djokovic won the first set by 6-1, but now Alcaraz has a break point to take the early initiative in the third, and that's Djokovic putting a first serve into the net as he chases an 8th Wimbledon title, a 24th Grand Slam singles title, and his 3rd Grand Slam of the year, having triumphed at the Australian Open and the French Open. Just wide, Alcaraz with the backhand down the line.
That's the shot. He comes in a long way inside the baseline in the second serve. He's had a lot of success with that this tournament. The serve was just good enough. Well, otherwise, another inch and was clean winner.
Juice. Sun coming out above centre court. I think the worry of a shower that might force the closure of the roof or the covers being brought on has passed, because there's more blue sky, there's sunshine over this famous old court. It's Juice, the drop shot from Alcaraz. It's too deep. Djokovic cross-court with the backhand. Alcaraz is there, and he's past Djokovic. Cross-court with the backhand winner.
And again, on that side, I mean, from the backhand side of Carlos Alcaraz, it's almost impossible to let the ball pass him. I mean, just with the flick of the wrist at the last moment, has the incredible passing shot cross-court, because it was not a good drop shot for once. He was really on the stretch, and just finding that flick of the wrist, left-handed, doing all the work, open stance.
Djokovic, yeah, he was covering the line, wasn't he? Too much, just heading that way, so anything across court was the winner.
Second break point for Alcaraz.
First arm.
Oh, Djokovic hit the central service line, but
Djokovic thinks everything's against him now.
The let had to be called.
Yeah, this must have been the finest of lets, but that's what the machine's there for.
Alcaraz did get the service return back in play, so no great advantage squandered, other than the frustration of having to land another first serve when break point down for the second time in the opening game of the third set. Djokovic serves, lands the first serve. No, he doesn't. It's called out. He's not sure about this once again, the 36-year-old from Belgrade. But this is definitely a second serve, and he's definitely break point down for a second time. Djokovic to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic's backhand down the centre. Alcaraz with the forehand. Djokovic down the line and into the net. And it's the backhand that's letting him down again. And having saved a set point to win the second set on a tiebreak, it's now the 20-year-old who draws first blood in set number 3 as Djokovic has a little word with umpire Fergus Murphy. He's now complaining about the time violation when 4-5 down in the tiebreak. You may have just heard him say, you must feel good about yourself. He didn't say anything at the end of the second set, but now the frustration is getting the better of him.
Well, his backhand's let him down. It's a rock-solid shot normally, but it's just he's going through a bad patch at the moment with it. And he's down a break now, Djokovic. He's going to have to find a way. Alcaraz is winning the majority of the rallies from the baseline. So, as Marion pointed out in that game, he had a couple of opportunities to come in to mix the play up. At the moment, Alcaraz is the best player from the back of the court, so Novak's going to have to find a solution.
Forehand return from Djokovic. It's a fine return. It's a volley from just inside the baseline by Alcaraz. Backhand down the line, Djokovic clips the net but goes over. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz with great power. Djokovic with a huge forehand response. Backhand cross-court Djokovic, who's really going after the ball in this rally. Now he pushes the backhand down the line. Mid-court ball for Djokovic. Hits the backhand cross-court. Alcaraz down the line. Djokovic on the stretch onto the sideline. And Alcaraz nets.
I mean, that's just outrageous point. That Djokovic has to do that now, produce this sort of tennis, because Alcaraz is just not missing. And that was just a phenomenal point. But yeah, you're right. He's really upped it, didn't he, there in that rally, Djokovic? He's frustrated with the back end, really unleashed 2 or 3 of them in that rally, much harder than he's been hitting them.
Love 15, forehand return, Djokovic, wide.
And I think it's fair to say as well that Carlos Alcaraz, after that first set, when he was, you know, a little bit too tense and missing too much, after that he really went toe-to-toe from the back of the court with Novak Djokovic and resisting. And he has been the only player almost being able to do that. And usually Novak gets some cheap points here and there.
That's long, the backhand from Djokovic, but this time it was a very deep serve by Alcaraz.
What is frustrating him as well is the fact that they have really some good rallies, extended rallies, left and right, and usually get a bit of a dip from his opponent, and then he can capitalize on the game. Today it didn't happen, just Alcaraz comes back with even better shots almost every single time.
1-love, 30-15. Early stages of the third set. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, Pat Cash, champion in 1987, and Marion Bartley, champion in 2013, are in the commentary box with us. Penultimate centre court match of the championships this year. Women's doubles final to follow. Djokovic's forehand cross-court is wide.
The wind maybe just blew it a little bit as it was floating through.
14-15.
And it's the extra pressure that he has to go for these shots more than he would like.
2 game points for a 2-love lead for Alcaraz. US Open champion. If he adds the Wimbledon title to the US Open crown, he will remain as the world #1. The top ranking will be determined by what happens here this afternoon. Forehand from Djokovic, push back to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic hits the backhand, forehand, Alcaraz, just long.
Even that backhand was just
keeping the top of the net. I think Novak has to almost sort of hits hard his nerves. You know, I think he just gets so tense and so nervous towards the end of that second set. Couldn't find his first serve. Felt a bit unlucky with some calls, as well as the warning from the chair umpire. Just get to let everything out of his chest right now.
Alcaraz in towards the body of Djokovic, who nets on the forehand. And Alcaraz has consolidated the break of serve early in this third set of the final.
Alcaraz leads 2 games to love. Third set.
An engrossed centre court. Some people looking very smart. Jackets, suit and tie, elegant dresses. Others going with shorts and a t-shirt, polo shirt. Very colourful view as we watch on from the commentary box here. Djokovic with a service winner next to the royal box. And a little bit further along, above the other scoreboard, which is behind Novak Djokovic, are the players' boxes crammed full of supporters of Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz. It's Djokovic here steering a backhand deep to the back of the court. Forehand Alcaraz cross-court. Djokovic with a forehand cross-court. Alcaraz forehand. Djokovic with the drop shot. Lots of height on it. Gives Alcaraz time. The volley from Alcaraz to finish the point after Djokovic just tried to chip that over his head. But he was able to reach it, Alcaraz. And the volume wasn't quite deafening enough for the 20-year-old.
And again, Novak going for the drop shot on the backhand. He tried actually to do that at 3-2 for him in the tie break, and he missed it. But I really don't think it's the play for him. I mean, Alcaraz is just so fast off the blocks. I don't think he could get away with that shot.
15 all. Backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand. Alcaraz's backhand to Djokovic's backhand. Slice backhand Alcaraz. Slice backhand into the net Djokovic.
It's almost like Novak can't get one cheap point at all. It was the case in the first set. He was playing well, but Alcaraz was misfiring on a lot of balls. But after that, it's just absolutely almost nothing, giving him nothing. Absolutely not any unforced errors.
This is now a very dangerous moment for Djokovic at love 2, 15-30 in this third set. Just missing with the first serve. Second serve from Djokovic. It's to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic's backhand, Alcaraz with the backhand. To the backhand of Djokovic once again. Giving that backhand a good workout is Alcaraz right now. The volley from Djokovic. Passing chance, Alcaraz. Brilliant stretch volley from Djokovic. Alcaraz gets another racket on the ball. But not even the 20-year-old wonder kid is able to work that one back into court. And Djokovic somehow hangs on to the point.
It's incredible. Like, even have a chase to that last volley from Novak. I mean, just really going up for any kind of ball. Alcaraz just refusing to give up on anything, trying to chase everything he can.
He's living dangerously, isn't he, Djokovic at the moment? Absolutely. I mean, really dangerously. That was not a good drop shot. Alcaraz really thumped the ball. It's great reflexes from Djokovic.
30 all, chipped back on the forehand over the baseline by Alcaraz.
40-30.
When your opponent is sort of going on a bit of a run, you try to slow them down as much as you can and take a few easy free points and just sort of calm the whole situation down. But Novak's just not getting any free points. They required great serve there.
Game point now to Djokovic. Who will become the oldest man in the Open era to win Wimbledon if he triumphs today. He's a little bit older than Roger Federer was when he beat Marin Cilic in 2017. 2.5 months. Game point Djokovic, but struggling to get a first serve into play here. This is the second serve onto the forehand of Alcaraz, who nets. Djokovic. And that was a really good hold from 15-30 down. Djokovic on the board in this third set, but Alcaraz still
2 games to
with
1.
the break.
Third
and
set.
the 2-1 advantage.
He's living dangerously, isn't he, Novak? You know, somehow he's got to try to wrestle back some of these rallies. Not only does he have to worry about Alcaraz serving better, as he has been, so he's missing, you know, he's getting 3 points there, Alcaraz, on Novak's serve. But when the rallies, he is the dominant player, and you know that's Novak's two greatest strengths: to be able to return the ball consistently all the time, putting pressure on the opponent, and then getting him into rallies and winning those rallies. But you know, just had a bad patch there with his backhand. He's hanging in there. I mean, that reflex volley, that got past Alcaraz. That was 2 break points looking right there. And then not a great drop shot again. So he's got to find a solution to this. He's got to somehow mix up the play to Alcaraz. I would say just start throwing in some slice backhands again. And then ripping after the ball. Djokovic. And Alcaraz is very comfortable where he's at the moment.
Seats quickly, please.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and Russell.
take your
We are
seats,
going to be back
please.
shortly, but it's going to take a while for people to take their seats, which means we can get a quick update from the Rugby League with Dave Woods.
Where we've got an interesting situation. It's Salford 22, Lee 20. Zach Hardacre has just scored after a number of handling errors from both sides, but Hardacre eventually getting there. Reynolds has got a kick here to make it all square. He's put the ball down, he's stepped back, he's just having a look at the sticks. This could be a huge moment here. Has a look again, just bends his knee and strides forward to strike the ball, and it has gone over. So it's all square, 22-22.
Oh, great timing, Dave. Thank you very much. The crowd have finally settled. Those who left at the end of the third set, the second set, sorry, the action is underway in the third, and it's back to Russell.
Yes, the stewards were trying to get people to sit down as quickly as they possibly could. Slight delay before this game resumed. And that was Djokovic off balance just behind the baseline, letting out a shriek of anxiety as he hit the backhand too long. So Carlos Alcaraz with the break in this third set, the final level at 1-set-all, has 15 love. He's going to serve and volley here, and in the end he hits a forced sliced forehand, which is about 6 feet over the baseline. So that one needs a bit of work, Carlos.
Yeah, he came forward to serve volley, and it was just sort of, it wasn't proper half volley there. It was sort of bounced in front of him and skidded through. Very tricky to deal with those ones.
15-all. Alcaraz in towards the body of Djokovic, who bends down and puts the racket up vertically in front of his face to knock it back into court, and that was a really bad miss from Alcaraz, sorry, who's still smiling. It's a rueful smile. He's missed a forehand cross court, and he's just opening the door for Djokovic here.
Djokovic shaking out that left leg, isn't he? Stretching it.
He was stretching it on the net, wasn't he, as well, after that tumble in the second set. Doesn't look to have bothered him too much since then. Second serve from Alcaraz at 15-30. Backhand reply Djokovic. Alcaraz forehand. Djokovic with the backhand. Hit carefully down the line. Now the forehand with a bit of air by Djokovic. Djokovic's backhand taking the pace off the ball. Now the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who's missed.
He's losing patience now, Alcaraz. This is what he did in the first set, didn't he? He just... He feels...
15-14.
That's just a little bit of concentration, really.
2 break-back points for Djokovic, and that looked a deliberate strategy there, taking a bit of pace off the ball, to just entice Alcaraz, and the man couldn't resist.
Yes, exactly. I think some of this it'd be good to do some slices from Djokovic as well.
First of the 2 break-back points as Alcaraz puts a first serve into the net. Will we be level at a set all and 2 games all? Will we be back on serve in this final? Second serve. Break-back point number 1 for Djokovic. Backhand Alcaraz cross-court. Djokovic with the backhand. Alcaraz shanks the forehand, but it's landed in. Alcaraz backhand. Backhand from Djokovic. Forehand Alcaraz. Hurried slightly, but he's got the ball back in play, and it's Djokovic who misses. Forehand into the net. Arms.
It's like it's
reached outwards.
He's showing that he has to go inside the court. Just stop being so passive almost on those break points. Just go for it. Just push forward. Be more aggressive.
Second break-back point after 2 hours and 22 minutes of this final. Alcaraz has missed the first serve.
It's long. It's going to challenge.
Challenging the call. Left service
Certainly
line
big,
ball.
big puff of
Yeah, I think
chalk,
it was
but
long.
I think it was down the line.
Second serve.
It was long. Landing on the sideline, but not the bit of the sideline he needed to find. Shank from Djokovic with a forehand return, and it's taken, or maybe dropped, in the second row directly behind the Serb, the 7-time champion.
Big second serve, 112 miles an hour.
Remaining.
Just beat him with pace. Took him by surprise.
So both break points saved by the 20-year-old.
Let first serve.
Who will be the 3rd youngest man in the Open era to win Wimbledon if he triumphs here this afternoon. Boris Becker, by far the youngest, just 17 when he won in 1985. Bjorn Borg was just a little younger, having just turned 20 when he won the first of his titles in 1976. Incredible record he's put together this year. 46 matches won already, only 4 defeats, but this is the one that matters more than anything else. A gorgeous slice forehand from the middle of the court by Alcaraz, just as Djokovic was starting to move forwards.
seems like Novak is having more and more trouble to return that second serve. He just can't find the right place even to return it, whether he should do it from further back or step in more. He just lands some returns that are really short on the second serve.
He was 2 break points down, but this now an opportunity to move 3-1 in front in this third set for Alcaraz. Forehand long from Djokovic, and Alcaraz does hang on to his serve. Extends his advantage. Let's go to the Ageas Bowl. It's the second of the Women's Ashes one-day internationals today. Must-win match for England, remember. The latest comes from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, another wicket has fallen here for England. Danny Wyatt was out caught on the boundary off the bowling of Sutherland. The score's 147 for 4 with a target of 283. A lot to do.
And commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, also on BBC Sounds. Djokovic, 1-3 down, third set. Back to the wall. An unfamiliar feeling in Grand Slam finals for him. A late call against
Novak,
the Djokovic forehand, which he's going to challenge.
Right baseline ball was called out.
Alcaraz looking at Fergus Murphy and looking at the line. He doesn't seem to be particularly sure. And it did catch the back of the line.
Replay the point.
And Novak Djokovic just stare at him and say, come on, man. Just overrule that, please.
It's a tough one to overrule that, though, with back edge.
Djokovic just waits for the merriment in the crowd to subside. Someone drinking out of a gold pineapple to my left. Volley is missed by Djokovic, coming forward, serving and volleying. It was a high-angled backhand volley, but it was a complete miss-hit. And he's already a break of serve down, remember, in this third set.
Yeah, a bit of a wobbly old return, just awkward, really high, wobbling down the line. It's a serve volley's nightmare, that one.
Love 15, very long first serve there from Djokovic. Forehand return from Alcaraz, going after it and missing the forehand return.
And let's not forget that during that second set,
15-all.
Novak Djokovic broke back Carlos Alcaraz. Actually, if he would have been slightly more careful, maybe at the beginning of that second set, and he had that rough patch when he couldn't serve any first serve and drop his service game. That set could have been his, and let's not forget the set point he had in the tiebreak as well. So, you know, I think maybe he's showing a lot of frustration, but he's very much still in that final, even though he's a breakdown in that third set. He had just missed 2 breakpoint back opportunity in the previous game.
15-all. Djokovic to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz with a slice forehand into the net. Rehearses the shot.
That's another slow second serve, but I quite like that. He's got to mix. He's got to start mixing the play up a bit, Djokovic. The second serves, he's going kind of hard and flat most of the time. Every once in a while, he throws that high bouncy one in. It works really well.
Our line judge, who looks like David Law, is back in position in front of you, Marion and Pat. Tall, slim, 1 or 2 grey hairs.
What do you mean it looks like? It is, David.
You won't know the difficulties we have trying to balance the 5 Live commentary rotor with the line judge's rotor on centre court. It's a nightmare for the team here.
Well, we know where he's going to be straight after this set. He's going to come straight back in here.
Exactly.
And he's right there in front of us.
They're going to swap his Russ.
So he doesn't have very far to go.
1-3. Djokovic misses the first serve. And I'm sure he wasn't wearing those white trousers and that blue and white striped shirt. He's a bit like Wonder Woman, isn't he? He's been in the telephone box and he's done a quick change. (30-15) Djokovic. It's very tense on centre court. The wind is playing a factor. Passing chance Alcaraz. Backhand volley. Brilliant from Djokovic.
What a pick up at the net, because the return was missed by Carlos Alcaraz, and it just caught really Novak Djokovic by surprise. He had to really cover his net somehow. What a backhand volley.
Just great reflexes, wasn't it? Kept the racket out in front. Alcaraz thumped the ball, but again, another slow second serve, and Alcaraz really missed it, didn't he? Almost just dribbled over the net, forcing Djokovic to come forward.
And he gave that ball back to the umpire as he was not happy, maybe a little bit deflated.
Yeah. I think he was shaking it, so sometimes they get a little bit of loose rubber in there.
Yeah, I put it down to the wind, but it may have been the ball as well, because it really just didn't bounce as we would have expected it to. So there's a souvenir there for our umpire, Fergus Murphy, who's got it next to him on the seat of his umpire's chair. A chip and charge from Alcaraz, and then a forehand volley winner.
Just again putting a lot of pressure on that second serve from Novak Djokovic.
40-30.
Just can't find again his first serve. I mean, he found them in the tiebreak, but still didn't win the tiebreak. And now Carlos Alcaraz is just rushing forward.
I like that play. You don't have to do it all the time.
Yeah.
Just, he's tried it a couple of times.
1 game point left for Djokovic. Backhand cross-court return Alcaraz. Slice backhand Djokovic. It's wide.
A little deep, I feel, also physically for Novak Djokovic, just not as alert on the footwork. Once again, that second set was just so long when you actually end up losing it, when you have done so much effort running side to side and forward. Physically, sometimes you start to really feel it in the third set, or the next set, rather.
Deuce. Djokovic misses the first serve. 34 consecutive wins at Wimbledon, chasing a 5th consecutive title, Djokovic, but he's up against it here as Alcaraz hits the backhand return. Down the line winner on the forehand from Novak Djokovic.
We haven't seen many of those recently, have we?
No.
Clean winners from Djokovic. Just goes to show how fast Alcaraz is and how much in command he has been in the points. That'll make Djokovic feel a lot better.
He took that ball earlier as well. Just give slightly less time to recover to Alcaraz.
Can he close out the game here on a second serve? The champion in Melbourne at the Australian Open, the champion in Paris at the French Open. Backhand from Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Down the line, the forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand cross-court. Backhand for Djokovic onto the forehand of Alcaraz. Djokovic cross-court with the backhand. Backhand return by Alcaraz, and Djokovic gets a funny bounce and nets with a forehand.
That was better from Djokovic there, just being more on the top of that rally, taking that ball earlier, just making Carlos Alcaraz having to recover faster between each balls, but he really has improved his level dramatically between the first set and the rest of the match, just not making any unforced errors almost. Getting all those balls back in play.
He's sort of out Djokovicing Djokovic, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
Basically what Djokovic does everybody else.
Deuce, 1-3 down Djokovic, forehand return Alcaraz. Djokovic down the line with the forehand. Alcaraz is backhand. Djokovic inside the baseline now to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand. Djokovic down the line. Brilliant winner from Djokovic.
But we listened to the sound of Carlos Alcaraz before the match saying, well, it's my game to go for it and it's not the time to, sort of step down. But actually in the first set, he sort of almost overplayed a little bit and went for too much too soon. And after that, it just became so much more consistent, going for slightly less, of course, a good pace, but not like going completely full out on every shot. And that's, I think, what has gained him a complete way back into this match.
Game point. Deep serve from Djokovic. Now the drop shot, which is into the net.
So rare in the final for Grand Slam to see Novak just giving cheap points like that.
Yeah, short ball in the middle of the court, went for the drop shot, but Alcaraz probably would have picked it up.
Back to Deuce.
Struggling so much. Alcaraz is just returning so well at the moment.
Let first serve.
This could turn into a grueling match. 2 hours and 34 minutes on the clock already. Backhand return from Alcaraz right to the back of the court, and Djokovic has missed the forehand, and by some margin. And this is now a breakpoint opportunity for Alcaraz to establish a 4-1 double break third set lead.
Alcaraz.
The shouts this time for Carlos. We had some cheers for Nole on more than one occasion towards the end of that second set. And Djokovic needs his fans now as he serves down the middle. Forehand return Alcaraz. Djokovic inside the baseline with the forehand. Alcaraz backhand. Djokovic with the backhand down the line. Alcaraz shanks the forehand just as he was getting back into the rally.
It's almost like Novak Djokovic really needs a little bit of help somewhere. You know, could be a deep from Carlos Alcaraz, who's not playing that consistent anymore, but he needs a little something because you have the feeling that slightly that match is starting to slip out of his hands, really.
1-all, 1-3. Djokovic, this long service game continues. It's deuce, and Djokovic has put a first serve into the net. Fourth deuce of the game. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand to Alcaraz's backhand. Djokovic down the centre with the backhand. Alcaraz down the centre with his backhand, and a brilliant forehand winner from Djokovic.
That was much looser as well, and the acceleration really... He had some tight moments during this match, Novak Djokovic, and he was starting to really feel it from the back of the court. His rhythm was not as good as usual, and this one just perfectly timing it, just being relaxed on the hand. I can feel the acceleration of the wrist as well.
Can he close it out here, Djokovic?
Let's first one.
But nothing is straightforward at the moment. Alette slowing him down this time. Wind still a factor in this match on centre court. Forehand return Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. Alcaraz forehand with some air to the forehand of Djokovic. He's inside the baseline, but he's missing.
And again, and almost like Carlos Alcaraz is looking at him like, well, is it really Novak Djokovic on the other side of the net? Because usually he would have never missed those kind of balls. Just losing his momentum, losing his confidence as well from the back of the court slightly.
Let's listen to Novak Djokovic and Fergus Murphy.
What do you mean? I mean, I cannot get the towel from the ball kit, so I have to go myself and get the towel. Why do you? How do you? Big deal because there's big... Okay, so if I am not able to get the towel from the ball kit, I have to go and get the towel, but you start the time. How is that fair? You do it for everybody. Procedure.
So Djokovic unhappy with the fact that he thinks Fergus Murphy is starting the shot clock too early when he needs to go and get the towel, but that is within the rules. Murphy was saying, well, I do the same for all players, and I think the umpires, and Fergus Murphy is certainly in that category in this final, is quite lenient with when he starts that shot clock. Players have 25 seconds. It was stopped mid-countdown for that conversation. It resumed, and with 3 seconds left, Djokovic served and netted. 1-3 down. Deuce. Oh, he went big with the second serve, and he's missed, and it's another break point to Alcaraz.
He's a bit rattled at the moment.
Well, we've seen Djokovic pick fights with people in the crowd after they've invariably started it, and certainly with umpires, and it normally works in his favour, but it's a sign that he's very rattled, and he's in danger of going a double break down here in this third set. It's an excellent serve. It's a good backhand return by Alcaraz, who's now got the mid-court ball. Backhand Djokovic. Alcaraz with the backhand cross-court. Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz shanks the forehand.
I mean, I think Novak has to get out of that cross-court backhands because he has just been losing a lot more of those rallies than winning them, and especially with that either backhand slice or backhand cross-court. Carlos Alcaraz has been hurting him so much during all this match, especially from the second set, so he really has to try to cut that, go back to the forehand.
This is a 6th deuce of this game. Backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic inside the baseline, hits the forehand cross-court. Alcaraz anticipates, and it's a good volley from Djokovic, which Alcaraz reaches, but he's not going to get that one. Djokovic has seen all that before. Moves in, forehand cross-court angled volley. People on their feet to applaud. Can he close out his service game this time?
The speed of the running from Carlos Alcaraz is just out of this world.
And so after 6 deuces and having saved 2 break points, can Djokovic close out his service game here? Not quite yet. First serve into the net. Second serve. Alcaraz in front of us. Hits a backhand service return, and Djokovic nets, and on we go.
He keeps persisting with coming in and taking that second serve early, isn't he? Not giving Djokovic any time. The ball did stay a little low, but it's because he's hitting it hard and he's hitting it flat.
Seventh deuce.
Please.
Noise in the crowd. Djokovic was about to serve. Lets the ball bounce. Everyone wondering who the culprit might be, casting accusatory glances at one another. Djokovic has now missed the first serve. Second serve. Plenty of meat on that as well. 111 miles an hour. Forehand from Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court Djokovic. Alcaraz with a mishit forehand, but he's in this rally and hitting a backhand to the back of the court. Backhand Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Djokovic on the stretch with a forehand to within a foot of the baseline. Big forehand Djokovic. It's just wide. Alcaraz slides to a halt. Was about to challenge. Heard the call, and it's a 3rd break point for the 20-year-old.
So extraordinary, the fact that in the first set it was completely out of those rallies, just missing so early, and made the life of Novak Djokovic fairly easy. And from the second set when he started, it just all of a sudden turned out completely his game, almost not missing any balls from the back of the court, playing incredible angles.
Break point down again here, Djokovic. Chipped forehand return Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand. Alcaraz down the line and wide with a backhand.
He made a first serve there, Djokovic. It's a difference, isn't it? Just hasn't served particularly well this match.
8 deuces now in this game. The game in which Carlos Alcaraz is trying to move a double break up in the 3rd set here against Novak Djokovic on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Slice backhand into the tape from Alcaraz.
Advantage, Djokovic.
This time maybe Djokovic can close out the game. Lands a first serve. Forehand return Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic. Alcaraz with the forehand into mid-court. Djokovic's forehand to the Alcaraz forehand. Down the line goes Alcaraz. Cross-court Djokovic. Backhand down the line Djokovic. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand. Djokovic cross-court with the forehand. And it's long. And on we go again.
I mean, I can't stop thinking of those matches when Pete Sampras, my idol, was playing those finals, and when it was one break up, he would have not even tried to break a second time, just saving his energy for serving the set out. And now those guys just went toe-to-toe for 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever it takes.
Sir, can you throw that ball back, thanks?
To even break a second time, if they can.
Thank you.
Well, they're already 1 ball down, because Alcaraz decided one was not fit for purpose. And Fergus Murphy asking a gentleman in the crowd to return the ball, which he thought he was going to pocket as a souvenir. You're not allowed to do that here. You are at the US Open. Anything that goes into the crowd can be kept. 3-1. The scoreboard is stuck. 40 all. Deuce. Backhand return Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic cross court. Alcaraz slices his backhand very low over the net. Forehand Alcaraz down the line. Djokovic with the backhand. Alcaraz cross court with a forehand. Djokovic into the net.
And once again, it just makes Novak Djokovic work so hard on every single point with a great mixture of those low slices and attacking forehands and playing angles. And Novak has to work so hard from the back of the court. Usually he's the one doing that to his opponent. Now he's having actually a taste of the Oz medicine.
This is a 4th break point for Alcaraz to establish a 4-1 lead in the 3rd set. Backhand reply, it's a high one. Djokovic will make the volley surely. Alcaraz still alive. The lob from Alcaraz is just over the baseline.
Deuce.
Deuce number 10. My scorebook's becoming crowded.
What a heck of a game this is.
First serve netted by Djokovic. In his 9th Wimbledon final. Roger Federer's played 12. Forehand Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz with the backhand. Djokovic slices his backhand into the net. It was an awkward mid-court ball. The ball barely bounced, but Djokovic is still shaking his head as he makes his way back to the baseline. Break point down for a 5th time in this game.
And again, just Novak feeling what usually he does to his opponent, just getting one extra ball in play all the time. And that was sort of almost a shot out, played out of tiredness, just fatigue, just not going for it, just not reaching with his feet, with his legs.
5th opportunity then. It's a high shanked forehand from Alcaraz because the serve down the middle was just too good.
I wonder if Novak is able to hold that game, if we're going to get another big row war just out of the crowd, just to get his energy going back again into that 3rd set, because at the beginning of that set he was really a little down.
Yeah, it'd be good for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If he has the energy, that is, because this is an 11th deuce. It's a deep backhand return from Alcaraz. Forehand, Alcaraz down the line. Slice backhand, Djokovic. Alcaraz backhand down the centre. Djokovic with a forehand. Forehand cross-court, Alcaraz. Lovely angle, and Djokovic is netting.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz just almost praying the sky just to get that break. Please, I want this game to be over.
But no one wants to lose a game of this length, do they?
No.
And this is a 6th chance for Alcaraz. Already a break-up, remember, in this 3rd set. Djokovic hitting the wrong part of the line there. So, 2nd serve for Alcaraz to attack, perhaps, here, as he eyes up a 6th break point of the game. After 11 deuces. The 2nd serve is onto the forehand of Alcaraz, and he's hit the sideline, but Djokovic is breaking off to challenge. So sure is he that he is correct. The ball was out, and this game will continue. But as we know, if he's wrong, the game is over, and they finally get a chance to sit down.
Good eye. They're so close to clipping the line.
Deuce.
What a marathon game.
Deuce number 12. I can certainly remember getting into double figures before, but this is now very unusual.
Novak Djokovic challenging the call. Right centre service line ball was
Is he going to get 2 good ones in a row, Novak Djokovic?
Alcaraz moved across as if to say, yeah, they did touch the line, and no, it didn't.
Second serve.
Centre court in the sunshine. Game 5 of the third set. Still in progress. Forehand Alcaraz pushed down the line. Djokovic with the backhand cross court. Alcaraz backhand. Djokovic with the forehand. Alcaraz forehand. Lands in mid-court. Forehand Alcaraz long. So after saving a string of break points, another opportunity for Djokovic to put both players out of their misery.
Novak Djokovic has 2 challenges remaining.
Djokovic just can't get enough first serve, and he's done better on this ad side. He's serving.
Game point Djokovic. Misses the first serve. The last change of ends would not have been a good time to leave the court, would it? Because people have been marooned, stranded outside centre court for a long, long time now. As this epic game continues. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Forehand Djokovic cross court. Picked up on the half volley by Alcaraz. Djokovic cross court with the forehand. Alcaraz forehand with air. Djokovic with the forehand. Alcaraz with the squash shot forehand. Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz with the pass. Backhand cross court passing winner. Just when it looked as if Djokovic was finally going to hang on to his serve.
And again, just coming to the backhand, you just can't come to that side of the court almost. If Carlos Alcaraz can hit a passing shot with the 2 hands on the racket, he has been doing that all afternoon long. Just even he was in cross stance to hit that passing shot. I mean, he just had that much time.
Yeah, he's so quick on the ball, isn't he? Most players have been sort of stretching for that one. Got there easily. Wasn't the greatest approach shot, but I certainly asked the question.
Juice for a 13th time. Forehand return Alcaraz. Lob Alcaraz. Djokovic watching this like a hawk. The smash is just paddled back towards the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz is running onto a forehand. Djokovic hits the backhand down the centre. Alcaraz is there once more. Forehand Djokovic long.
It's incredible. He just can't finish the point off. Just can't anymore.
It's the Spanish fans on their feet. Some of them wearing national colours, waving their flags. One of the main Serbian fans in his distinctive mustard jacket needs to leap to his feet right now because Novak Djokovic needs him. He's break point down for a 7th time in this seemingly never-ending game. Another chance for Alcaraz to break for 4-1. A double break advantage in the third set it would be. Forehand return Alcaraz. Djokovic into the net with a forehand.
New balls, please.
They have settled their difference at last. And thank goodness there are new balls, please, after that game, in which Carlos Alcaraz took his 7th break point after 13 juices and opens up a double break advantage in this third set, Gigi.
That game lasted almost as long as the entirety of the first set, 26 minutes for the 5th game of the third set. So no wonder the crowd are up on their feet and stretching their legs while the rest of those who've been locked out start pouring back into centre court. We'll be back here very shortly. I want to bring you the full time from the rugby lead. If Dave Woods, you're still there. You may have packed up and gone home by now.
I think the entire of the second half was as long as that game there. It has finished. Salford 22, Lee 24. So they strengthen their position in second place. A Ben Reynolds penalty 8 minutes from the end was enough to give Lee that win. It means that Salford are still outside the top 6, but Lee, with a big Challenge Cup semi-final against St Helens next week, can march into that with confidence because they've won here again in this extraordinary season. It's Salford 22, Lee 24.
Oh, Dave, thank you for waiting and bringing us that full time. To the cricket, TMS are over on Sports Extra. But if you're with us here for the tennis, Emily Windsor can bring us the latest.
Yeah, Nat Siver-Brunt has crucially just made 50 for England. It's getting tense here. 89 needed off 77 balls.
Emily, thank you very much. And a football line for you. Harry Maguire says he's extremely disappointed after being told he'll no longer be Manchester United captain. Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag told him of his decision earlier today, and Maguire says his replacement will have his full support. And West Ham have been linked with a move for the 30-year-old defender. Right. Let's get back to the tennis, back to the action. 2 hours 54 on the clock, 3 minutes past 5. The players have taken a break. They don't mind the crowd are taking a while to settle. They need a little bit of extra time, the players. But it is Alcaraz, Russell Fuller with a commanding 4-1 third set lead.
Yes, they deserve a little bit longer at the change of ends, don't they, after a game like that? But the match continues. 2 hours and 54 minutes already on centre court. And Alcaraz 4-1 up in his third set. Service winner, so 15 love, and moving closer to a 2-1 lead that would leave him just 1 set away from a first Wimbledon title. It would inflict on Novak Djokovic his first defeat on centre court for a decade. Djokovic has gone long with the forehand, but I think we have watched Djokovic play often enough to know that just because he's 2-1 down does not mean he's going to lose the match.
No, for sure, but I think that loss of the second set tiebreak really took a toll on him, both physically but more importantly mentally.
Please,
and
no
sometimes just
during the server's motion.
Mentally, when you're slightly down, it has a huge impact on your ability to recover between each points, be on your toes, be ready physically to hit all of them. And you can see in that third set there is few points here and there when the legs are not moving quite the same speed as usual.
And he suffered a bit of a hangover in this return game, hasn't he? That was a backhand into the net by Djokovic, and these are 3 game points for Alcaraz for a 5-1 third set lead. Backhand return Djokovic. Alcaraz with a half volley, very casual looking from the baseline, but he flicks it into the net.
40-15.
So after a, what did Gigi say, 25-minute game? This one could be over in about 90 seconds to 2 minutes. But that serve has been missed by Alcaraz, who fancies a challenge nonetheless.
Ball was called out.
It's an incredible 25 minutes game, Russ. 25 minutes. I mean, honestly, at that level, especially as well, it's not like they're pushing the ball to each other. It's like 4 sprints on each point.
Backhand return, it's a high one from Djokovic, it's long. Yes, and that's just 1 game in a best-of-5 set match, with each set potentially lasting 12 games in a tie-break. It gives you an idea of just why tennis matches can last as long as they do. 4 minutes shy of 3 hours on the clock, and this is now Novak Djokovic serving to stay in the third set at 1-5 down. But you wouldn't change the scoring system, would you? I wouldn't for a moment.
No, absolutely not.
Chipped back on the forehand by Alcaraz. Djokovic cross-court with the forehand, coming to the net, and he's passed.
I think Novak knows that this set is done, dusted. I mean, there is no way he can find a way to come back into that third set. So he's just trying to hit some loose shots, just trying to see if there is a small tactic openings that he can find, and just getting ready for that fourth set, really.
Serve missed by Djokovic. (1-5), love 15 down. This is now looking a bit like the first set, as Alcaraz flashes a forehand winner past him. And Djokovic now definitely conserving energy and thinking about the battles to come.
30.
It looks, for all the money in the world, as if he's going to have to win sets 4 and 5 if he's to keep this unbeaten run on centre court intact and win an 8th Wimbledon title. That's a good serve down the middle. Serve and volley, but the volley's into the net by Djokovic. And Alcaraz has 3 more break points, which are 3 set points to take a 2-1 lead. Djokovic serves, love 40 down, serving and volleying again, and Alcaraz long with the return.
15-14.
Two set points remaining for the 20-year-old. Backhand return, Djokovic serving and volleying once more, and the pass is a winner. A backhand passing winner from Carlos Alcaraz, who breaks Novak Djokovic 3 times in that set, wins it by 6 games to 1, and sits down on his chair with a 2-1 lead, which means he's just 1 set away from a first Wimbledon title at the age of just 20.
A 6-1 set that had a 26-minute game in the middle of it. Quite incredible as we come up to 3 hours on the match clock. News for you very shortly, but first up, news of a wicket at the cricket with Emily Windsor.
Yeah, England are now 201 for 6, needing 82 from 71 balls. Someone needs to bat with Nat Siver-Brunt here. Amy Jones was that last wicket to fall for 37. England must win this game to be in the chance of winning the Ashes. So all to play for, 81 needed off 70 balls.
Thank you very much, Emily. And don't forget, you've got ball-by-ball commentary over on Sports Extra right now. Well, this was billed as a huge affair, an enormous contest, and it's what it's shaping up to be. Djokovic 2-1 down in the Wimbledon final. We'll be back on centre court very shortly, but with the time now 5:10, let's get your news headlines with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
People in Rome have been told they should stay indoors between 11 in the morning and 6 in the evening because of the heat wave affecting the entire Mediterranean region. Extremely high temperatures have also been measured in much of the United States. Ukraine's Deputy Defence Minister says the situation in the east has worsened. She's reported that Ukrainian forces have been on the defensive for 2 days now in the face of Russian attacks in the Kupiansk sector east of Kharkiv. Sir Keir Starmer has refused to say whether a government led by him would spend more money on public services. The Labour leader told the BBC's Sunday with Laura Kuenssberg programme that his party would always invest in public services, but to do this it needed to grow the economy. And more than 40 pilot whales have died after a mass stranding on a beach on the Isle of Lewis. About 55 of the mammals washed up on the shoreline, but only 10 are reported to be still alive.
Can I get
on BBC iPlayer.
It took so much hard work to get to where I am today, but I found my voice.
Brand new documentary.
Music gave me the opportunity to just be who I am.
Love Lizzo. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Wimbledon 2023 on 5 Live
with Gigi Salmon.
You're not missing anything on centre court because we currently don't have any players. Both have left the court to take a comfort break, and I think that's quite sensible after 3 hours of high-octane stuff. So they'll be back very shortly, which gives us time to hear about news of another wicket at the cricket, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, unfortunately, England's 7th wicket has now fallen. Eccleston was gone, LBW to Gardner for just 1. 80s needed off 68 balls, but England are in trouble here.
Emily, thank you very much. And coverage continues, ball-by-ball commentary with the TMS team over on Sports Extra. A little earlier today, Rory McIlroy came out on top the Scottish Open. Don't forget, our Open coverage here on 5 Live starts 10 a.m. on Thursday morning. We've also, I think, got the first day of the Ashes test that day, and we've got the Women's World Cup taking place, so an awful lot going on. Earlier today here at Wimbledon, disappointment for Alfie Hewitt in the men's wheelchair singles event. He lost to Takito Oda, which is a repeat of the French Open and Australian Open finals, but a victory for Henry Searle, who is the first British winner of the boys' singles title at Wimbledon for 61 years. That last winner in 1962 was Stanley Matthews, as Carlos Alcaraz makes his way back onto centre court, and a quick look up to his box. Right, let's get set. Here we go. Novak Djokovic still to return to the court, but it is Novak Djokovic, the 7-time Wimbledon champion, the 23-time Grand Slam champion, who is looking to level up with Margaret Court's all-time record of 24 Grand Slam singles titles, who leads the world number 1 20-year-old Carlos Alcaraz by 2-1. It is set up intriguingly, and you're going to continue to enjoy it in the company of Pat Cash, Marion Bartley and David Law.
Thank you, Gigi. Yes, it is intriguingly set up right now, and it is Carlos Alcaraz who's come out with the tennis balls at the ready. He wants to get cracking. Novak Djokovic is nowhere to be seen at the moment. It's 2-1 for Alcaraz. He's just come over to Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach, and he's just clenched his fist and said, "Vamos," and he haven't even started yet. But this is a man who is ready to go. He said to our BBC colleague Lee Mackenzie in the interview before this match that I'm going to go for it. I play at the net. I go for my shots, and I'll be going for it today. And he's been good to his word after that initial shock of losing the first set 6-1. An hour and 20-plus minute second set. He finally won a tie-break set. Somebody won a tie-break set against Novak Djokovic. First one to do it in 15. After 15 in a row, so 16 in total. And Alcaraz wants to get cracking here, frankly, Pat Cash, but Novak Djokovic isn't around.
No, he's not. But, yeah, it all sort of switches. Unusual. Novak in the tiebreaker is such an important tiebreaker, as all tiebreakers are, but particularly the final. 3 unforced errors in that tiebreaker, which is very unusual for Novak. And then everything just switched. But Alcaraz has just not made any mistakes.
And I think that was really the change. I mean, he actually went for a little less. He went for really the killer when he had the opportunity, but otherwise he was just a wall from the back of the court, just almost beating Novak Djokovic in his own game, just going for the slices, going for the great backhands cross court, keeping the ball in play, extending the rallies, and of course sometimes finding some amazing forehand acceleration. But really for me, the change up has been the consistency of Carlos Alcaraz, who has been massively increased, and we are 6 minutes and a half now since the last point was played. Novak Djokovic now is making his way back onto center court.
And Alcaraz is smiling as the crowd are chanting his name. And here comes Novak Djokovic with his bag over his left shoulder.
Change of clothes.
Yep. Is he getting a bit of booing there? Not sure. But anyway, he's back and he's ready to go. 2-1, Novak Djokovic trails.
Seats quickly, please.
But he is the absolute master of the 5-set format. Novak Djokovic has twice been 2-1 or worse down in a Grand Slam final. He's playing in his 35th Grand Slam final. He was 2-1 down against Dominic Thiem a few years ago at the Australian Open. He came back to win. He was 2-0 down against Stefanos Tsitsipas at Roland Garros 2 years ago. He came back to win. He will be coming out to win here, starting with the 4th set, and he's won the first point against the Alcaraz serve with a lovely backhand on the line that Alcaraz just parries with a forehand chop and floats it long, and Alcaraz just takes a couple of balls and pats one back to the ball kid. 2-1, he leads. What's very clear is this is a different situation to what we witnessed a month ago at Roland Garros when Alcaraz levelled at a set all and then cramped horribly. A lot of that caused, I think, by Novak Djokovic's brilliant play and his sheer aura. He was so scared, was Alcaraz, as he double faults. This is a slow start to the 4th set. Love 30.
Well, after the first set today, he was not scared at all, that is for sure. I mean, it just went right back at Novak Djokovic, and really, for me, the turnaround he has been able to put out in this match is absolutely extraordinary, because when you're down 6-1 on the final of Wimbledon against Novak Djokovic and you know his records.
Great serve down the centre by Alcaraz, and he just shakes the racket in his hand as the ball is parried by Djokovic, who's now all
15-30.
And
clean with the new clothes.
And you just lost to that same player about a month ago. You know, it can feel really intimidating, and you can feel really alone on that court. And he did so well to find his composure and call himself back into this match.
First one.
Yeah, it's a good point, Marion. I mean, going a set down, losing the first 5 games of the match after an experience like that. He basically lost 17 out of 19 games to that point against Novak Djokovic, because it was 6-1, 6-1 in the 3rd and 4th sets at Roland Garros, and then 5-love down. He found himself here, but he's fought his way back, and he's fighting his way back in this game as well, from love 30 to 30 all as Djokovic goes long.
30 all.
Does seem, Pat, very composed right now, Carlos Alcaraz. There's no real panic about him.
No, well, he's just dropped into this zone where he's just not missing anything. He's dominating from the back of the court, which is obviously Novak's territory, isn't it?
Yeah, he is playing Novak-like tennis at the moment. A forehand on the line from him, lob lifted from Djokovic, will land in, drive volley, Alcaraz comes in, and netted backhand by Djokovic.
I just feel that physically Novak is a little flat. I mean, the second set was so difficult.
40-30.
Remember, he had that tumble as well, and when he slid in front of us, he's stretching right now as well his legs. I just feel like he's starting to slightly have heavier legs to move around this court.
Carlito is the cry. It's one of the names he's known as he serves down the centre. And from love 30, Alcaraz continues where he left off after that 6-1 third set. And he powers his way into the lead at the start of the fourth.
First game, fourth set.
Trying to become the third Spanish player in history to win the Wimbledon men's singles title after Manuel Santana, who won the title here in 1966, and of course, Rafael Nadal.
When did Manuel Santana win?
66.
66. During the amateur years, there's a lot of the pros going off the tour then, trying to take anything away from Manuel, but
yeah, Open tennis, of course, began in 68.
So there's only one in the Open era.
And Rafael Nadal, I was talking about his 3 Wimbledon finals in 3 years against Roger Federer. As here is a little backhand cross court, oohs and ahs, because the slice just went an inch over the net from Alcaraz, and then he hits his backhand on the line. He's pushing Djokovic again here. He's going to go for a haymaker with the forehand, hits the baseline. Now Djokovic is attacking, but down the line goes the backhand from Alcaraz. What a shot! And Djokovic can't handle a low forehand volley, and he's under pressure immediately, Djokovic.
And I think I'm on the same side as Pat. I mean, it just feels like Alcaraz can try any shots right now. He would just not miss. I mean, it just has reached that zone when just nothing can go wrong. It just read all the play. He's so light on his feet. It's just moving easily around the court. And Novak on the other side just feels like every rally is almost a torture.
I do think he's one of the lightest players on his feet that I've seen, Alcaraz. And Djokovic is going to challenge this. It's really close.
Right baseline.
I'm not sure.
Was called in.
It was called in. Djokovic immediately pulled away, and if he's got this wrong, he's love 30 down. He's got it wrong.
One of those moments where you stop and you go, uh-oh, I shouldn't have done that.
He is rattled right now, is Novak Djokovic. This is where he wins every time, unless he's facing Andy Murray 10 years ago. He's won this title 7 times. He's won it 4 years in a row. He went up 6-1 in this final, but he's facing a young man right now who's playing different tennis. Backhand chip return by Alcaraz. In comes Djokovic with a forehand. Alcaraz will reach it, lifts a lob. That's going to drop long.
And Novak has to save this game if he wants to remain in that final. You have the feeling that after losing that third set 6-1, if he can't say the break early on that fourth set, I mean, Alcaraz is really going to run away with that victory.
Yeah, Djokovic is clinging on right now. 15-30. He serves into the net. He's falling forwards once more, as Pat Cash and Marion Bartley have been saying he's want to do on his serve when it's not all functioning perfectly. Alcaraz stands up tall, hits his backhand down the line. He's got Djokovic on the run here. This to set up break points. Forehand cross court. Djokovic slips. He's on his front. He's up again, but he looks deflated right now. He can't handle Alcaraz.
Yeah, he looks tired, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe it's his age is finally catching up with him.
He just cannot deal with what he's facing. Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, 20 years of age, has 2 more break points. For a 2-love lead in the fourth set, he already leads by 2-1. Djokovic looks away and stares at somebody. He's bubbling right now. Serves into the top of the net. And he looks really irritable and deflated. serves again onto the forehand. It was a huge serve from Djokovic. Backhand cross-court from him. It's still coming back from Alcaraz. And now down the line goes Djokovic. What a shot that was. Backhand down the line into the posted stump between sideline and baseline, and it had to be that good.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, every serve is coming back, isn't it? I mean, Alcaraz is just not missing any returns. I mean, it's just fantastic returning. I mean, I've seen some unbelievable returning from Djokovic in his career, but this is about as good as Djokovic has ever produced from the other side of the net. Alcaraz.
Chip return down the middle for Alcaraz, who's got break point. He chases down another big forehand from Djokovic, who'll now pile into another one, but Alcaraz will reach that as well. 3 slices in a row, but he's just pulled that one cross-court and wide, and Djokovic just... I think he was just sort of checking that definitely was called out this time.
It's going to be interesting to see if actually the crowd now wants a 5th set and therefore are going to push for Novak Djokovic or not.
That's right. I mean, it's been such an exciting match, certainly the second set, and obviously that 25-minute 5th game of the 3rd set. As a serve goes down the centre from Djokovic, juice point comes in, forehand cross-court. Alcaraz, will he reach this? No. Good volleying from Novak Djokovic. Goodness me, he needed that.
The crowd really pushed Alcaraz at the beginning of the second to almost feel like, okay, let's try to have a match in the final, because the first set was so one-sided. Now maybe the crowd won the 5th set as well. They want Novak Djokovic to win this 4th set. Let's see.
3 1/4 hours here on 5 Live, and it has just been, I think, what we hoped for, really. They haven't both played their best tennis at the same time all the way. I mean, that would be too much to expect, I'm sure, but they did in the second set, and they have shared the other 2. It's Alcaraz leading by 2 sets to 1, but it's Djokovic holding, and a big hold from 15-40 down for 1 game all, and he's stretching out those hamstrings and
1 game all.
Trying to get himself totally loose is Djokovic in front of us now.
I just think he needs to get himself going really in that 4th set, because just the adrenaline, once again, that second set was just so long, 1 hour and 25 minutes, and just losing it, I think, has been really taking a toll on him, and especially as well that 3-1 game that he lost after 25 minutes. I mean, those 2 elements of the match has been really starting to have an heavy weight on his shoulder and slow him down almost. Let's see if he can just shake it off.
1 game all, body served by Alcaraz. Long goes the return from Djokovic, who walks towards us, looking into the sky, frustrated. He's trying to keep his composure right now. This is the man that won the Australian Open, beating Stefanos Tsitsipas in the final. And an in-form Tsitsipas, obviously, getting to the final, but he took care of him pretty straightforwardly. Then he beat Casper Ruud to win the French Open, a French Open without Rafael Nadal, who's injured at the moment and is hoping to come back next year for 1 final chance on the circuit. Game all here, and long goes Alcaraz with the serve for a double fault.
Well, he was lost 30 on the first service game of the 4th set when Alcaraz actually double-faulted as well on the left side of the court, the ad court. This time it's only for 15-all, but 2 double faults in 2 games.
Body serve by Alcaraz, forehand into the corner. Now a backhand volley behind it. What a glorious point of tennis from Carlos Alcaraz. That had everything he's got really right there. Big ground strokes, willingness to come forward, and a punched volley.
It's just so good at the net, being so young. I mean, those volleys are difficult to do. Novak is really hitting the ball back at him extremely hard, and they make it look so easy.
(30-15) ace.
40-15.
I mean, he's just in the zone, Patty. It really feels like he can't miss.
Yeah, Novak's has to hit the ball right onto the line, doesn't he? Time and time again to be able to damage Alcaraz.
And he's serving like Djokovic does when Djokovic is on a roll. I actually think this is a really Djokovician type performance from Alcaraz so far today. To go with his highlight reel tennis that he's made such a trademark of his own. He's employing the sort of tennis that we see from Djokovic. Big return from Djokovic onto the baseline. He drive volleys. Here's Alcaraz through the forehand down the line. Picked up by Djokovic. Will Alcaraz reach it? Yes, but he nets.
He's just running for everything, Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, it was maybe not necessary to try and cross-sprint the whole court to hit another almost impossible backhand down the line passing shot, but he just went for it. It feels like he can do those sprints for 10 hours in a row.
Yeah, he got there quite easily too, didn't he?
Oh, it's just so quick around the court, I mean.
40-30 Alcaraz. This for 2-1. He leads by 2 sets to 1. First set, Djokovic 6-1. Second set in an hour and 20 plus on a tiebreak to Alcaraz to level. 6-1 third set Alcaraz. Now he's hitting a backhand. This is great returning from Djokovic though. Pinpoint accuracy, and he wins the point as the backhand goes wide from Alcaraz. And now Djokovic is pointing at somebody in his support team. I don't know what the message is.
He said, that's the one I've been looking for. 3 hours, 20 minutes. It took me to hit a good return backhand on the second serve kick.
They're being stretched, both in terms of muscle and sinew, but also mentally right now, psychologically, emotionally. Every single point is a tough one. Backhand volley is gorgeous from Alcaraz, and Djokovic goes stumbling again as he hits that backhand cross court, and it's Alcaraz turning away, clenching his fist.
Advantage.
He almost hasn't missed a backhand volley all afternoon long. Carlos Alcaraz, that was a tough one. He was on full stretch.
And his team know it too. They're all on their feet. That was a great lunge volley.
Djokovic trying to become the 4th player in history, man or woman, to win 8 or more Wimbledon singles titles. Federer, Helen Wills Moody, and then they're all on 8. And Martina Navratilova on 9. Double fault from Alcaraz.
Second of the game, on the same side of the court.
Another aging game, full of tension and drama. How much more can the centre court crowd take? They'd happily take more. Ace out wide from Alcaraz.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
He's only hit 5 for the match, but that was a well-timed one. Djokovic just in front of us, giving himself plenty of room behind the baseline here. He's not going to take this one early, I don't think, because it's going to be smacked down. But actually it was an acute angle in the end that Alcaraz tried for with a kick serve out wide, and it missed. So Djokovic moves forward to narrow that angle, stop him playing that serve maybe as effectively. Backhand hit across court by Djokovic. This is game point Alcaraz for 2-1 in the 4th set. He leads 2 sets to 1. Off the top of the net, Djokovic, he gets lucky. The ball hits the tape and dribbles over and lands on the line, and he apologises to Alcaraz.
He's going to need a bit of luck, isn't he?
Well, yeah.
He's going to need a few of those.
And let's not forget when actually Djokovic got broken in the second set of that match. It was on few net calls as well that sort of turned the match around slightly.
He's going to keep hanging in there, isn't he, Novak? Keep asking the questions. Hope the young fella will just dip a little bit in focus. I don't see it happening, but Novak will be there if he does.
This is deuce, 1 game all. In the 4th, forehand is onto the baseline by Djokovic. Now he whips one with topspin really high, a bit more flight on the ball. Backhand slice from him now, giving some different looks to Alcaraz, not just outright pace. Alcaraz hits his forehand cross court, then will smack his backhand, really going after that. Now forehand inside out. Djokovic scrambling, lifting a lob. Alcaraz with the smash.
Just can't find anymore the opening from the back of the court. Novak, he was right into that rally, tried different things, but Alcaraz is just not missing anymore, and just finding the better angle earlier into the rally as well. Novak being slightly too passive.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have to? He has to force the play, and he tried to do that in the last set. And Novak, and he just kept missing. He's so quick. He gets so many balls, Alcaraz.
Service return down the centre by Djokovic. He's doing what he does, but he's not executing the shot after the return. He's netted, and Alcaraz moves ahead in set number 4 as well. He leads by 2 sets to 1. He leads by 2 games to 1, as Fergus Murphy says, Gigi. And every service hold is a little victory and a little step closer to this title.
Oh, isn't it great? 3 hours 24. It's an absolute belter of a contest between these two. Andy Murray is still in his seat watching on. He's a few rows back up from the player boxes. The Prince of Wales and George and Charlotte, they've gone for their own comfort break. They did sit still for 3.5 hours. Very impressive, but the Princess of Wales is still there. So the spectators take a brief break out here on centre court, but it's going guns at the cricket. Emily Windsor.
Yeah, England are 246 for 7, needing a further 37 from just 28 balls. Crucially, Siva Brunt is still there and playing beautifully on 86. If England lose this, Australia retain the Ashes. They need 3 wickets to do that. It's nervy here. It's going to be a fantastic climax at the Ageas Bowl.
Oh, sounds like it is, Emily. Thank you very much for that. And you've got the TMS team over on Sports Sector. You've got a couple of devices, us in one ear, them in the other ear. Nick Kyrgios is watching and tweeting. 36 minutes ago, he said Alcaraz is a freak. And 22 minutes ago, he said, if somehow, if Novak can turn this around, I'm convinced he is not human.
Thank you, Nick. And he's been tweeting lots of things, as he wants to do.
Any seat for now. Thank you.
He also
Good reason to cancel the internet, as far as I'm concerned.
There's another view. Lots of views. He had something to say about the umpire as well. And the same umpire he abused on the court about 5 years ago. Not a great sight. Anyway, forehand hit cross court by Novak Djokovic from the baseline. 2 games to 1 behind he is. 2 sets to 1 behind he is. Hitting a smash. Alcaraz reaching that as well. And this one will be put away by Djokovic.
As you said, reaching this one as well. You know, it's just so many balls. That one extra ball.
15 love.
I mean, it is very much Djokovic type of tennis. Alcaraz is playing at the moment, just not making a mistake on the returns, always good returns, getting everything back. Ask the opponent to hit one more shot all the time.
Pat Cash and Marion Bartley inside our 5 Live commentary box here on centre court.
Better serve on the line.
Lovely serve, swinging out the slice.
Finally, must say, well, he just missed one return after like 1 hour and a half of missing one.
He's got to hit the line, doesn't he? Novak hasn't been serving his best today, for sure. He's needed it.
Really star-studded occasion here at Wimbledon. This is one hot ticket. Daniel Craig is here. And James Bond from several of those movies. Brad Pitt is in the house. And from the tennis world, Stefan Edberg, Billie Jean King. All in the raw box.
Chris Evert.
Chris Evert, absolutely. Multiple champion here. Here's a backhand return on the rise from Alcaraz, who's 30 love down on the Djokovic serve. That's an incredible get back from Alcaraz. How is he getting these balls back? Djokovic underneath another one, and it's still got back by Alcaraz. That's insane!
You got to be kidding me. I mean, honestly. Just Novak going at him and Carlos finding a way to stay in that rally first and then over smashing a smash.
30-15.
I mean, honestly.
The smash was above his head at full stretch. And he's able to whip it across court. When you're hot, you're hot.
30-15. Djokovic leads this game, but it kind of doesn't feel like it after a point like that. He serves at the body. It's driven back by Alcaraz. He's wrong-footed. He still gets it back. Backhand cross-court again by Djokovic. He's doing what he does to everybody else and winning, but he's not today. He's now at 30-all. He's missing. He can't handle this guy.
Now I'm watching actually the footwork of Carlos Alcaraz. He's just in front of us. He's just so stable and recovers so quickly. I mean, He's on the full stretch, just one step, he's back almost into the middle of the court. Never slide, never lose his footwork.
Yeah, he was wrong-footed then, wasn't he? And he just stopped on
one step
a dime
and just go.
And
Yeah,
back
exactly.
in. Those shots usually go for winners, but he got there easy.
Ace out wide, is it from Djokovic?
The call, right far sideline.
And
Ball
this
was called in.
would put Djokovic at game point.
Novak is staying on the same side, so I think he saw that ball out as well.
Yes, out. Djokovic is going to have to play a second serve now. Everything seems to be going against him right now. He won the first set 6-1. Alcaraz has hit back to win the next two. 7-6, 6-1. It's 2-1 Alcaraz. It's 30-all. Backhand cross court from Djokovic. And that's a brilliant shot from Djokovic. He really stepped up to that, and even Alcaraz couldn't reach it.
I mean, it's within an inch of the line, isn't it? I mean, this is the thing.
And taking it so early as well. If he take it a fraction later, then Alcaraz has a good play on it.
He's got that, yeah. And he got his racket on as well. I mean, it went into the crowd, but, you know, 1 inch closer and that ball was back.
40-30, Djokovic trying to just keep Alcaraz off him. Backhand cross court from Djokovic, trying to weather the storm, chipping and charging. Forehand cross court pass from Alcaraz.
Just have a feel for this slice backhand is incredible. I mean, I don't think even Rafa had that good of a slice backhand compared to Alcaraz. You just keep that ball so low. It's almost like a Roger type of backhand. Sort of dragging you to the net and say, okay, just come into the net so I can pass you the ball after.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad approach shot either.
No.
That was a shot that was working in the first set for Djokovic, the slice backhand down the line. That one was just dispatched easily.
There is no shot that this guy cannot hit. And when you talk to great former champions, Marion and Pat and many other champions around this place, a lot of them will say, well, he's kind of like a bit of Nadal and a bit of Federer and a bit of Djokovic.
He is.
You think, well, that's unbeatable. 2-1 Alcaraz. Hits the forehand return, trying to set up break point, drop shots, in comes Djokovic, he reaches it, and now the backhand pass from Alcaraz is just wide.
Well, he did some brilliant ones throughout this match, just finding that short cross court. And I think the wind just drifted that ball slightly more sideways than what he was expecting, Carlos.
Our Five Live colleague from many years, Michael Stick, a 1991 champion, is in the raw box, looking down as the backhand's hit down the centre by Alcaraz, who smacks his backhand on the line. It's game point to Djokovic to level up at 2 games all in this fourth set. He runs around his backhand to swipe a forehand. Oh, what a shot by Novak Djokovic. And a shake of the racket. He is not finished yet.
Oh, no. That is for sure. It is not done yet, and especially if he can keep on holding his serve. There is always what we call a second breath, which is you have a moment when you feel down because of mental things or even long games, but all of a sudden you have that second energy, that second win.
And that was a kind of quick game for Djokovic.
Exactly.
You know, still two juices. And this is the problem. He's just not getting any easy points.
2 games all. Alcaraz serves into the top of the net. Djokovic at 36. Having won the first 2 Grand Slams of the years, just looks like he's lost nothing physically. But I think he probably does manage his energy levels so that he can put on the afterburners when it really matters. Lob lifted from him, Alcaraz underneath it. He just goes flat out all the time. Another lob lifted by Djokovic. This one goes long.
Just so much pace on that overhead. He almost went faster than the serve.
15 love.
Somebody I know once described Carlos Alcaraz, having seen him for the first time, as like a superhero who's discovering his powers in front of our eyes. And I feel like that's very apt. Sometimes he looks up at Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach, with a little smile as if to say, did you see what I just did?
Yeah, exactly.
2 games all, 2 sets to 1 he leads. Forehand off the back foot. Djokovic will attack this with a big forehand on the line. That's a fantastic shot from Djokovic. Then a little backhand dink volley behind it to level of 15-all. He is coming on strong again now. And
he starts to have now that backhand that he was struggling with on the second set of Alcaraz. He couldn't hit a good return on the second set and the third set. Now he starts to time some of them really well and finding the depths, taking the ball early on that kick, putting pressure.
Couple of big points coming up here. 2 games all, 15-all. Alcaraz serves at the body. It comes back at him right onto the baseline. Djokovic finding his range, but then missing the backhand behind it. That's happened a couple of times. He nets, having hit the perfect length return.
Yeah, he's showing, just slapping his legs as well, showing he doesn't use them enough on those last backhands. Just the left leg, when you're in cross stance, so the right leg is in front, the left leg has to help you to push your body weight forward into the ball. Misses in the net, just like in the second set tiebreak.
Serve and volley Alcaraz, and he's missed the forehand volley. Goodness.
Remember when he has those 2 backhands in the second set tiebreak on set point especially, and he missed in the net because he was on the back leg, and that left leg didn't help him to push himself forward.
30-all.
And that cost him so much in that match.
Well, Novak's just got to believe here that if he can keep making good returns like he has actually in the last couple of games, that he'll have a chance. And he certainly needs good return now.
2 games all, 30-all. Serve down the centre from Alcaraz. Hits the forehand half volley on the baseline. Djokovic is coming right at him now. Backhand on the line from him. Alcaraz digs it out with a cross-court forehand, but he's gone wide. This is break point.
Yeah, well, he had the exact same play, just return deep into the center, start to dictate with the backhand, and this time he didn't miss those backhands. He really went for a good cross-court, a good down the line. But the play he was looking for, the backhand of the second set, he couldn't make. Well, he has a break point now.
Djokovic looking to make his move. 2 sets to 1 behind. 2 games all. He has break point.
Second serve. Pressure time.
And Djokovic knows it. He hits his backhand return cross-court. Alcaraz meets it. Backhand on the line, Djokovic. Long. No. Goodness.
Novak, Djokovic challenging the call. Right baseline. Ball was called out.
I don't think Djokovic can believe that he missed it because he hit it pretty well. But he did miss it long.
Ball stand.
Once again on the backhand. Once again, he has the shots he wants, but
Djokovic has 1 challenge
probably
remaining.
just recognizing that he won't have that many chances, and he really has to make the shot. He's almost putting a little extra pressure that for today seems to be a little too much for him to handle, even for him.
John McEnroe said on 6 Love 6 a few days ago that Carlos Alcaraz is the best 20-year-old he's ever seen. He serves out wide onto the forehand. Alcaraz, what a return!
What a return, a full stretch!
And Alcaraz almost smiling at the brilliance of his opponent.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Right back down the middle. That's Novak's sort of go-to play. Haven't seen any of it in the third set.
Djokovic ramping up the pressure every single time. He returns with the backhand on the centre on break point. Forehand whip cross court.
That's long, and that's a break.
Carlos Alcaraz.
Wait a second.
The call. Left baseline ball was called out.
Well, Novak is having a long look at that line.
It was called out.
Hoping it's long.
And it is in.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me?
Would you believe it?
Novak's just can't believe he's looking up to the sky and go, come on, give me a break here.
Advantage, Djokovic.
There was not even a clean hit from that forehand of Alcaraz.
It was excessive topspin on it, and it made it dip viciously at the last second and brought it back down to the back edge of the line. And Djokovic, though, still has break point for 3-2. Body serve, Alcaraz steps in, drop shots, and it's just delightful. I mean, for all the world, I thought he was going to hit that 1,000,000 miles an hour, Pat Cash.
Well, I was thinking the same.
Yeah. And Novak was thinking the same, more importantly. Yeah, he takes the backswing, it just changes at the last. As he's bringing the racket through, he just changes the grip and cuts underneath it.
Quite a sight. This 20-year-old up against this 36-year-old. Here's Alcaraz whipping a forehand down the line at deuce, and 2 games all, and he's netted into the bottom of the net, and Djokovic's pressure keeps on coming, and Alcaraz is shouting in frustration at this near end.
And what is very interesting, David, and this last backhand from Novak Djokovic, the step going out on the left, just really holding his ground, staying really low, physically putting the effort as well to make the shot. I think he's very much aware that he has been lacking a little bit of that, especially in that third set, and especially after losing that 25 minutes game. So he's trying to really push himself now.
A third break point in the game for Djokovic. He returns with a forehand, smacked cross-court by Alcaraz, moves to his right, another forehand cross-court. Djokovic meets him with a big forehand on the line. And backhand cross-court goes Alcaraz. Now a low half volley. Into the net.
And the break this time.
Djokovic strikes and blows a kiss in the direction of somebody who's giving him a hard time. He is not finished yet. And he leads by 3 games to 2 with a break of serve. Alcaraz by 2 sets to 1, Gigi.
There's a thriller at the tennis, there is a thriller at the cricket. We can join Henry Moran on Sports Extra for the conclusion of the One-Day International.
Who'd bet against that after what we've seen in this Ashes series? In comes Jonathan to bowl to Siva Brunt, in position, swinging hard into the leg side. They're going to have to push for 2, turning for the second. Now comes the throw. It's a good throw. I think she might be run out. I think she might be run out. No, she's home. Forgive me. They'll check it, but I think the reaction from the Australia fielders suggests that she's home.
Yeah, I think she's home as well, but we are going to go upstairs. We are going to check it. 7 needed from 2 balls. This Ashes series has it all. Siva Brunt, she's back, she's safe. England have another opportunity to keep this Ashes series alive.
Not out, the big screen will read in just a moment. 7 needed from 2 balls. 6 runs takes us to a super over.
Jonathan's got to go block hole here.
Siva Brunt, this titan of the modern game, waits. In comes Jonathan. She goes hard into the leg side. Has she found the gap for 4 runs? I'm not sure she has. Fielder in relay will get that throw in with 2 taken. It's going to be 5 from 1 with a boundary taking us to a super over.
Or 1 hit and they win it. So
6 will win it.
Siva Brunt, an opportunity to do something really, really special. She already has her 3rd 100.
We welcome our listeners on 5 Live. You join us at the Ageas Bowl with Alex Blackwell and Alex Hartley alongside me with 5 needed from 1 ball. Matt Siva Brunt on 110 needs to find a boundary. A boundary keeps England in the Ashes. If it's 6 runs, we go to Taunton with the series in England's favour. If it's 4, we go to a super over.
Well, we couldn't have asked for a tighter Ashes series. It's been spectacular. Siva Brunt doing something really special here. 1 hit. Can she get her team over the line?
6 required to win it. 4 take us to a super over. Siva Brunt goes in the air, into the leg side. She's not got all of it. It'll drop safely. Australia win. Australia retain the Ashes. For the 5th time running, it'll be Australia that lift the trophy. They've won this game by 3 runs. Siva Brunt leans on her bat. She gets a pat on the back from another legend of the game in Elise Perry. It was so close, so close. But ultimately, England falls short. This crowd have been so richly entertained. Nat Siva Brunt couldn't quite do it. She gave it her all. She did absolutely everything she could to win England in this game. But in the end, it is Australia who once again will be lifting that trophy. They've retained the Ashes. The series can still be drawn at Taunton on Tuesday. But England's dreams of winning it for the first time in almost a decade have gone. There is relief for Australia, heartbreak for England. But listen to the noise around the Ageas Bowl. That is a crowd that have seen this England team go toe-to-toe, push Australia all the way. They'll feel they could have and possibly should have won this game, England, but they haven't. It's Australia who have won by 3 runs and have retained the Ashes.
What a finish. And England, as Henry rightly said, pushing Australia all the way. Thank you very much to Henry Moran and the team. You can continue getting reaction to the one-day international and Australia winning the Ashes over on Sports Extra. But straight back to centre court. It's bubbling up nicely too. Djokovic fans in front of us are on their feet, cheering their man because it's advantage Djokovic in set 4. Alcaraz by 2-1. Pat Cash, Marion Bartley, David Law.
Yeah, 3-2 with a break of serve now for Novak Djokovic, and he's just won an extended rally against this extraordinary 20-year-old. But it was Djokovic who came out on top of it, 40-15. And he's starting to get really pumped up now, it's Djokovic. The deflation, the irritation of earlier in this set and through most parts of the last 2 sets has gone. He's weathered the storm, perhaps. Here he is hitting a backhand, but the storm that is Alcaraz is coming in again. And he clips a little backhand drop volley and follows it up with a high forehand volley and moves to 40-30 on the Djokovic serve.
I think Novak has been happy to get a few more forced errors coming from Carlos Alcaraz rackets, as well as timing the second serve return slightly better from Novak, as he was really struggling with that shot throughout the second and the third set. And you know, all of a sudden when you break up in a set, you feel a lot lighter as well. You feel you have some more energy that you thought you didn't have anymore.
Yeah, he thinks he might have found some solutions here, and he's got some daylight between himself and his opponent now. 4-2 as that forehand return goes into the net from Alcaraz.
Clutching his fist, get a serve winner, get another fairly decent hold here, not losing too much energy, just slapping his thighs. He knows how much he needs his legs, and he knows how much.
It's been a long time since a reasonably easy hold.
Exactly.
And it wasn't that easy, it was to 30.
4-2. Djokovic leads in this 4th set. It's 2-1 Alcaraz, who drops shots. In comes Djokovic, he won't reach it. That is just such a lovely touch from Alcaraz. He sort of holds the racket as if he's about to blast it at him. And then he just...
Well, that's what Novak was trying to do in the second set tie-break, as well as part of the second set, that either he was missing or playing slightly too long, and Carlos Alcaraz was actually winning the point out of that shot.
15-love Alcaraz. Hasn't gone away mentally in this set. We saw that epic game at around this stage in the 3rd set, which Djokovic was trying to hold on in, and when he didn't, he let the rest of the set go, to be quite honest, and he regathered himself for this set. Forehand cross-court from him onto the line. Lob lifted halfway to the moon by Alcaraz, who's on his back here. He's just slipped, and he's down. Is Alcaraz at the far end of the court? He's staying down. He's just exercising those legs to make sure he's all right. Djokovic gives him a thumbs up to make sure he's okay, and Alcaraz is back to his feet. He's just exercising his right leg, but he went down pretty heavily there.
He did, and Novak has almost a similar...
15-all. Oh, it can be nastier than knee, that one.
The knee and the adductor inside, and Novak had almost a similar one the 3rd set, actually. Was stretching those adductors after that.
I would have done my knee in for about a year.
Yeah, that did not look pretty. But there's a forehand into the net from Djokovic on the return, and Alcaraz shakes the racket in his hand. He doesn't seem to be thinking too much about whatever he's done.
No, I
think
it's...
to be back.
No, he's absolutely back in play, but I think it's great for the interest of this match, as, you know, Djokovic has been able to find another gear.
They're right on it at the same time now, these two. Djokovic really did suffer a dip in energy, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. In the 3rd set especially after that very long game.
Returns with a forehand. That was a massive serve right at him. And Alcaraz gets another backhand to go cross-court on. They're hitting beautiful shots just an inch or so above the net, but then Djokovic lifts one a little too high, and Alcaraz moves to 40-15.
And he keeps those sizes so low that it's very difficult for Novak to keep attacking him. So it's almost like he has to lift the ball and slow down a little bit the pace as well. And that's what Carlos is looking to get, to then run around with his forehand and just going for it.
Game, Alcaraz
Swinging serve out wide. Alcaraz eyeballs Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach, as he holds onto his serve. He's still a break of serve down, but it's 4-3 now to Novak Djokovic, and it's 2-1 for Alcaraz. A few words with Fergus Murphy, the umpire from Dublin here.
Just having his drinks coming from down by, prepared by his fitness coach to be brought out to him.
2-1.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you've got enough drinks with you in a match like this, haven't you? Goodness me, it's nearly 4 hours now.
It's got some evil-looking concoction there. There was a dark brown-looking thing that he got brought over.
Yuck. Well, if this match does go the distance, I mean, Novak Djokovic has had plenty of practice. He's played 47 5-set matches in his life. He's won 37 of those. He's only ever lost 10.
Pretty good, impressive record, isn't it? But you just think the younger man, I mean, age has just got to, you know, well, it's got to affect him at some stage. I mean, he's 36. And
he's played 9, has Alcaraz. He's only lost 1. 8-1.
Yeah.
Including that extraordinary match against Jannik Sinner at the US Open.
Well, I think there's still a lot of life left in this set.
Yep.
A lot of life. Novak's getting a few free points. Carlos has made a few errors early part of this set to go down the break, but he's tightened that up now. Novak needs to get this serve working.
Yeah, that's
he's going to bring it to the 5th set. Yeah,
64% of them have gone in this match, but he's only been winning 60% of those points. Here's a forehand cross court from Djokovic, and long goes Alcaraz.
Yeah, that's an amazing stat, isn't it? He's only won, what did you say, 60-something%?
Yeah, he's won 60% of the points when his first serve's gone in. Djokovic, he's won 56% of the points when his second serve's gone in. So the first serve hasn't been doing that much damage by normal standards.
That's how good a returning match that Alcaraz is having.
Alcaraz has got 63% of his serves in, so very similar number, but he's won 10% more of his first serve points than Djokovic has. Here's Djokovic serving onto the backhand. It's driven back at him, and that's a slightly awkward-looking forehand from Djokovic, but he made the court. That's not awkward-looking. That's an absolute bullet down the line from Djokovic. Alcaraz still reaches it, lobs, smashes on, does Djokovic, and Alcaraz nets.
So that's great play from Novak, just being very agile on the footwork there. It was not an easy overhead to play, just bad pedaling so quickly. Because the lob was very clever from Carlos Alcaraz, just seeing Novak rushing to the net forward, and when you have to backpedal to hit a shot, you're losing sometimes a little bit of your stability.
That just stings the legs.
Yeah.
It's so tiring to go back and do those.
Lovely serve out wide from Djokovic, then a forehand the other way, and even Alcaraz can't reach that one. He nearly ends up in the fans.
But he knows today that Carlos Alcaraz is going to test him on the fitness side as well. And, you know, very much as it was a story of that Roland Garros match when Alcaraz just couldn't handle the fitness test in a way. Well, you know, I think he has learned his lesson, and today he's really putting Novak under the pressure there.
Yeah, I asked him in the press conference after the last match as he returns with a backhand, but it goes.
Well, that's definitely the easiest game all by Novak. Yes.
5-3.
Was there a love game? I don't think there's been a love game for Novak.
The first
3. He jumped to a 5-love lead, but even those service games were
quite long
games.
Yeah, I asked Alcaraz, what are you going to do so that you don't cramp this time? He said, I'm going to do some mental exercises and just try to calm down a bit before the match and not go in too tense and hyped up. Because he reckons that that's what caused the cramp, his nerves. He serves out wide, serves and volleys as Alcaraz. Little backhand drop volley cross court. Djokovic reaches it with a lovely backhand down the line.
It's so interesting to see the momentum shifts during a tennis match, because it's so between the ears. Obviously, you know, there is the shots and the capability to putting the shots, but so much also about the mental state that you're in and the moment of the match. And all of a sudden, it's Novak Djokovic looking really light on his feet and running extremely quickly for his drop shots. When for a moment in the third set, he looked really deflated as well. Just the whole momentum swift and getting the energy back.
Alcaraz serves out wide, misses, double fault. Alcaraz wants to challenge.
Carlos Alcaraz challenging the call.
Well, you said a lot of double faults on this side.
Yeah, most of them in the net, actually.
It's very close.
Yeah.
This one's a great kick serve out wide.
It is wide.
It's just wide.
Full stand.
So, Djokovic is 2 points away from the 4th set, which would take this into a 5th.
And from serving first in the 5th, if he breaks here.
Yeah, that would be a big deal, wouldn't it? Pressure-wise, that would be him ahead in the score lines every time he would hold serve. So Alcaraz will be keen to hold here and at least prevent that and ask the questions in this set. But Djokovic is having none of it. What a return from his belly button. He smacked that onto the baseline and Alcaraz half volleyed it into the net.
And again, he was looking for that return all second set long, just couldn't find it. He was caught up out of timing, just taking it slightly too late and couldn't really have an impact on that second serve return, and now really timing it perfectly on that backhand side.
Novak Djokovic, the 7-time champion, has set point to take it all away. Blocked that return is wide.
It's one saved.
15-40. Carlos Alcaraz has 2 challenges remaining.
Still in the hole is Alcaraz in this game.
Is he going to go back wide? Slicer, that's been quite useful.
15-40. He did try to go out wide.
He's been winning a lot of points serving this way, so it was quite normal to go there at this time of the match.
Second serve is
double fault.
Double fault.
Game.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back, relax.
Don't relax.
We're in
can relax.
5th set.
Nobody can relax.
Well, most
You're going to
importantly,
5-minute break, just like Novak did at the end of the 3rd set.
most importantly, do not go anywhere. And if you do, take your app, your BBC Sounds app with you, and make sure you're listening to set number 5 of the Wimbledon men's singles final, which is coming your way between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz, Gigi.
Well, that's the great thing about radio. Whatever you have to do now, and with the new wireless headphones, earbud things, you can just pretend you're interested in whatever you're meant to be doing and just put a little bit of hair over one ear and you can keep listening because you cannot stop listening at this stage. It's now a 1-set shootout to be crowned Wimbledon champion. Novak Djokovic has only lost one 5-set match here at Wimbledon. That was to Mario Ancic back in 2006. 1 set to decide the winner. It's coming your way here on 5 Live. After the news at 6:05 with Dan Maudsley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
People in Rome have been told they should stay indoors between 11 in the morning and 6 in the evening because of the heat wave affecting the entire Mediterranean region. Extremely high temperatures have also been measured in much of the United States. Ukraine says Russian attacks have forced its troops onto the defensive near Kupiansk in the east, but Kyiv says that near Bakhmut its soldiers are slowly advancing. An 18-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of murder after a 17-year-old boy was stabbed in northwest London. Police were called late on Friday night to reports of a fight and stabbing following a birthday party in Kilburn. And emergency teams are searching for people feared trapped in their cars in South Korea when torrential rain flooded a road tunnel yesterday. 9 people have been killed in the incident in North Chungcheong province.
5 Live Breakfast.
A report from the Health Select Committee is calling for urgent and fundamental reform of NHS dentistry in England. The review was launched after a BBC investigation found 9 in 10 NHS dental practices across the UK are not accepting new patients.
My partner is in so much pain, she asked me to take her teeth out with a pair of pliers.
I'm living on porridge and soup and I need new teeth.
Can I just say, I've slightly given up on the summer.
That's quite early.
No, I think it tends to happen to me around about this time of year. July weather, schools break up, it becomes rubbish, and the mornings are dark again for
because
me.
Loads of time with your kids.
Yeah, just everything about it is depressing. And then little hints of Christmas start coming out, and I start thinking, yeah.
Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
5 Live Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. Wimbledon 2023 on 5 Live.
With Gigi Salmon.
On a day when Rory McIlroy has won the Scottish Open, Australia's women have retained the Ashes, and Henry Searle became the first British winner of the boys' singles title here at Wimbledon for 61 years. But after nearly 4 hours of play, it comes down to this one set to decide the Wimbledon 2023 men's singles champion. Will it be world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz? Will it be an 8th title here for world number 2 Novak Djokovic? Pat Cash, Marion Bartley and Russell Fuller.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be the 20-year-old? Will it be the 36-year-old? This is the 3rd largest age gap in a Grand Slam final in open-era tennis. You have to go back to 2 meetings between Jimmy Connors and Ken Rosewall in 1974 to find a larger age gap. Nearly 16 years between them. So will the 5th set go the way of experience or youth? It is Novak Djokovic serving first, and watching that approach from Carlos Alcaraz land over the baseline. And after finishing the 4th set in some style, Djokovic now has 30 love on serve in the opening game of this deciding set.
And Russell, on those first 2 points, because Novak is against the wind and the wind has been picking up again slightly more than during this 4th set, it was really pushed backwards with the pace of the shots of Carlos Alcaraz, but Carlos just couldn't keep the control on the last shot and just overeating a little bit.
"30 love." The wind still blowing Djokovic's shirt here on centre court as he serves in front of the royal box. He may well recognise the Serbian ambassador, given that he's been on centre court for this men's final so many times. She is here alongside King Felipe VI of Spain and the Prince and Princess of Wales and Prince George and Princess Charlotte, and they will all have admired that forehand service return winner by Alcaraz.
The Prince and Princess are enjoying the non-swearing that they got last year from Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah, Prince George is getting a few flashbacks, perhaps.
Blocking your ears. The parents would have been like putting their hands over their ears.
His language skills moved on leaps and bounds over the course of 3.5 hours on the men's singles final last year. As Pat Cash says, fond memories of Nick Kyrgios' blue language in what was a memorable final. Djokovic winning that in 4. Alcaraz with a volley winner here as Djokovic just loses his footing at the back of the court. And there's a little bit of pressure on the Djokovic serve in the opening game of the deciding set of this year's final.
It's a really crucial moment now because Carlos Alcaraz is going to try everything to just regain that momentum he was having in the 2nd and really in the 3rd set. Novak Djokovic is going to try everything to just keep on his momentum that finally he got in that 4th set. So fascinating to see the mental battle between those 2 players as well.
4 hours precisely on the clock. Djokovic serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic with the backhand approaching the net. Passing winner Alcaraz. Down the line, backhand winner. First break point of the decider will go to the 20-year-old from Spain.
Said Marianne, it's just going into that backhand passing shot. He just doesn't miss it. It'd be better if Novak just went straight down the middle, giving him no angles. He's a sitting duck, really, unless he hits the approach shot right on the line.
First opportunity then goes to Alcaraz.
Let's first serve.
Just to repeat that remarkable statistic Gigi was giving us about Mario Ancic being the only man to beat Novak Djokovic in a 5-set match at Wimbledon, and that was in the 4th round of 2006, 17 years ago, when Alcaraz was 3. Good serve from Djokovic, and he saved his serve as Alcaraz's forehand hits the net.
Just about snuck over too. They're the worst ones, like in the previous point, the ones just sort of skim over the net, forcing Djokovic to come forward, or vice versa, of course. They're low, you can't get a lot of power out of them, and that one just about snuck over, didn't it? Which would have been a nightmare.
Juice, backhand reply into the net.
It was the same one. Oof. Just hitting really the top of the net. I mean, that ball either just goes over, tapping the net, or even just not touching the net but goes over. They're absolutely so difficult to play. You're inside the court with a no-pace ball just dying, and if you don't hit the line, your opponent's going to pass you. I mean, it's just a nightmare.
Djokovic with the advantage now. He was involved in the longest Wimbledon final of all time. Saved 2 championship points to beat Roger Federer in a 5th set tiebreak after 24 games of the 5th set that were allowed in those days in 2019. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz, backhand cross-court Djokovic. Alcaraz backhand to the Djokovic backhand. Alcaraz lifts a backhand to the back of the court. Down the line Alcaraz, Djokovic forehand cross-court. Alcaraz on the run, plays a slice forehand into mid-court. Drop shot Djokovic, down the line passing winner, Carlos Alcaraz.
It's almost like you can't come to the net against this guy. I mean, honestly, that was such a great slice from Novak, but what a passing shot from Carlos Alcaraz. The racket at speed he's able to generate off those balls, of those slices. It's just absolutely extraordinary. Just comes in and just whip that ball down the line.
More rallies like that and more games of multiple juices mean this could end up being even longer than that 2019 final. That was 4 hours and 57 minutes. This is 4 hours and 4 minutes, and we're still in the opening game of the deciding set. And that's into the net, the backhand reply from Alcaraz. Good serve down the tee by Djokovic. His advantage, remember, one difference 4 years on, is that we have a 10-point tiebreak at 6 games all. Very few of these games are over quickly. Djokovic, game point, opening game of the deciding set. Goes long with the first serve. The wind was expected to die slightly over the course of the afternoon, but it's a significant breeze still as Djokovic serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Djokovic's backhand, slice backhand, Alcaraz, it's long.
Such a great save from Novak Djokovic. Again, just having to react so quickly after his serve because Carlos Alcaraz is coming right back at him with some great returns. He had to almost be with his 2 knees on the ground to hit that last backhand, keep himself in play, but you still have to, I think, admire the mental resilience from Novak Djokovic. I mean, being pushed so much physically, mentally as well, losing that 2nd set tiebreak after having the set point, missing a backhand, which is normally his bread and butter shots, and just finding solution. I mean, he was outplayed in the 3rd set and refusing to give up and just keeping on going for it. And I think it's very interesting to see that stats on the set 1 and 3, the average rally points from Novak was about on his baseline. In the 4th set, just went really inside the court. 1 meter inside the court, just rushing Alcaraz a lot more.
And it's made a difference. He's held first in this 5th set. Now it's Alcaraz's turn to serve. A forehand cross-court from Alcaraz is long.
Carlos Alcaraz challenging the call.
Both players wanting to challenge there.
It was called out by the line judge. It was confirmed by the chair umpire. Still been challenged by Carlos. It is well long.
Quite a bit over the baseline, that one.
Love 15.
Djokovic, having gone 2 sets to 1 down, was 15-40 down, having lost the opening game of the 4th set, saved those break points so crucially in coming back to win the 4th set and keep this final alive. Drop shot Alcaraz is absolutely brilliant. From the baseline, forehand drop shot winner.
And Novak was not expecting that shot whatsoever. I thought he was right into that rally. He had a good play of going cross-court with the forehand of Carlos Alcaraz, but Carlos said no more. I'm just going for my drop shot. Just a perfect one.
Yeah, they're all going in, aren't they, at the moment?
And then the pressure as well. I mean, if you miss it, it's love 30 already.
15 all. Alcaraz serving into the net. This is his 18th grass court match. He'd only played 6 matches on this surface as a professional before arriving at Queen's Club, where he won the title. He's missing a forehand, Alcaraz.
Yeah, but again, taking the ball earlier in the return of serve, Novak Djokovic just giving less time to Carlos Alcaraz to get set for the next shot after the serve, which once again is a tougher shot to play because you're finishing forward and you have to get yourself ready for the next one. If you can get some cheap unforced errors, it's the second shot right after the serve that it might coming from.
15-30. Good serve down the tee, serving and volleying. Alcaraz chops into that volley. Another exquisitely played volley. Djokovic there, but can really only send it scuttling across the turf.
What a great
such a tough volley too.
Serve volley.
Hey, it was far from the net as well, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't hit that perfectly, Djokovic was there. But what he does very, very well, Alcaraz, is old school serve and volley, gets in really quickly, well inside his own service line, which makes the volley a lot easier.
30 all. Djokovic has won the first game of the deciding set. 5 Live, BBC Sounds. Second serve, Alcaraz. Backhand, Djokovic with some air right onto the baseline. Now he's inside the baseline, Djokovic, and hitting through the forehand and forcing Alcaraz to put the backhand into the net. And this is now a break point for Djokovic.
It is a break point, but more importantly, Russell is also sending the message to Carlos Alcaraz that if that first serve doesn't go in, he's such in big danger, because now, since a set and few games, Djokovic is timing the second serve return so well, winning so many points.
Djokovic saved a break point in the opening game. Can Alcaraz do the same here? He's got a forehand, the Spaniard. Backhand, Djokovic cross-court. Alcaraz with the backhand cross-court. Djokovic cross-court with the backhand. The exchange continues. Backhand again from Alcaraz onto the forehand of Djokovic this time. Down the line Alcaraz goes. Cross-court forehand Djokovic. Alcaraz with a forehand down the line and now running to hit a backhand, which he somehow got back in play. Now the lob from Alcaraz. Djokovic under the drive volley. It's into the net.
He's missed it.
And I think he hesitated to play an overhead. Actually, Novak, he could have done an overhead. He almost hesitating that that ball stayed in the court as well. Went for the swing volley. I mean, what a defense from Carlos Alcaraz, just making nobody that extra tricky shot.
And this is where matches are won and lost. And these little moments, just scrambling an extra ball back. Talked about it all day. He just makes you play an extra ball and made that one really awkward for Novak.
Juice as Alcaraz serves. Misses the first serve. A glorious centre court noise. Crowd getting fully involved, supporting both players at times, and they love that drop shot from Alcaraz. And why not, from just behind the baseline, forehand drop shot winner, yet another from break point down to game point up.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
I mean, it's one of the few times that Novak really didn't go out and play a deeper return. Didn't really attack that return that much. And again, if he doesn't take his chance, Novak Djokovic, Carlos Alcaraz will.
Alcaraz trying to close out this service game, puts the first serve into the net. Second serve for Alcaraz. Backhand reply, Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz with the squash shot forehand, which he's landed on the baseline. Forehand, Alcaraz cross-court. Djokovic now on the defence. Alcaraz down the line with a forehand winner. Once again, a point that he had absolutely no right to win has been won by the 20-year-old who levels this deciding set, having saved a break point at 1 game all.
I mean, this is just insane tennis.
You can't play any better than that and lose the game, can you? You really can't. Djokovic played an unbelievable game.
Final
set. A couple of just impossible
balls to get
shots.
back, and he got them back. I mean, and just that last forehand down the line, the power he can get out of that forehand, just... Whew. I think Novak Djokovic would love to have a replay of that high hand Forehand volley.
What a chance it was. Forehand return from Alcaraz, right onto the baseline. Slice backhand Alcaraz into the middle of the court. Alcaraz forehand cross court. Great angle. Djokovic with a powerful forehand on the run, but Alcaraz gets another ball back, and Djokovic can't chase that one down.
Just both players really starting to play their best game now at the same time, and let's just treat us for some extraordinary rallies, point after point.
Novak didn't get back in the court to chase that, did he? Pretty tired getting back out of that wide forehand.
Love 15. Forehand return Alcaraz. Djokovic cross court with the forehand. Alcaraz into the net.
Well, that's why for Novak Djokovic, he has to just put aside what happened. Few points he felt he could have done the break and sort of running away with that match. Didn't happen. Carlos Alcaraz is very much hanging in there and putting so much pressure on him.
The momentum's going to change, isn't it?
Yeah, he just have to keep holding his serve, putting the pressure on the scoreboard by leading.
2 sets all, 1 game all, 15 all. Djokovic misses the first serve. Pat Cash and Marion Bartoli are here as Djokovic challenges.
Ball was called out.
It wasn't this stressful in 1987 and 2013 when you won the title, was it?
God for that.
Both won in straight sets.
Second serve.
Second serve for Djokovic. Backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic backhand into the middle of the court. Backhand from Djokovic at full stretch. Alcaraz with the forehand. He's coming forward to put away the volley. The Spaniard's on the move again.
Yeah, much more aggressive now.
And that's what Novak did to him in the fourth set to actually win it. And again, playing slightly too defensive.
Novak Djokovic has two
challenges. Be careful, Novak Djokovic,
remaining.
just to keep on having the same tactic if he wants to win this one. Don't expect too many enforced errors from Carlos Alcaraz, because I don't think they're gonna come in that fifth set.
15-30, Djokovic trails. Serving, excellent serve, backhand return Alcaraz, forehand cross-court Djokovic. Fabulous hitting.
That's great aggression, but it's very interesting because in some ways, a lot of times Novak likes to stay from the back of the court and being that wall that you feel you're going to overhit, and he gets a lot of enforced errors from his opponents. But actually today he has been forced to come up with more. He has been forced to get out a little bit of his comfort zone, take that ball earlier, be more aggressive with his play, because otherwise Alcaraz is just too good.
30 all. Backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic on the baseline net. Unforced error. Forehand into the net, and for the third game in a row at the start of this deciding set, the server finds himself breakpoint down. The afternoon of the Wimbledon final has turned to early evening, 6:25, 5 Live, BBC Sounds. This is Alcaraz's latest chance to hit the front in the decider. Break point, forehand return. Djokovic's backhand cross-court. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand. Djokovic down the line. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand. So too Djokovic. Alcaraz with the forehand down the line. Djokovic down the centre with the backhand. Slice backhand defence from Alcaraz. Now he's got another look at a backhand. Djokovic moving inside the baseline. Alcaraz passing chance, and he's not going to miss an opportunity like that. Backhand down the line winner. Just extraordinary tennis on centre court. And Novak Djokovic showing real anger there against the umpire's chair. He's in big, big trouble here.
I think he's going to get a point penalty because he'll get a warning already.
Leads 2 games to 1. Final set. Code violation. Racket abuse. Warning, Novak Djokovic.
A warning. Okay.
Because that's his first offence in this area. It was the net post, my correction.
Yes.
Thank you, David, rather than the umpire's chair. But he was given a time violation earlier, but that's a separate category. If he is called for slow play again, he will lose a serve. This is in another dimension, if you like. It's a different set of rules, and that's the first time he's stepped out of line, and therefore it is only a warning. And of course, if it had been the umpire's chair, it would have been altogether more serious, given that that can be considered intimidating behaviour. But it was the net post. Djokovic, angry, sitting on his chair as Carlos Alcaraz comes out to resume this match, shouting at his box. He's had his serve broken. He's come back from 2-1 down to level the match. But he's now going to have to come from a break of serve down
Seats quickly, please.
In the 5th set after 4 hours and 18 minutes.
Well, to be fair, Ross, I mean, he had that break point and one love for him that could have changed the whole match almost if he would have been up 2-love in the 5th set. And he played that extraordinary point, but somehow Carlos Alcaraz just got an extra ball back over and over and over again, and just got Novak to start to feel really irritated, and then just getting broken right after that. I think he's starting to really play on his mental side.
Forehand cross-court wide by Djokovic. Alcaraz, 2-1, 15-love. Forehand return Djokovic. Great serving by Alcaraz. That's the return, bouncing once, hopping over the ball boy and nestling in the lower part of the umpire's chair.
And he's testing his right wrist, because by smacking the racket so hard at net post, I think he might receive actually a shock on that wrist.
.30-love Alcaraz. Forehand return Djokovic. Great serving in this game from Alcaraz. No way Djokovic can return that forehand.
40-love.
Well, at Roland Garros, we thought, particularly on clay, the near 16-year difference between them could perhaps be the factor that tilted their semi-final in Alcaraz's favour. An ace from Alcaraz. What a perfect service game after just getting the break, and he leads by 3 games to 1. Then it was Alcaraz who started cramping. Here it is Djokovic at 36, who looks the more tired of the two.
3 games
but
to 1.
Never write this man off. Can Djokovic come back from here? 1-3 down. Final set.
Please.
Early evening sunshine shining down on Novak Djokovic as he serves in front of the royal box. And again, he is shaking out that right wrist once more.
You heard it, for sure.
Second serve Djokovic. Forehand return cross-court long from Alcaraz. He's certainly done himself, if not some damage, it's made it a little uncomfortable for a while at least.
And he really didn't have a play at that next service game of Carlos Alcaraz from 2-1 to 3-1. So he really have to regroup here, because he had put so much effort to get himself into that position.
Good serve this from Djokovic, and Alcaraz can't make the backhand return.
Still wants to make it difficult for Carlos Alcaraz. If he runs away with 2 break, I mean...
Two breaks down is absolutely not the sort of place you want to be in. In the 5th set of a Wimbledon final against Carlos Alcaraz, even if you are Novak Djokovic, but he's found his serving range here. That's a service winner, and he is now threatening to canter through his service game in the way Alcaraz did the previous one. 3 game points for Djokovic. Just wide with the first serve. Waits for the chuckles to die away. Second serve, slice backhand return Alcaraz. Djokovic into the net with the backhand.
Goes backwards a little bit as he hit that ball. He was showing it himself in the 4th set that he really has to use both of his legs to just drag his whole body inside the ball.
(1-3), 40-15. Djokovic down the tee, backhand return Alcaraz, backhand Djokovic, forehand Alcaraz is long. Business-like game from Djokovic. He holds 2-3, and just to repeat that after that warning for striking the net post at the last change of ends, if Djokovic is found guilty by the umpire of any future offence of that nature, he would be docked a point for the next offence. Gigi.
Maybe he thought better than smashing his racket into the grass, and I think the fine is something upward of £20,000 for damaging the court. But he has taken a whopping great chunk out of the net post. So still with it all to do here, Novak Djokovic. You can hear the crowd. We can look ahead of us and we can see Brad Pitt next to Guy Ritchie. Andy Murray took a break. He's back, sat next to Laura Robson. The royal family all take a break, but they're all back in position. To mark your card for later, because where are we? 6:32. Tonight at 8, Gordon Smart is here with his new 5 Live show, and his guests include superstar tennis agent Stuart Duguid on managing the likes of Naomi Osaka and Nick Kyrgios, and how he once gave Andy Murray a run for his money on the court. And 6:06, I know that should be happening. It's not happening for obvious reasons, but Robbie Savage and Natalie Pike are standing by to take your calls. We will let you know when the lines are open.
So do you think Prince George and Princess Charlotte had their cake at the end of the 4th set then?
I think they did. They went with Dad. I think Dad called Mum for a little bit of extra assistance. They all disappeared. Now they're all back.
Glad to hear it, because at the age they are, that's an essential part of selling a family day out. You're going to go and watch the tennis? Really? It could be a long match. There will be cake, I guarantee you. Lots and lots of cake. 3-2. Alcaraz has the break in the deciding set of the final. Slice backhand from Djokovic. He's approaching the net.
On the line.
And Alcaraz cannot make what would have been a very difficult backhand lob after Djokovic's precision on finding the baseline.
Well, he's got to hit that spot, doesn't he? Otherwise, Alcaraz is going to pass him. He literally hit the baseline and almost stopped. Alcaraz was halfway through his swing and just couldn't complete it properly.
So love 15 down. The lead is still a slender one. Not nearly enough comfort for him as he chases a first Wimbledon title. A second Grand Slam title. Forehand return Djokovic, forehand Alcaraz. Alcaraz coming forward as Djokovic nets.
And Alcaraz going almost for broke on that second serve, 120 miles per hour, just doesn't want to see Novak Djokovic coming up with those deep returns to his feet.
Yeah, brave second serve, wasn't it? Considering he's served quite a lot of double faults on that very side. Love 15 as well.
(3-2), 15 all. Alcaraz serves to the forehand of Djokovic. Great down the line return by the champion.
What a return.
And Alcaraz cannot make the backhand. And are we witnessing the reawakening of Novak Djokovic here on centre court?
Timing was just absolutely perfect. Just taking that ball in front of him. Just pushing it almost down the line in front of him.
Not tasted defeat at Wimbledon since the quarter-final of 2017. Not tasted defeat on a grass court since the Queen's final of 2018. (34 matches won at Wimbledon for Novak Djokovic. Forehand return, and he steered that over the baseline. An unfortunate time for a mishit.
That was a slow second serve, 100 miles per hour, just sitting there begging to be hit. Novak got almost been surprised by how slow that serve was.
It sort of jumped, didn't it? Novak really threw his head back saying, how can I miss that at this stage of the match? Second serve, 15-30, need to break.
3-2, 30 all. Backhand return Djokovic onto the sideline. Now he's lining up the big forehand, and he's mishit the forehand as well. He cannot believe he's had 2 opportunities like that. And Alcaraz now with a game point.
Just really uncharacteristic mistakes.
It looks like the wind, but he just picked up at the wrong time. It bounced and it stopped and almost went straight up. Novak caught it too early, hooked it wide.
Alcaraz game point, serves an ace, punishes Djokovic for those two uncharacteristic mistakes, and he's now 2 games away from being able to call himself a Wimbledon champion.
Alcaraz leads 4 games to 2. Final
They've
set.
got to put huge effort here, Alcaraz, to try and break serve.
Life may be a little bit less stressful if he can do so, but Djokovic served very well in his previous service game, and he started nicely here down the tee. A
Novak
service
is now
winner as
rushing
Alcaraz
between
nets.
his points.
Djokovic at 15 love, forehand return Alcaraz, onto the baseline, forehand Alcaraz, onto the baseline again, the top spin bringing it down just in time.
15 all.
It's so weird to see Novak just rushing so quickly now in between points.
He's not lost a Grand Slam match in 2023, Novak Djokovic. Beat Stefanos Tsitsipas to win the Australian Open title. Beat Casper Ruud to win the French Open title. And the expectation at the start of the fortnight was that he would leave Wimbledon and head to New York for the US Open in late August, chasing the calendar Grand Slam. But not unless he can break back in the next couple of games. Forehand Alcaraz down the line. Djokovic down the line with the backhand. Brilliantly picked up on the forehand by Alcaraz, who's now stretching for a forehand. Djokovic's backhand. Moving forward, Djokovic, and he leaves that passing attempt by Alcaraz, and it drifts wide.
I mean, I'm just so impressed once again with the defensive skills of Carlos Alcaraz. Just running around everywhere, sliding like he was nothing. It's grass court, it's so difficult to slide.
4.5 hours too.
I mean, honestly, it's just ridiculous.
(2-4), 30-15. Djokovic down the tee, onto the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court Djokovic, and what a passing winner, Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court, Djokovic coming forward. The ball flashes in front of him and flashes past him.
I mean, how you can generate that much pace from where he is? He's completely behind the baseline. It's Novak completely on the offense, and just with massive jump, winner speed 91 miles per hour, being 3 meters behind his own baseline. This is just...
That was a guess. He picked the side. Ran straight under that.
Novak Djokovic challenging the call. Right far sideline.
This is going to be a big second serve. I think this is out. But gee, he's got to stay in touch, Novak.
Second serve.
Can Alcaraz earn himself a break point with a 4-2 advantage in the deciding set? Forehand return from Alcaraz. The backhand cross-court from Djokovic. Wasn't that wonderfully well played? 105-mile-an-hour second serve. And then the perfect cross-court.
40-30.
And he now has game points.
Novak Djokovic has 1 challenge remaining.
Great second serve. Wow.
Just the 1 challenge remaining. He's been quite a happy challenger in this match. Not always with a smile on his face, admittedly. Backhand return from Alcaraz. Down the line, Djokovic with the backhand. And the Alcaraz forehand will be long. And once again, Djokovic holds on to his serve. But he has been broken once in this set. And that's why Alcaraz leads.
4 games to 3. Final set.
5 Live. BBC Sounds. Marion, Pat, does Novak Djokovic have a final twist for us?
I think so. I mean, he had some few openings in those service game of Carlos Alcaraz. He actually had a break point in the first service game of Carlos Alcaraz in this 5th set, being up 1-love, and really having that swing volley that could have changed the whole momentum entirely of this match, but couldn't convert in that occasion. Even the previous game, he had a small opening and just didn't win enough on those 2 forehands that he had on the second serve and then 1 in the point. So I think he feels and he senses very much has some small openings, but he has to go for slightly more. I have the feeling, and especially those statistics were showing to us that in that 4th set he got a reward from being more aggressive, for going for more from taking the ball earlier, from rushing more Carlos Alcaraz. And of course, you have to maybe hope for a little dip on the service game of Carlos, just not serving perfect for serve, but it's always a little bit of both. I think this man has been showing us over the years that he's capable of a lot on the tennis court.
Yeah, it's tough to return serve when you're just a little fatigued.
The players are ready. Centre court is ready. Alcaraz serving at 4-3. Good first serve. Excellent deep forehand return by Djokovic. Down the line goes Alcaraz. Great defence from the champion.
Whoa.
And Alcaraz has missed his forehand. You heard it springing off the tape and over this centre court baseline.
Is it one of the first one of this afternoon after that first set that he missed being on the offense?
Yeah, he barely missed one. Barely missed one. Clipped the top of the net. It was all... Yeah, Djokovic going the wrong way, just hit the net and bounced out.
Love 15 down, and Alcaraz missing a first serve. Second serve. Backhand, mishit from Djokovic.
Just taking it too late again, just not going for that return, trying to go inside the court.
15-all.
Yeah, that one jumped up, but yeah, you're right. He wasn't inside the court there, was he? He was back. The kick just ended up getting up too high. Novak normally never misses a second serve return. He's missing them at the moment. So 3 points, aren't they, for Alcaraz? He's usually preparing himself for a brutal rally.
15-all. Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Djokovic with the forehand to the backhand of the Spaniard. Djokovic's backhand is long.
It's skidded right through. Novak throws his arms up, looks at the court, looks at his box, says, boy, did that come through. What am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing much. It's grass.
.30-15. Inching closer to the title, Alcaraz. Forehand return, Djokovic. Alcaraz plays the drop shot. Djokovic on his heels behind the baseline. Does not move. 2 game points for a 5-3 final set advantage for the 20-year-old.
Well, that's just too good from Carlos Alcaraz. Again, recognizing that Novak is far behind his baseline. Just using the drop shot beautifully.
First serve into the net. In 2008, it was the Spaniard Rafael Nadal who prevented Roger Federer winning a 6th Wimbledon title in a row. Alcaraz has aced Novak Djokovic to move 1 game away from the title. And if he does so, it would prevent Djokovic winning a 5th consecutive title, an 8th Wimbledon title overall.
Alcaraz leads 5 games to 3. Final set.
The standing ovation in many parts of centre court is a brief one.
Thanks.
The crowd are settling.
Already.
Fergus Murphy is keen to get on with things as Djokovic serves to stay in the final. Forehand down the line from Djokovic. Forehand volley winner from Djokovic.
Well, Novak decided to go to the net on the backhand of Alcaraz. That was really dangerous because he has been hitting some incredible passing shots all afternoon long, the Spaniard, but this time he got away with it.
Forehand return Alcaraz. Great. Onto the baseline maybe? No,
Carlos
just called
Alcaraz
long.
Challenging the call. Right.
Djokovic looks untroubled. He looks extremely confident that this ball was indeed out.
Ball stand.
Just a little long. Djokovic serves at 30 love. More terrific serving. Just the 1 break of serve. Djokovic has not looked in any danger on serve since, but 1 break, as we know, can be fatal, especially against a man like Carlos Alcaraz. That's Djokovic bouncing the ball here on centre court. 40 love, forehand Djokovic, just wide.
Carlos Alcaraz was already walking towards his chair as his game was over. Not quite.
Work still to be done on the Djokovic serve. Djokovic serving to keep the final alive. Misses a first serve here, but he does have 40-15. Second serve. The forehand is wide from Alcaraz. Djokovic marches briskly to the chair. Carlos Alcaraz also ready to sit down for 60 seconds. And Pat Cash, give us an idea of what might be going through his mind here. 2 sets all, deciding set, 5-4, about to come out to serve for a first Wimbledon title.
Well, hopefully not too much. You know, just don't overthink it here. Just it's another point, another game. There's not a lot of noise around the crowd. You know, you just come out there, see if it's another match, another serve. But you know, it's interesting. This, other than that one break, it's actually the server is held pretty easily. And as I said, when you're fatigued, it's just so hard. The ball coming fast and jumping. Novak's missing some second serves, returns unusually. But it's the crowd will start getting into it now.
Roger Federer at the break in the 5th set was serving for it in 2019's final and couldn't finish it off. So let's see if Carlos Alcaraz can finish this match.
Novak has to be jumping around here.
This is it then for Carlos Alcaraz, already a US Open champion. Can he become a Wimbledon champion? 4 hours and 39 minutes of toil on centre court has moved him into this position, leading the deciding set by 5-4, and serving and landing a first serve. Drop shot Alcaraz into the net.
First point of the game. Risky shot. It's been really successful. You've got to give him, got to say that has been such a successful shot. His legs might be just now starting to feel heavy.
That was high-stakes tennis. The backhand drop shot into the net. Love 15 down. Good deep return by Djokovic. Backhand Djokovic carefully hit onto the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz with the backhand cross-court. Djokovic pushes this to the forehand of Alcaraz. He plays another drop shot on the forehand with more height. Djokovic there. Alcaraz with the lob. Djokovic is lobbed.
Perfectly.
Who will play a drop shot at that moment of the match? After 4 hours and 40 minutes being love 15 down, you just miss a drop shot and you're going back at it.
15 on. Well, Djokovic didn't expect it either, did he? He's reasonably slow to getting up to that one, but did enough to push it deep, but no pace on it. Sucker for the lob there.
Is he going to win the title with drop shots? 15 all. Forehand Alcaraz. Backhand Djokovic. Cross-court pass in the tail. On the volley. Alcaraz lunging to his left and timing the backhand volley perfectly. He's 2 points away from the title.
I mean, that is insane physically to be able to do that in that moment of the match. That was such a good passing shot by Novak, but just on the full stretch. The racket control from Alcaraz, just out of this world.
(30-15). 5-4, backhand return Djokovic. Alcaraz with a half volley, hits the forehand with plenty of air, and Djokovic is not having any of that. You'll have to do better than that, he says. Forehand winner from the champion, who is still alive as he chases an 8th title here on centre court.
4 first serves, 4 great returns. Jeepers. I mean, what more can you ask for than 4 first serves in a row?
$30 all. Alcaraz 2 points away. Excellent first serve. Long the backhand return from Djokovic. Carlos Alcaraz walks calmly to the back of centre court.
40-30.
Tries to dry his face with the towel. This is the moment he's dreamed of. Championship point to win Wimbledon at the age of 20. Serves, backhand from Djokovic. Alcaraz with a mid-court ball, hits the forehand cross-court. Coming forward, but Djokovic nets. And it's Carlos Alcaraz rolling around on the centre court grass as a Wimbledon champion.
6-1, 3-6, 6-4.
Following in the footsteps of Rafael Nadal and ending Novak Djokovic's unbeaten run on centre court, which stretched for 10 years and 9 days. It will not be a 5th consecutive title. It will not be an 8th title overall for Djokovic, as Alcaraz picks up a loose ball, half volleys it into the crowd, runs towards his box, a face full of glee. This could well be the start of something very, very special at Wimbledon. The beginning of a Spanish dynasty as Alcaraz makes his way into the players' box. The gate that was installed a few years ago has been opened for him. And now he gets a chance to embrace the people who've contributed so much to this occasion. And he starts with a hug for Juan Carlos Ferrero. His parents are there, Carlos Sr. and Virginia, and that is one of the happiest group hugs you will ever see on a tennis court. In the players' box, on centre court at Wimbledon, on the day that Carlos Alcaraz, just 2 months after his 20th birthday, became a Wimbledon champion.
I mean, what a champion, what a player. Again, the level of this final, putting maybe slightly aside the first set, but after that it was just absolutely the best tennis I ever seen on a tennis court from both players, and all the credit to Carlos Alcaraz from bouncing back once again after losing that first set 6-1, and he thought, well, you know, we might be in for a quick final, and not at all. He just played this incredible tennis, just physically being all around this court, chasing all type of balls, going for that explosive plays as well, and you can understand why everybody is so excited about that player. It's just because he absolutely has everything, just like what Johnny Mac said, the best 20-year-old player we've ever seen playing tennis.
Well, these matches are won in small margins, aren't they? Break point there for Djokovic in the 5th set, drive volley, awkward, but who made that extra ball back? Alcaraz, just that ability to be able to scramble balls back all the time. You know, great effort from Djokovic, who looked really down and out, didn't he, after that 3rd set, to come back and, you know, to serve it out. 6 first serves in a row. I mean, that's just too good. You know, you've got to give credit where credit's due, and a match of the most incredible high standards. And yeah, it's who's going to match this kid for the next few years? It's just hard to see anybody.
And just a great image right now, Juan Carlos Ferrero going to the players' box of Novak Djokovic and just giving a handshake to everyone from the box of Novak as well. I mean, this match has been the highest quality because of both players, and it's just great to see amazing sportsmanship.
4 hours and 42 minutes, Gigi. Not quite the longest final of all time, but a spectacular one. And Carlos Alcaraz is the champion.
What a special young man, an absolute superstar. If he wasn't before today, as Novak Djokovic throws gently his crunched racket into the crowd, and it's accepted gratefully. Juan Carlos Ferrero, who was in tears as Carlos Alcaraz made his way up to hug his coach, his mentor. A special occasion. The stage is now being set. I should tell you that following us it will be 6:06, and he said 6 love 6, but Wimbledon is coming to an end. The number you need to speak to Robbie and Natalie is 08085 909 693. The lines are open now. They follow the presentation to a new Wimbledon champion. The ball boys and ball girls are getting into position. The presentation party will shortly be welcomed down onto centre court as Novak Djokovic stares straight ahead of him. Carlos Alcaraz gets set, puts his coat on him, zips it up. He is the Wimbledon champion. A quite incredible performance from this young man. In only his 4th grass court tournament of his career, he's won the biggest title there is to win on this surface. He is just 20 years of age. Carlos Alcaraz, the complete player, a special player, and the trophy he has now won, Russell, has just been placed on the Union Jack tablecloth on the table at one side of the centre court.
The silver gilt trophy is in position, and Annabel Croft once again, like she was for the ladies' final, is your master
Ladies
of
and
ceremonies.
gentlemen, it's time now for the trophy presentation for the gentlemen's singles. Please welcome onto centre court Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, patron of the All England Lawn Tennis Club.
The Princess of Wales walks along
Her
the
Royal
green
Highness
carpet.
is accompanied by Ian Hewitt, chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Sandy Proctor, president of the LTA.
The ball boys and ball girls who've been on duty, greeting the special guests as they make their way onto centre court. Ian Hewitt in his final championships as the Wimbledon chair. Sally Bolton, the chief executive of the All England Club, shake hands with the Princess of Wales, and now everyone is in position for the presentation.
First, in his final year in the role, please show your appreciation for the championship's referee, Jerry Armstrong.
A very long-serving official, Jerry Armstrong, a popular presence on tour, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him, but this is indeed his final year as the championship's referee.
And for the chair umpire, Fergus Murphy.
One or two moments of drama for Fergus Murphy. Did call Novak Djokovic for a time violation and had no alternative other than to issue a code violation, which was a warning when he smashed his racket into the net post.
And now to the runner-up, Novak Djokovic.
Not quite to be on this occasion. He was chasing a 24th Grand Slam singles title, which would have equalled Margaret Court's all-time record. He'll have a chance to do that at the US Open in 6 weeks' time. He's smiling now in conversation with the Princess of Wales as he accepts the runners-up trophy at Wimbledon. Only the second time he's been in this position. 9 finals, 7 titles, runner-up to Andy Murray in 2013, and now to Carlos Alcaraz 10 years later.
And the gentlemen's singles champion for 2023, Carlos Alcaraz.
Only Boris Becker and Bjorn Borg of the men have won this Wimbledon title younger. US Open champion in September. And now the Wimbledon champion. The 18-inch high silver gilt trophy is in his hands. And for the first time, or quite possibly many times, Carlos Alcaraz celebrates as a Wimbledon champion. Quite restrained in the celebrations because he wants to make sure he shakes hands with everyone as Novak Djokovic walks to the microphone.
Novak, what an extraordinary final. You really left your heart and soul out here on this centre court for nearly 5 hours. It's never easy to speak after a loss, but please just give us your thoughts on this wonderful final.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. Not so good for me, but good for Carlos. I have to start obviously with praises to Carlos and to his team. Amazing, what a quality in the end of the match to when you had to serve it out, you came up with some big serves and big plays, so you deserve it, absolutely. Congratulations, amazing, amazing. I thought I'll have trouble with you only on clay and maybe hardcourt, but not on grass. But now, no, it's a different story from this year, obviously. Congrats, amazing way to adapt to the surface. You know, you played maybe once or twice before this year's Wimbledon on grass, and amazing, just what you did in Queens, and congratulations to your team. Juanqui, everybody, well done, guys. Enhorabuena. Oh. As for me, obviously, you know, you never like to lose matches like this, but you know, I guess when all the emotions are settled, I have to still be very grateful, because I won many tight and close matches in the past year. To name a few, you know, 2019 against Roger in that finals where I was match points down. You know, maybe I should have lost a couple of finals that I won, so I think this is even Steven.
And of course, you won in Australia, you won at Roland Garros, here you are in yet another final here in Wimbledon. It's been a very good year, so you must be still very proud of what you've achieved so far.
I will be tomorrow morning probably, but today not so much. Obviously, tough one to swallow, you know, I mean, when you are so close. But again, you know, these are the moments that we work for every single day, to be able to play in the biggest stages and biggest courts, most important tournaments in the world. And I've been blessed with so many incredible matches throughout my career, so this is just another one in the history books for me. So I'm really grateful, even though, of course, I did not win today, but I lost to a better player, and I have to congratulate him and move on stronger, hopefully.
And just a word for Goran and your family and your team up there. Look pretty stressful up there today.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see my son still there, still smiling, you know.
Well, a little bit too much. At the end of 4 hours and 42 minutes on centre court, the final got away, and just a reference to his son and his family, and understandably, Novak Djokovic is welling up, like so many players have done before.
Thank you for supporting me, and
I'll
give you a big hug, and we can all love each other. Thank you.
Novak Djokovic, ladies and gentlemen.
And now for the champion. The first man other than Federer,